Good morning. I will reconvene this meeting at 8:31. Carrie, can you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho.
Here.
Vice Chair Downs.
Here.
Regent Ariscata.
Here.
Regent Batista.
Here.
Regent Boylan. Regent Brager. Regent Brooks.
Here.
Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Fernandez. Regent Goycochea.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Item number 18, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 933-5568-7402 and passcode 555555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Las Vegas?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Please come forward, state and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Good morning. My name is Terry Sheridan, T-E-R-R-I, last name Sheridan, S-H-E-R-I-D-A-N. And I'll begin. Good morning. Chair and members of the board, for the record, again, my name is Terry Sheridan. I'm Director of Economic Development for the City of North Las Vegas. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on an item you'll be hearing later on this afternoon. Over the last 11 years, North Las Vegas has been making significant strides in becoming a leader in municipal efficiency and economic expansion. We are excited to welcome Nevada State University to our newly reimagined downtown. Word of the addition of Nevada State University has already awakened retail and commercial developers that previously had tepid interest in downtown North Las Vegas. With this new satellite campus, a large percentage of the existing Nevada State University student body will no longer be required to travel deep into Henderson, and we anticipate that the North Las Vegas student participation will only grow because of its proximity. North Las Vegas is one of the fastest growing and most diverse cities in Nevada. Our residents are hardworking, entrepreneurial, and deeply committed to education and economic vitality. Having a university will be one of the capstones to our downtown redevelopment and would make higher education and more accessible to thousands of students who might otherwise face transportation, cost, or scheduling barriers. On behalf of the mayor and council, we are excited by NSU's vision to offer programs aligned with the needs of our residents and regional employers, including education. Thank you for consideration of this item later on today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dina Babsky, B-A-B-S-K-Y. I am the Director of Economic and Urban Development for the City of Las Vegas, as well as the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency. I am here today to speak in support of item 33 that will be presented later today, as well as present into the record the letter of support from our Mayor Berkeley. She really wished to be here today herself, but she's traveling. So with that said, we are providing the letter into the record. I hope and believe that you all have received a copy. We're very excited to partner with the Nevada State University for the satellite campus that will provide educational opportunities as well as on-site clinic for the 4 new programs that will be created. You may have already heard that in the medical district, there's a lot of momentum, and through the redevelopment agency, we are making additional strides. The most exciting thing about this opportunity is its dual mission to educate our future medical professionals as well as serve our most needed community. Last year, we did a study in the medical districts to identify the gap in disciplines, and pediatric specialty disciplines were identified as number 2. So this particular approach is going not only to help the region overall and our students to be closer to where they can receive the education, but they will also serve the most gap that is currently existing in the medical district specifically. With that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I will leave the letter here for record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 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 Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Chelita Mendoza, Chelita Mendoza, and I'm here on behalf of James Cameron, JMES Cameron. James Cameron is the owner of Security Concepts Group, the current contract holder providing armed security for UNLV, CSN, and NSU campuses. Mr. Cameron appreciates the opportunity to have his statement read today because there is critical information that was not fully considered before the decision was made to discontinue our services. On May 18th, Mr. Cameron submitted a detailed report to NSHE and UNLV leadership outlining the differences between our armed security services and the proposed community service officers and cadets. This report includes over 100 documented incidents where SEG was instrumental in preventing serious harm from suicide prevention and averting a potential active shooter threat to providing direct armed support for the University Police Department due to their limited staffing. Regardless of the contract's outcome, the decision to remove armed security raises serious questions. Were proper threat, vulnerability, and risk assessments completed? Has a cost-benefit analysis been done? And if the cost savings are identified, how do they affect risk? Has leadership been fully briefed on the roles and limitations of CSOs and cadets or the impact of UPD staffing shortfalls? Was the proof of concept conducted before terminating a program that was originally implemented based on insurance underwriting? Given the current threats and political discourse, was an analysis completed on how this decision will affect the liability of NSHE if another significant event was to occur? Each question should be answered and validated by a professional who is trained and experienced in risk management. Security is about readiness, deterrence, and perception. Preventative measures are always less costly than the loss of life. While UPD plays a critical role in law enforcement response, they are not trained or qualified risk management professionals. Those decisions require specialized expertise beyond their scope. If this decision is truly about campus safety, Mr. Cameron, who is a board-certified security manager with 19 years of risk management expertise, welcomes further discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comment.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment here at the University of Nevada, Reno?
Amy Payson, AMY, PASON, and here representing the Nevada Faculty Alliance. We are supportive of the new annual evaluation process for presidents that includes the public reporting of goals to the regents. This offers transparency and helps faculty understand the priorities of our presidents. It provides clear measures year to year on how goals have been addressed and can be resources for the periodic evaluations that we have on presidents. This is also a window on how each president leads their different institutions. We can see that some are focused more on the daily operations and the work faculty do, or the literal buildings that they occupy, while others are more externally focused on public-facing aspects of our institution. We are encouraged by presidents who offer goals that strategic planning will include faculty, as well as campuses who are providing budget documentation, as we see with GBC. This was also an initiative that the UNR Faculty Senate undertook to give budgeting resources, as we have lots of questions about our own budgets, and sometimes we don't have those answers forthcoming from our administration. But given our discussions yesterday concerning merit and the budgets, we are a bit concerned that UNR has a focus more on athletics rather than the core educational mission. So we would encourage that fundraising efforts that are undertaken under our president, if we are able to get more fundraising towards infrastructure, for example, that more other resources can be provided towards our core educational mission. Shared governance does not occur when there is not open communication, so overall we appreciate seeing these annual evaluations and the goals provided. Thank you.
Kent Irvin, ERBI, and Nevada Faculty Alliance, the statewide association of NSHE faculty and professional staff. On July 1st, faculty take-home pay will go down by 1.75% because of higher retirement contributions. Faculty will also lose the $1,000 per year retention incentives. That's from the state. This board just eliminated performance pay awards for which faculty have already submitted annual evaluations and been assigned a step increase that they won't get. That is how faculty will see how the state and regents and presidents do or don't support them. Actions speak louder than words. Those considering leaving their institutions have just gotten a call for action to join the job market this fall and perhaps seek a place where academics comes first. Also on July 1st, our classified colleagues in unionized bargaining units will receive a 1% cost of living increase and will continue to receive the $1,000 per year retention bonuses and other perks. The legislature passed and the governor signed AB 596, which provides those benefits to unionized bargaining units only, leaving out not only faculty, but other classified staff. Shall I go ahead, or were you having a conversation? And other classified staff who have yet formed a bargaining unit under NRS 288. We are happy for our union brothers and sisters at AFSCME, but I can't think of a better message from the legislature and governor to other state employees to join a union. In the meantime, the Board of Regents deposed AB 191, which would have brought collective bargaining for faculty into state law. We now know that being part of the state-sanctioned collective bargaining process may be the only way to secure cost of living increases in the future. So your actions opposing AB 191 will turn out to be short-sighted. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Oscar Sita, the current incoming Faculty Senate Chair for Great Basin College and the Program Director for the Human Services and Substance Abuse Addiction Counseling Programs. I'd like to provide comment to the item number 32 on today's agenda regarding President Dinelli's performance in her current role. I've been at GBC since 2016, and at that time, Dr. Dinelli was my dean. She welcomed me into the Department of Health Sciences and Behavioral Health and allowed me to create innovative programs and pathways to fill the ranks of licensed alcohol and drug counselors for Nevada. She has a genuine passion and vision for the college, and since she's taken the helm at GBC, the college has been reborn, and that's not hyperbole. She has focused and invigorated the energy of the faculty and the staff, and we're so grateful to have her as a leader that shares our passion. In a very short time, President Dinelli has created an environment and culture that encourage innovation, cooperation, and harmony. That's not easy to do. She removed obstacles to our growth and created a leadership team that is responsive and accountable. The faculty and staff deeply appreciate her dedication and integrity, and it's an inspiration to work with her. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Lahana Pierce, spelled Lahanapearce, and I proudly serve as the Student Body President at Nevada State University and the newly elected Vice Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. I'm here today to express my appreciation for our President, Dr. Darian Pollard. When I began my journey at Nevada State in 2022, I viewed people in power as distant and intimidating. My past experiences didn't give me much of a reason to expect otherwise, until I met Dr. Pollard. Our first interaction was very brief. We shared an elevator ride where she asked how I was doing and how my classes were going. Now, to you, that may seem like two simple icebreaker questions to break the silence, but to me, that meant way more than that. And in that moment, I felt seen and valued, something that not every student gets to experience from people in leadership. As I became more involved, especially through the Nevada State Student Alliance, I began to see just how powerful her leadership is. But even outside of student government, I've learned so much from Dr. Pollard simply from just being a Nevada State student. Whether it's the way she speaks with intention, uplifts others, or leads with empathy, and her actions consistently show what strong student-centered leadership should look like. Dr. Pollard listens, takes action, and stays committed to helping our campus grow. And her leadership brings our university's mission to life and makes Nevada State feel like a true community. As someone who has been involved with student government for nearly 3 years, and as a student who has benefited from her example, I can confidently say in front of you all, Regents, Dr. Darian Pollard is the exact leader that Nevada State University needs and deserves. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Jose Castillo. I am currently a third-year student at Nevada State University, majoring in biology, and currently serving as a vice president for the Nevada State Student Alliance, which are student government, and as an undergraduate researcher. I am here today before you all to voice my support for Dr. Darian Pollard to extend her term as president. Dr. Pollard brings a level of grit and determination that this institution deeply benefits from, whether it's showing up in times of challenge or rolling up her sleeves in times of hardship. She demonstrates that real leadership is about showing up consistently and with compassion. Her open office hours are a testament to her accessibility and transparency. It is rare to see someone at her level consistently make space to listen directly to her students, to her staff, and community, without filters or without any restrictions. This kind of availability speaks volumes about her true care and her true compassion and her service to Nevada State University. In short, Dr. Pollard is the kind of leader who doesn't just fill a position, she elevates it, and I urge you all to vote to support her continued leadership. The Nevada State University community is stronger because of her, and we need her to continue to drive our university to a stronger future. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Regents, and members of the board. My name is Rachanya Dev Chinnappan, last name Chinnappan, and I'm serving as the president of the Graduate Student Association at the University of Nevada, Reno. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to offer comments on the proposal to implement a 2.95% credit card fee on tuition and fee payments, agenda item 34. I respectfully ask that the board carefully consider the implications this will have on students, particularly in graduate and international students. UNR has more than 3,500 graduate students, which includes 714 international students. In spring 2025 alone, over 2,772 graduate students at UNR paid their tuition using credit cards. This proposal is not insignificant for those living on modest stipends without a cost of living adjustment, and for those who have taken out substantial loans, often secured by collateral, to finance their education. As a university recognized for its R1 Carnegie classification, UNR rightfully takes pride in its research excellence, a distinction made possible in large part through the work of graduate students. When financial pressure increases, it can compromise student well-being and, by extension, the university's research capacity. Many students use credit cards as a last resort because they face delays in international fund transfers, assistantship disbursements, limited access to US banking systems, or urgent financial obligations. We risk creating a scenario where the most financially vulnerable are the ones disproportionately penalized by this policy. I urge the Board of Regents to consider alternative solutions such as flat rate models and hardship waivers that can help institutions recover costs without placing additional strain on students who are already doing their best to afford higher education. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, Regents, I had to move the mic to be a little bit more accommodating towards my height. But with that said, good morning, Regents. My name is Karmina Aglubat, Carmina Aglubat for the record, and I'm the student body president of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada, Reno, representing the undergraduate student body since 1898. I stand before you today to express our disagreement with agenda item 34 and establishment of a credit card fee on tuition and fee payments, and we ask all of you guys to consider alternate solutions. Although we understand the need to compensate for credit card fees and the burden they place on our institutions, the associate students cannot in good faith completely agree with the burden be placed on the students. The ASUN Issues and Priorities Needs Assessment, which is a survey dispersed every other year that informs the association on students' concerns, makes it clear that 58% of students rank the cost of tuition and fees as their top concern. The proposed fee would charge students an average of $163 per semester. When every dollar counts, the associate students cannot support the proposed fee the way it's written currently. Instead, ASUN hopes to hear discussions on a flat rate, or fees based on specific credit card utilized at payment, or waivers. Furthermore, ASUN urges Regents to consider incentives for students to avoid credit card usage instead of punishing students for their financial situation. While the association understands the need for compensation, students paying with a credit card are often doing so out of urgency and the inability to avoid debt. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today, and as always, go Pack.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Isabel Hatch for the record, and I'm the Assistant Director of Government Affairs for the Associated Students of the University of Nevada. I stand before you today to communicate ASUN's ongoing support for the Student Health Center fee increase. The ASUN Senate voted on May 7th to support this fee increase, ensuring that free services currently offered by UNR's Student Health Center remain free. Immunizations, STI testings, and unlimited primary care office visits, to name a few, will continue to be provided free of charge for students. Comparable institutions that President Sandoval named yesterday, like the University of Arizona or the University of Oregon, charge anywhere between $25 and $450 for a primary care office visit alone. Without approval of this measure, the Student Health Center will have no choice but to charge for the basic treatments it has freely provided for decades. Although ASUN often attempts to avoid fee increases, the associated students believe the Student Health Center's accessibility is of the utmost importance. The periodic increases to the fee will fund staff, medical resources, and other materials, ensuring that the Student Health Center continues to serve students at the best of its ability. However, we also would like to provide comment on item 20, which on power-based violence recommendations. ASUN believes an unequivocal definition of power-based violence at the Board of Regents level protects all students, staff, and faculty within the Nevada system of higher education. A consistent and forcible standard is required for both deterrence and accountability. Furthermore, the data collected by the Task Force on Power-Based Violence at institutions of higher education furthers our ability to confront this violence and best support our students. Without data, the many resources we have here at the University of Nevada, Reno stagnate, becoming unable to innovate or progress due to a lack of information, which fails students. Ultimately, the University of Nevada, ASUN at the University of Nevada, Reno is glad to support items 20 and 22. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Chancellor. My name is Kelechi Dunze, and I serve as the undergraduate student body president at UNLV. I'm here to speak in support of item 28 and in opposition to items 22 and 34. Starting with item 28, Interim CFO Bonkowski recently met with GPSA and I to go over the student fee balance at UNLV. She walked us through the numbers and answered all of our questions during our meeting, and I really appreciate her caring enough to sit down with us to discuss this, and the UNLV administration's willingness to reflect and make corrections to how they deal with transparency at UNLV. I hope this level of communication continues, and students always deserve to know how their fees are being used. Item 22 is detrimental to our international students, though, who on our campuses are already facing increased challenges unique to them. Changing the student health insurance policy will only further add on to the pressure that these students face. Regarding item 34, the proposal to implement a fee on tuition payments made by credit card, while it's true that accepting credit cards involves costs, passing those costs on to the students is unfair. You all have agreed with this position in the past on similar issues. Many students rely on credit cards as a necessary financial tool, not just because it's convenient for them. Adding a nearly 3% fee penalizes us for using one of the few options we have to pay for tuition. The claim that a no-cost alternative exists ignores the reality that not all students have that luxury. The argument that this fee aligns with best practices does not mean it's fair, equitable, or the best choice for students here in Nevada who are continually bombarded with fee increases. This fee shifts a large $4.4 million expense directly onto students, which feels like putting the burden on those who are least able to afford it in our state. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to keep student affordability, transparency, and access in the center of your decisions that you make today. Thank you.
I am Waylon Gilbert, that's Gilbert. I am a doctoral candidate at UNR and a member of NGSW UAW. I'm here to speak on the proposed fees on credit card payments. I would like to reiterate the previous speeches on that matter and add some additional argumentation from a worker's perspective. I understand 3% might seem like a small number to some of our policymakers, but among our grad student workers, we are talking about a 3% increase in fees applied to a workforce that is already attempting to get by on $2,000 in income per month, usually in a town where the average rent is $1,700 a month, where gas runs $4.50 per gallon, and where we still face $50 or $60 co-pays for any medical care, even after insurance. With budgets as desperate as ours tend to be, yes, that 3% represents a meaningful increase in hardship, and it further concentrates that hardship on our international students who have already been placed in such a precarious position by the administration in Washington. The same international students who have incredibly limited options because of their visa status, some of whom are trying to support dependents on the same $2,000 a month that is already insufficient for a single person. This NSHE administration already gets an enormous amount of cheap skilled labor out of grad student workers. It already pays many of us less than the minimum wage when you account for the true number of hours we work. I do not understand why this university system feels it can continue to spend so profligately on buildings, property deals, and administrative hires while taking money out of the pockets of its lowest paid workers to pay for the holes it digs for itself. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Freddie Parmenter. I'm a senator at the TMCC Student Government Association, and I am coming before you today to express my concerns regarding the tenure policy here at TMCC. As I'm sure you all know, the process of gaining tenure as a professor has multiple standards outlined in Title II, Chapter 4 of the NSHE Code, such as an interest and ability in advising students, ability to work well with faculty and students, recognition of integrity, demonstration of effectiveness as an instructor, and much more. While all of our tenured professors have at one point exemplified these standards, it is my concern that some of these professors, after having acquired their tenure, simply neglect them. There is no policy in place to ensure that these standards are continuing to be met, and it has negatively impacted the education of many of our students. We at the SGA have heard complaints specifically from our math department, and it showed several students have been affected by the inability of one of the math professors to uphold these standards. And this is just in the department we have heard about. There may be more issues going on with more of the professors at our institution, and it is the job of the SGA to ensure that students are getting the best academic experience possible. So to ensure integrity among our professors, we want to propose a tenure review process, making these professors responsible for upholding quality education and conducting themselves in an appropriate manner. However, there is still an issue here, as what if an issue comes to us with reports of tenure abuse and they don't have their tenure review for another 3 years? We can't subject them to 3 more years of bad education before their tenure review. So I believe there should be more avenues for students to pursue in order to address these issues. Whether that be a committee on campus to address tenure abuses or a way for them to report them to you, there needs to be a way to protect our students. These tenured professors should be the examples of what good education looks like in Nevada, and they should not be the exception. Thank you.
Good morning, Eric York, Faculty Senate Chair at Western Nevada College. I would like to stress that this comment is coming from me as an individual because I have not discussed this with my constituents. I'd like to comment in support of both proposed actions for item 20 on the agenda for 2 reasons. Mainly one reason. We cannot address any problem without appropriately measuring it. Previous climate surveys on this issue have shown significant room for improvement over multiple of the questions involved. So I would strongly encourage approval of both of the proposed actions in that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment here at the University of Nevada, Reno, SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller with a number ending in 9110, press star 6 to unmute, state and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Yes, Chair Carvalho, members of the board. This is Stacy Klippenstein, STACY-KLIPPENSTEIN, the incoming president of the College of Southern Nevada. I wish I could be there today to join you in the conversations related to matters associated with CSN's Institution of Performance Metrics. I'm excited for the conversation and excited to continue to work with the wonderful team at CSN, the faculty, the classified staff, the administrative faculty, and all the students to continue to look at enrollment and increase student success. We have a wonderful team there, and I cannot wait to start on July 1. I'm looking forward to working with all of the regents as well as the NSHE staff and my fellow colleagues across the state of Nevada. And I just wanted to call in today to say good morning. And I wish I could be there, but I'm finishing up work at Mojave Community College. But again, I will be watching here some of the items this morning, and I'm really excited to be able to join the talented team at the College of Southern Nevada. And today's a good day to be a Coyote. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Klippenstein.
Caller with the number ending with 0671, press star 6 to unmute, state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board. It looks like they're not muting. Caller with the number 2114, press star 6 to unmute, state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, Chancellor and Regents. This is Amber Stidham. That's Stidham. And I am here to comment on the agenda item to renew Dr. Darian Pollard's contract with Nevada State University. I'm a Henderson resident and someone who's worked together with Dr. Pollard as well as the university in various capacities over the years since the university's inception, actually, whether it's been the opening of its first building, the old vitamin factory, or moving forward its capital investments to building out and transitioning it to a university. As you know, university presidents have always been more than administrators. They're really visionary leaders who shape the institution's trajectory and the impact on students and communities. And I think there's no better example of that than not only hearing the words from the Nevada State University students earlier, but hearing it in their voice of how much they care for their school. And that's a really great example to hear and experience, especially somebody that's a native of the state. I'll tell you that under Dr. Pollard's leadership, the university has made a ton of meaningful strides, marked really by what has previously been outlined, her strong commitment to student success and community engagement, and really the inclusive excellence of what she does. She's positioned the university as a rising force in higher education, and she has the ability to drive the strategic growth, attract the new resources, and really elevate the university's profile. It's been evident by its expanding partnerships and programs. And I just simply wanted to call in. It was really important to me and I strongly support her continued leadership. And I really urge you all to renew her contract so Nevada State can continue to grow and build on its momentum. Thank you.
Caller with the number ending in 4959, press star 6 to unmute, state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Clay Renshaw, that's RENSHAW, and I'm a graduate assistant at UNR. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to respectfully urge you to voluntarily recognize the Nevada Graduate Student Workers UAW as our union, and to amend the Regents Handbook to grant graduate assistants collective bargaining rights. Graduate assistants are essential to the day-to-day work of our universities. We teach classes, lead labs, mentor undergraduates, and conduct research that fuels innovation and brings in external funding. We're proud of the contributions we make, and we want to work together to help our institutions thrive. Recognition of our union would give us a seat at the table to address the conditions that affect our ability to succeed: fair workloads, fair pay, clear expectations, all of which directly impact the quality of education we're able to provide. We've seen the benefits of graduate worker unions at peer institutions. In our neighboring states, unionized graduate assistants helped create more stable, transparent, and professional working environments. Faculty, students, and administrators all benefited from clearer communication and stronger support systems. This is a chance for NSHE to lead. Voluntary recognition is not an adversarial move, it's an investment in collaboration, accountability, and academic excellence. We are ready to be partners in shaping a better future for Nevada higher education. I respectfully ask you to take this step forward with us. Thank you.
Caller with the number ending in 0773, press star 6 to unmute, state and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. My name is Akila Gopal. That is AKHILA GOPAL, and I am a member of NGSW UAW. Thank you for the opportunity to give public comment today. I attended the last Board of Regents meeting in April with many of my fellow graduate assistants and was deeply disappointed to hear the university administrators vote to oppose AB 191, a bill that would have granted GAs collective bargaining rights. We are not just students, we are workers. We teach undergraduates, conduct research that brings in money, grant money, and we support the university's academic mission every single day. Yet we are denied a voice in the decisions that affect our work and our lives. As a current graduate assistant, I cannot, in good conscience, tell prospective students that UNR is the best place to pursue graduate education. We have surveyed GAs, collected data, and brought forward serious concerns, including discrimination, bullying, and inadequate compensation. Instead of real engagement, we watch those concerns get minimized and dismissed at the last Board of Regents meeting. Our reality is this: our stipends do not keep up with the cost of living. We are facing housing insecurity, burnout, and a lack of recourse when we are mistreated. And while we understand that this is a tough budget year, the cost of continuing to ignore these issues in terms of declining enrollment, morale, and research output will be far greater in the long run. It has now been well over 6 months since we formed a union with supermajority support and delivered our first letter to university leadership. Since then, we have had shockingly few, if any, meaningful meetings with administrators, regents, and the president. Given the state of federal funding cuts for research, it is in your best interest to recognize that we are all on the same team and can work together to combat these cuts. I urge you all to meet with us, listen to us, and actually work with us to further the mission of the university and to bring Nevada's education to the
time is up.
To the forefront of the West.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 19, Annual Evaluation Summary, President J. Kyle Dalby, WNC. Before I introduce this, I just want to give Vice Chair Downs a moment for a disclosure.
Pursuant to NRS, thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, hereby disclose I am an employee of Nevada System of Higher Education at WNC. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be materially affected by my situation, I will abstain on this matter.
Thank you. I will go to Chancellor McNair to introduce. Thank you.
And I will ask former Chancellor Charleson to handle this matter.
Good morning. For the record, Patty Charleson, former Interim Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education, here to present the annual evaluation summary for President Dalby. It's a pleasure to get to do this for you. I will be here 4 times at the podium today, so I'm going to just give this summary of what this process entails, and might be able to give you a few minutes back of your agenda. I promised Chief of Staff Nuglajewski I was going to try real hard. So as you've seen a few of these come before you previously, pursuant to Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Chapter 2, Section 2, Subsection 1.8.4, on an annual basis, there will be a self-evaluation submitted by the President to the Chancellor, to the Chair, and to the Vice Chair as appropriate, that really discusses the annual evaluation and their performance for that year, following up also on goals set for the prior year. So in your materials before you today is President Dalby's annual evaluation. Part of this, as you might remember, you might just have recalled in December, we did a similar report trying to catch up on some of that process because of the transition. And then also, I wanted to complete this process with the presidents to also give Chancellor McNair clean slate, new goals for each of the years, and to get this back on cycle. So what I have before you and is in your materials is an update on Western Nevada College's progress towards goals. And similar to another institution, Western Nevada is completing a strategic planning cycle. And so this has been something, and I think I complimented President Dalby on his work because he also completed a Year 7 Northwest Commission accreditation. Those two, a strategic plan and the accreditation cycle, really do go hand in hand. And I think he strategically had all of those pieces together. So Western Nevada's strategic priority has much been focused on increasing the traditional student enrollment population, and he's been doing that through increasing CTE programs, increasing retention and persistent rates across the institution. That continues to be a strength of Western Nevada College. And then again, completing that year 7 report. And for all of the institutions that go through that process, it is arduous, it is challenging, and it is extremely stressful. So that visit culminated in April, and as President Dalby shared with you yesterday, he will be before the commission in July. So some of those recommendations aren't really finalized, or those recommendations, until that visit. So with that, he has also set forward some goals, and some goals were also set forward in consultation with the chair. So for personal goals, he is continuing to broaden his understanding and commitment to the AI environment, which we all know is just emerging and exploding around us. He continues to serve and will continue to serve as a board member for the Rural Community College Alliance, which is a very unique space for our rural colleges. Engaging, and one of the personal goals that you will see across all of the presidents is really to engage with the board in a systematic manner and exploring opportunities to showcase their institutions to all of you. His professional goals for 25 and 26 is to continue access and enrollment, maintaining his headcount population and increasing that with a goal of 4,000 students, and increasing the non-high school enrollments to 2,600. I know that was a goal that he set for himself last year and is continuing to make progress. Once that accreditation report is finalized, and I think he's already working on it, he is reviewing and prioritizing those recommendations received from the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities from their Spring 25 visit, and bringing together the stakeholders at Western, internal and external, to develop a new strategic plan which will come before this body. And then finalizing, or the final recommendation, or his goal for this year is, as we talked about yesterday, you are already starting your 2027 legislative process, and so he has been very committed to looking at the aging infrastructure at Western Nevada and looking at how he'll form his capital priorities, which is very, very important. So with that, I am asking and requesting your acceptance of this report and his personal and professional goals for 25-26, and stand ready for any questions for myself and/or President Dalby.
Thank you, Chancellor Charlton. I'll open the floor to any questions or comments from Regents regarding the report or goals.
Motion for approval.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. And second from Regent Del Carlo. Any other discussion? I just want to say go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just want to say this is a great report. He's a terrific president. I'm glad his students are thrilled he's staying on the campus. I've had talked not only with them but with his staff, and he's just done a great job with especially the enrollment, because as we all know, we're looking at that geographic cliff, but there's so much potential for enrollment. I say that to all the institutions, but it's been a game changer for WNC, because it was really on a slide. And in the, I think, 5 years you've been there now, that it's really turned around and come back. And then he has really strong connections with his business community and the outside the college, which really helps. And of those of you that in the Regents, if you haven't been to the Fire and Ice, it's going to be August 2nd this year. It's a heck of a party that the foundation throws every year, and really raises a lot of money. It's an awfully lot of fun. And who would think you could have just a great party in a library? But believe me, they transformed that library. It's amazing. So he's a lot of fun. I know he's sitting there laughing, but it's really nice when that president is just so approachable. And just the same thing in the elevator that student talked about, Dr. Pollard. I mean, he talks to his students. I mean, around campus, I've seen him in action. It's a pleasure. I'm really glad you're there. And
So
I
Regent
fully
Del Carlo, I
support.
don't think we've had a chance to hear our dad joke for this meeting, but I'm sure
I
it's
know.
coming.
We got to at least have one dad joke, please.
Yeah, I know. That's a great way to put President Dalby on the spot there. But I'm sure he has one just ready to go, probably. I want to echo a lot of what Regent Del Carlo said. You wear a lot of hats on your campus, and you do all of them very, very well. And I really do appreciate that you're still with us at WNC. Thank you for your continued dedication to that institution and to our system. Not only have you worn a lot of hats at WNC, you've worn a lot of hats throughout our own system. So thank you for that. Okay, Regent Del Carlo.
I'm sorry, I wrote it down and then I didn't look at my notes, but I just want to say too, how much I appreciate your involvement with the Association of Community College Trustees and AACC, American Association of Community Colleges. And then on top of that, you did mention the rule. He's on the board for the rule, and it's so important for all that. He not only goes to the legislative summit every February, goes on Capitol Hill. He's got great relationships with all of our delegation, the 6 people there. And your prison education program is going to do nothing but grow. Plus, you also attend and he presents a seminar every year at our Leadership Congress, which is October this year. So that's how I learned, going to those different, we have 150 seminars this New Orleans. So thank you for doing all that. It's above and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that, Regent Del Carlo. President Dalby is everywhere. Any other comments or questions? At this time, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. President Dalby.
So thank you, Chair Carvalho. I appreciate the comments from you and Regent DeCarlo and all the others. Thank you. It's my honor to serve as the president of Western Nevada College. And for those of you wondering what party goes on in our library, if you come down, you can check it out. That's the best I've got for a dad joke with a library. But it is our annual fundraiser. And yeah, it took a while on that one, you guys. Okay. That was not in there. I also want to just say real quick, and I think having done this twice in 6 months, I appreciate, where did she go? She's over there, Chancellor Charlton, putting this on a regular schedule, because I've done one in December, I think it was, to get it on track, and now it's June, and if it stays on track, I think it naturally lends a president in the 4-year contract to step into 1, 2, 3 years of reviews that step into the periodic, and I hope it works out that way. So I appreciate the work that's been done on that. Thank you, and I hope it continues. Thanks.
Thank you, and congratulations. Item number 20, Climate Survey on Power-Based Violence, Additional Data Analysis, Task Force Policy Recommendations, and Request for Climate Survey. And before we get to that item, I will give Vice Chair Downs a second for a disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I am an employee of NSHE. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. And before I go to Dr. Gunn, I do just want to make a clarification that the key demographic findings will be presented at a future meeting. And as you can see on the agenda, there are a few different items that are asked of the board to consider. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Elizabeth Gunn, Chair of the Task Force on Power-Based Violence at the Institutions of Higher Education.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present, Chair Carvalho, Regents, Presidents, and all. As Chair Carvalho mentioned, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Gunn. I serve as Dean of the School of Liberal Arts, Sciences, and Business at Nevada State University, but I'm here in my capacity as Chair of the Task Force on Power-Based Violence. As the Chair mentioned, there are 3 parts to this agenda item, and to situate the discussion, I'll begin with a brief overview of this item, and then give a few bullet points regarding the recent demographic survey, although that will be presented in full at a subsequent meeting, and then turn to the policy recommendation, and finally to a subsequent survey. So a brief overview of how we've arrived here today. This task force is comprised of experts across our institutions. all of whom serve as in a volunteer capacity, and they dedicate a breadth of expertise and time and energy to this task force. I wanted to acknowledge them for that very reason, as they bring a significant variety of lenses to the work we do, and we couldn't do this without them. So Ms. Linda King, General Counsel at NSHE, Erin Frock from TMCC, she represents the community colleges. Dr. Jose Melendrez, Interim Vice President for Diversity Initiatives at UNLV. Michelle Sposito, Equal Equity and Title IX at UNLV. Luis Bautista, a student from Nevada State University. Dr. Kavita Batra, Assistant Professor, Medical Research, Biostatistician at UNLV. And I'd like to also acknowledge, in a little bit more detail, Dr. Allison Netsky, who up until recently was serving as the Vice Dean of Clinical Affairs and Professor of Psychology at UNLV, who's recently assumed the interim dean role. And she's been with us for almost 4 years and has provided consistent and reliable feedback and presence to the task force. 2 members who serve as victims advocates, Tara Margisarian, Truckee Meadows, and Christina Hall from the Care Center at UNLV. 1 person or student who identifies as a victim of power-based violence, that's Ms. Lindy Walterbeck, undergraduate student at UNR. And someone who represents an organization governing fraternities and sororities, Mr. Jordan Fischetti at UNLV. And 1 person who represents student affairs, that's Dr. Stephanie Coleman, Vice President of Student Affairs at Nevada State University. And I wanted to mention them in full so you have an understanding of who is contributing to the recommendations today and the broad depth of expertise that they represent. A little bit more about the background of our power-based violence task force. The original task force was termed the Task Force on Sexual Misconduct. That was brought into existence through the 81st legislative session. In the subsequent legislative session, it was revised to the Task Force on Power-Based Violence. And then in fall 2023, we launched our first survey. Those are the initial original survey results that were presented here last summer and that are posted also on the NSHE website. Since then, we requested some sub-data from that original survey, and those are 3 additional institutional level reports from UNR, UNLV, and CSN. Those reports represent institutions who that had enough respondents to collect or rather to present data so that the data could remain anonymous, as well as a 4th report that has already been mentioned today that is a demographic report across institutions. Where there were significant results in the original 2023 survey, those results appear in the subsequent demographic survey. I was asked to just give a couple of high-level bullet points because the survey experts at the UNR Survey Center will be presenting those at a later date. And as we all understand, any instance of power-based violence is deeply worrisome and unacceptable. And also, and generally, most of the results were not statistically significant. A couple that I will highlight. So in the demographic survey that you all have in your materials, students at all institutions rated that campus leadership would likely perform specific behaviors, take the report seriously, make the report accessible to only those who are privy to the information, and take the steps needed to protect the person making the report. Additionally, students generally felt positive about their abilities to affect change and intervene on campuses in a situation of power-based violence. And generally, students across our institutions disagree with alcohol being associated with sexual opportunities. So that is a brief overview of how we've arrived to our policy recommendation and requesting support, your support for additional resources in an additional interinstitutional survey. Moving to that second part of this agenda item, policy recommendation. The task force recommends that the Board of Regents incorporate the definition of power-based violence as defined in Nevada Statute 396.125 into the board's policy against unlawful discrimination and harassment. Specifically, that is Title IV, Chapter 8, Section 14. And to provide context to how we've reached this recommendation for you all, throughout this March and April, NSHE Senior Associate General Counsel, who is also a member of the task force, and I met with Title IX coordinators across our institutions to confer with them per their experience about the definition of power-based violence. The most salient component of those discussions was if this term is indeed broad enough for the joint work of our various Title IX offices and the task force. The overwhelming consensus among the Title IX coordinators was yes, this term is appropriate. Additionally, Kelly Sherrado, Interim Human Resources Director at NSHE, presented to the task force on March 3rd regarding changes to the Title IX regulations that became effective on August 1st, 2024. And so with that, I'll provide a friendly reminder of the definition that we're requesting that you all consider. And in advance of this definition, on May 1st, the task force voted unanimously to make this recommendation to you all. And so the definition reads from Nevada statute, power-based violence means any form of interpersonal violence intended to control, intimidate, or harm another person through the assertion of power over one person. The term includes, without limitation, the following: dating violence, domestic violence, family violence, gender-based violence, violence based on sexual orientation or gender identity or expression, sexual assault, sexual harassment, sexual exploitation, stalking, or observing another person who is naked or engaging in sexual activity without their consent, including without limitation, voyeurism. And so with that, I'll pause with that policy recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Gunn. I'll open up the floor for any regents. Yes, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. I appreciate the presentation, and the policy recommendation is really just to ensure that NRS code is embedded in NSHE policy. Aside from that, in terms of policy, is there anything else that, any other recommendations that would help support Title IX offices at our institutions?
Certainly, I appreciate the question. I'm sure our Title IX officers do as well. At this time, this is the one recommendation that we're prepared to put forward. I imagine others may come as we continue to collaborate with our Title IX officers and do this work. I would not want to speak on their behalf, other than on this one specific item on which we've collaborated for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to take each of these separately as two separate motions. So at this time, I would ask for a motion to approve the policy recommendation to the Board of Regents to incorporate the definition of power-based violence as defined in NRS 396.1285 into the board's policy against unlawful discrimination and harassment.
So moved.
I have a motion from Regent Gokachia and a second from Regent Fernandez. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. So the second request is the task force's request for it to create and administer a second system-wide climate survey on power-based violence during the fall 2026 semester to the extent funds are available as determined by the Chancellor and the Chief Financial Officer, and the board to authorize the Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer to confirm whether funding is available to the task force chair prior to the task force's next meeting. Is there a motion or any discussion regarding this item?
Some discussion, Chair. Dr. Gunn, thank you so much. I think this work is incredibly important, so appreciate your efforts on an ongoing basis. I had a couple of questions. As someone who's worked for many years with survivors of sexual abuse, what is the what guarantees of anonymity are made to students? I was concerned. I have several questions. Were you happy with the level of participation? And is there any concern that students may fear that their responses are not anonymous, given the extreme fear I've certainly seen this in my own work with survivors of sexual abuse feeling that they could be revealed to their friends and family in the community.
Absolutely. That's such an important understanding in this work. First of all, your question regarding the outcome of the fall 2023 survey. Nevada is among 11 or 12, if I recall correctly, states that are undertaking this important work. And so we're forerunners in this area in the interinstitutional surveys. And with that in mind, we learned something from that survey, and we also are planning on refining some best practices on when we release the survey. The survey was released late in the fall semester. We would release that earlier for a better response rate. And also now students who are still in our institutions will have some familiarity with the survey, especially after the understanding of the anonymity that's guaranteed, as well as the earnest work that we're doing to make progress with the information gained from the surveys. Regarding anonymity, we work closely with the UNR Survey Center. Also, we have experts on the task force who understand and went at length to ensure anonymity for the students who participate in the survey. It is repeated numerous times throughout the survey. And also numerous times throughout the survey, students are reminded that they can opt out on any page at any time. And so that's a recurring feature in the survey. When reporting results, the experts at the UNR Survey Center, again, deep knowledge about this, did not report results where any identifiable information could be known. For example, the survey results that you all have today are from 3 institutions where there were enough respondents that the students could remain de-identified. The number of respondents from the other institutions was not great enough to report those results. And so I think that's a good example of how we're protecting students' anonymity.
Thank you for that. And what would be the purpose of the follow-up, the second phase? Can you just address that?
Absolutely. Well, to continue to keep with the great momentum that this important work has, as well as gain further insight into students' responses, attitudes, perceptions of power-based violence across our institutions. And pending the additional data, that would inform our recommendations to the board regarding programming, resources, interinstitutional collaborations, memoranda of understandings with community partners. And so before we're prepared to do that, we believe we need another round of data to best inform what we bring to you all by way of those kinds of recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Regent Giancarlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, and thank you for this extensive report. I noticed there was only 3 institutions that had measurable data. So that means there wasn't enough of a response, correct? And so can you just, maybe it was in the briefing, we've had this stuff for over 2 weeks, so.
Absolutely.
I don't remember if does it go to every full-time student, part-time student? Who exactly does it go to? And how many, is it up to the institution to give them the reminders? Because we certainly had enough data from UNR, UNLV, and CSN, so thank you to those 3 institutions. So how do we get more participation from the others?
So absolutely. So the reminders for the 2023 survey originated from the through collaboration with the NSHE office and, excuse me, the great IT professionals in collaboration with the UNR Survey Center. Those were pushed to the respective institutions in collaboration with the institutions. The institutions whose sub-reports you will have today have generally more student enrollment, and so it's more likely that more students will respond just based on numbers. Students from all institutions did respond, and that was included in the 2023, the spring 2024 survey results. So there is data from every institution. To increase participation for the fall 2026 survey, in addition to launching the survey before the Thanksgiving break, which would be our aim based on best practice and reviewing the timing of our distribution, we would also be working with our institutions to incentivize participation. Something as simple as gift cards, drawing for gift cards or swag might work to encourage participation.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, Regent Goodman.
Thank you for your work. And I'm just asking this because I'm involved in this space and I don't want it to cloud the incredible work you've done. But I do have a question. Right now, we have women in locker rooms and transgender women are allowed to be in locker rooms as well. Is there any sensitivity to women that perhaps might feel uncomfortable or feel that kind of anxiety or just, you know, that sense, is there a sensitivity to that for our women who are in locker rooms with transgender women? Are you looking into any of that, or is that something that they can report? Because I see that as something that could be a slippery slope. I just want to ask the question.
Well, any student can report any kind of reporting is open to all students. Students, all of our students have access to those resources, to our Title IX offices, to our care team offices, and to the vast array of student support services across our campus. Regarding the specific survey, it asks students to identify, and also those, given the quantity of respondents, those could be de-identified. If there's not enough per the previous question, we wouldn't do that to protect a reporter's anonymity.
Thank you. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to create and administer a second system-wide climate survey based on survey on power-based violence during the fall 2026 semester to the extent that funds are available.
Motion as stated.
Thank
Motion as
you,
stated.
Regent Ariscada, for that motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Regent McGrath. Thank you. At this time, I'll take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
We
you
look
all.
forward to hearing more. Item number 21, Annual Evaluation Summary for President Kamut Acharya at DRI. And it appears that Chancellor Charlton is coming up to the mic, so we can go right to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members of the board. For the record, Patty Charlton, former interim chancellor. So again, as I mentioned just a few short moments ago, this is the second presidential annual evaluation. And this evaluation actually is a little bit different for both President Acharya and President Sandoval. The time frame is going to be a little bit different because, as you might recall, both of them participated in the periodic presidential evaluation in which they submitted their self-evaluations in fall of '23, and we worked through that process. So first, let me just highlight a few things of President Acharya, and please don't blush. So he has been extremely successful with the institution overall. Key success areas has been in the growth of his partnerships and collaborations with the Department of Defense and Department of Energy, which has really resulted in expansion of grant funding, in which they had an amazing, successful year, which also has contributed to increase in direct cost recovery, as well as exceeding grant targets significantly. In addition, DRI has focused, and this was a part of his periodic evaluation, is he really wanted to stretch into expanding philanthropic efforts. And this past year, they have had a 189% increase in donor funds and donor support to DRI, and it could not be at a better time in our environment. When you look at the institutional metrics and corresponding targets, you actually heard his metrics presentation at your March meeting. DRI is a little bit different, doesn't have the same level of metrics. They focus on a different subset because they don't have students enrolled in classes. DRI sets forth 15 different metrics that are coincide with their strategic plan. The strategic plan actually goes through 2027, and at the close of the calendar year of '24, 7 of those goals were met or exceeded far by 100% for the entire time frame that they had projected. An additional 5 have met or exceeded 80%, and all of them are on track to be met, exceeded prior to the end of the strategic plan. Additionally, under President Acharya's leadership, he continues to partner strongly across all of the NSHE institutions, including providing internship opportunities to NSHE's community colleges and to Nevada State University. He also has set forward personal and professional goals for 25-26, and the first is personal goals include attending conferences, seminars, and symposiums on research targets that DRI is expanding into. He is often called upon as well to engage with organizations and businesses, and he is often a speaker at many conferences and events and on the national, local, and regional level. And similar to the other President Dalpy, he will also be continuing to engage with the board in a systematic manner so that you can learn all that you can about DRI and all the great things that they have going on. For professional goals for 25-26, he will continue to provide leadership to DRI in this new reality and the challenges that are faced in federal funding. His second professional goal is to facilitate the planning of a 5-year external review that will encompass a 5 to 10-year research vision for DRI. This visioning exercise will include 3 to 5 national experts and will really set the course for where DRI is heading. Third, he will evaluate the identification of opportunities for private sector and private foundations to really close that gap in funding challenges that are being met and really stretch the wings for DRI. And then finally, he's looking into areas to expand into new focuses for DRI's research portfolio in the area of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and wildfires. So with that, I stand ready for any questions or comments for President Acharya.
Thank you, Chancellor Charlton. Regent Goodman.
Just a comment, I think you do an incredible job. I think your leadership is exceptional, and the things that are happening at DRI are not only incredible for our community, our country, but our world. So I'm very grateful for all the work you're doing and just how you lead the team over there. It's been wonderful to watch your work, and with that, I would like to move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. So there is a motion from Regent Goodman, a second from Regent Arascata. Any other discussion?
Ma'am.
I'm going to go to
Sure.
Regent Del Carlo, then Regent Brown, then Regent Boylan.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just want to echo Regent Goodman's comments. It's a pleasure to go to any of your events or campuses because you feel it. I mean, I'm one of these management by walking around kind of people. You can feel the vibes, and the vibes are great. And I really appreciated the wildfire conference you had last year because where I live, that is a huge problem. And it was 2021 when we could hardly breathe up here with all the forest fires. And this summer started out really fast, and we're going to really probably have a lot of wildfires this year. But your leadership is incredible. What you're doing is incredible. And I'd say just keep up the good work. So many people don't know you're in 7 continents. And I tell people that all the time. It's amazing, 7 continents. And you're in Reno and Las Vegas. And it's amazing work. And thank you to all your scientists and all your staff. And your lobbyist, I know she does a terrific job, Tracy does, going back to, we've run into her with community colleges when I'm back. She's usually back there getting those grants and stuff. So you've got a well-oiled team, and you have a terrific foundation leader, too, that's been a big part of that. Kristen Porter. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I just want to first thank you and your team for all the work that you do in the community. It's not just the grants that you get. It's not just the incredible research that will change and make our futures better, but you're actually helping the students today, and the Green Case program is really special. And the fact that you guys take the time to come in and show us and train the trainers and help the students, it really just makes sure that STEM and research is getting in front of students when they're most curious. So I just want to thank you and your staff for making sure that that's a priority. I also know that you've expanded grant funding, and when I first got on the board, I said, DRI is our best kept secret, and I don't feel that anymore. I still think you're incredible, but I think a lot more people know about it, and I love being an advocate for you guys and talk about it because it is special, and everything you touch will make our future better, and I think to echo Regent Del Carlo, I think it's special that we get to say that it's Nevada and homegrown, and so, thank you.
Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. I had the opportunity to go visit Dr. Acharya and his DRI place. Everything fascinated me, and I was impressed really by your personnel. I heard there was someone there who had been working there for 35 years, and then I'm told there was another who's 40 years, and then there was another who's been there 50 years. Now that can only mean good leadership. Otherwise, when someone comes in, people start taking off, depending upon how lousy the person is in their leadership skills. So that was, besides all the scientific stuff going on and all the nice views from up there, I was so impressed with these numbers that the personnel have still stayed around. Says a lot for you, Dr. Acharya. Keep on punching. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you as well for addressing a lot of the most pressing climate issues that we see here in Southern Nevada and throughout, Southern Nevada, Northern Nevada and Southern Nevada, the entire state and throughout the world. What your researchers do is incredible, and that's a testament to your leadership to be able to give them the opportunities to do what they do. And your leadership does shine through. I agree that your people admire you and support you as their leader. And so I'm very much in favor of your evaluation. Thank you. So at this time, we have a motion and a second. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Next, we will move to item number 22, Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Revision of Student Health Insurance Fees. And before I go to CFO Vitone, Vice Chair Downs has a disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I have a daughter who is a student at UNR. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. And I will also make a disclosure that pursuant to NRS 281A.420, I'm disclosing that a member of my household and I are students at UNLV, and I pay registration fees for both. However, at this time, neither of us utilize university-provided health insurance. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the information presented in the agenda item. Therefore, I will be voting in this matter. CFO Vitone.
Thank you, Chair. Regents, Chris Fatone, Chief Financial Officer for the record. Item 22 is your annual update of the health fees and health insurance fees. This is an item that comes every year in June, unlike all your other fee items that you hear in December, and that's just due to the timing of the health insurance renewals. The item this year, you have a request from UNR for an update to their health service fees, and then just the annual updates to the student health insurance. The student health insurance is mandatory insurance for the graduate programs, graduate and professional schools, and some UNLV is adding some undergraduate health programs this year in the request as well. These are rates that are set by the carriers, negotiated through a broker on behalf of the system. Each of the groups are rated separately, and that's why you see some different rates for the different categories. Those rates are set by the carriers. They're passed through directly, so that the system is just processing those rates directly through to the students at cost there. There are options for those mandatory programs for the students that do have separate coverage to waive out of the mandatory fees, and that's a process that's handled at each institution at each enrollment period. So with that, I'll stop and ask if you have any questions or request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for CFO Vitone? Regent Del Carlo.
To Chair Carvalho, Chris, do you guys get bids, competitive bids every time this comes up every year, or do you just stay with the same carrier and these are their rate increases?
The broker was bid several years ago. The broker then handles the bids from the carrier each year and works with them on that. So it is negotiated. It's just through the broker.
Okay, is that like yearly
Yes.
or every 3 years or what?
Annually.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question on pages 3 and 4 of the information, which would be the first and second pages of the new P&G manual. For UNR, it looks like the student health and accident insurance is going down slightly. Is that correct? I see Dean Kemmelmeyer green background. I just want to ensure that that is correct. The formatting of those 2 pages is just a little odd, so I just want to be sure that that is correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. So at this time, I will ask
Chair.
for a motion.
Question?
Oh, yes, please, Regent Ariscata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the increase of insurance, with the increase of fees, will there also be an increase in services provided at each health center?
Regent Scott, if you're referring to the health service fee for UNR, I would ask if the campus would like to answer that.
And I did see Dr. Hug English. There she is.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho, Regents. For the record, Cheryl Hug English, Director of the Student Health Center at UNR. This is to keep us whole, not to expand services. We are hoping to continue to provide the broad scope of services we currently have.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. And it was just something I thought, should be pointed out because I don't know if everyone's had the opportunity, who's here in the meeting to take a look at what the increases are. And I'm saying this because as a whole, we try to keep costs low, specifically for students, especially when we're talking about healthcare. And I would say additionally, if there's a mental health component to that. But it looks like the fee raises for graduate, undergraduate, international students, the raise itself is the same across those 3, bodies of students. And then the cost for 2025 went up $5 from 24. It'll go up another, let's say $10.26. By the time we get to 28, it looks like it goes up about $28. And so it would be a $28 increase over the course of the next 4 or 5 years. Is that a fair way of taking a look at what the cost increase are?
Regent Brooks, apologize. Are you referring to the UNR health center fee?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was looking at the UNR page, but then even when we were taking a look at some of the other institutions, like UNOV, the fees do go up, but they're nominal over a course of 4 or 5 years.
Regent Brooks, Chris Vitone. Yeah, I think you see in both cases, the campuses chose to publish the schedule several years out for that purpose, for predictability, and to plan for a nominal increase annually.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I would say that the UNLV health insurance fee is a fairly large increase, but I recognize that there is a lot inflation happens, and unfortunately, health insurance is, goes along with that as well. President Heavey, did you want to speak to that?
Sure. Chris Heavey, interim president of UNLV, for the record. We were surprised as well by the large increase that came from the broker, and we did solicit bids from other insurance carriers, and this was still the lowest bid. And to clarify in relation to Regent Brooks's comment, the external insurance is through the broker, and therefore we're at the will of those prices. It's the lowest price we could get. It's only required for graduate and international students. Undergraduates are not required. The mental health fee is one that we control, and that was previously passed by the board, and it has a smaller increment because those are services that are provided internally by UNLV, and so we have much more control over the mental health fee cost than we do over the ultimate student health insurance cost.
Thank you. So this is an item for possible action, so I would entertain a motion.
Motion for approval.
Thank you, Regent Ariscada. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Regent Batista. Any other discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Item number 23, code and handbook revisions for hazing. And before we go to that, Vice Chair Downs has a disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I have a daughter who is a student at UNR. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. And for this, I will go to Chief General Counsel James Martinez.
Good morning. Thank you. Jimmy Martinez for the record. This is a housekeeping matter to bring board handbook policies in compliance with federal law. In the end of 2024, Congress enacted the Stop Campus Hazing Act. That act provides a federal definition of hazing and also requires campuses to start reporting incidents of hazing as part of the Clery Act. At this point, there was a working group put together. Carrie Parker from our office did a tremendous job getting coordination throughout the whole system to ensure everybody was on board with these changes. And these changes will bring us into compliance. And at this point, we just appreciate your support in getting to a level of compliance.
Thank you. I'll open it up for discussion. Regent Goodman.
I move for approval.
Thank you. I have a motion from Regent Goodman and a second from Regent Del Carlo. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 24, Personnel Session Employment Agreement, President Darian Pollard from Nevada State University. I will go to Chancellor McNair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will defer to Jimmy Martinez.
Good morning again. Jimmy Martinez for the record. This is, so yesterday you heard the evaluation for President Pollard. This is the action item to approve the contract that is in your backup material for President Pollard. You have a summary of contract terms in your backup material, but just to go over a brief review of the key points. It maintains the president's current base salary. It is a 4-year contract term. It does entitle the president to COLA that is specifically approved by the legislature to the extent funded by the legislature. Now, this is something that we started doing with presidents a couple of years ago, and we've maintained that consistency. The car allowance, housing allowance, and host account are all in compliance with the board policies. And what we have done is, that has been recommended by the board in several of these contracts, is we maintained consistent language with respect to termination for or without cause provisions. This what you will see is a termination without cause provision that is consistent with a renewal contract, and as such, it's a kind of a sliding scale, if you will, on terms of payouts in those instances. Happy to answer any other questions with respect to the contract terms.
Thank you very much. Regent Del Carlo.
I have no questions. I'd just like to make a motion for approval of the contract.
Thank you very much. So I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo and a second from Regent Boylan. Any other discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Congratulations, President Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Darian Pollard for the record. I just wanted to offer a couple comments and tremendously grateful for this moment and the colleagues I have the privilege of working with. April 29th, 2021, I sat in a seat not dissimilar from this one and promised to lead Nevada State with integrity, vision, and tenacity, inviting and perhaps even challenging a few of you to watch me work. That moment came just as I learned about my father's passing while interviewing with the board, and then also navigating a few questions about my qualifications for this role. So today, as we approach Father's Day, I am acutely aware that this milestone is bookended by my father as well. My most ardent protector and fiercest champion. I feel his presence even as I sit here today. The most sacred lessons of my life were gifts from him, shaping the way that I approach this presidency. My unwavering belief in the mission of delivering high-quality, accessible, life-changing education, my father. My audacious refusal to play small, my father. My deep sense of connection to others in both word and deed, my father. My commitment to elevated expectations and unwavering support for my colleagues, my father. And my visceral bond with our students, our faculty, our staff, our alumni, and supporters of mission-driven organizations, that too is my father. So 4 years later, I have been inspired by the people I work alongside, the students we have had the privilege to serve, and the community that we have claimed. And I've become more both fully Paul's oldest daughter and a higher education leader. So hearkening back to how I started, I invite you to continue to watch Nevada State University work. I suspect the university's best days lie ahead. So thank you, Daddy, and happy Father's Day to those who are celebrating, and thank you to the board for your support.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. All right, we will move on to item number 25, athletics and financial reports for UNLV, UNR, CSN, and TMCC. And for this, I will go to CFO Chris Fatone.
Good morning again, Chair Chris Fatone, for the record. This item is an item requested as a follow-up from your March meeting when you received the annual athletic reports from the institutions. And during the course of the presentations and questions, there were some concerns about some of the financial reports and some of the historical information provided. Following the meeting, I worked with the campuses. We had a couple of meetings with all 4 institutions and worked with them to revisit their we looked at in the package of different financial reports that are included in those annual reports. We focused in on the schedule that showed 5 years of historical actual information and 5 years of projections, and focused on that because I think there were some questions about some of the prior period numbers in at least one of the reports, and also around some of the FY24 numbers. And so thought it was best to focus on that one so that we could cover the 5 years historical actual, review those, have the campuses go back and validate those, and then also looking at their projections and taking the opportunity to update those, taking into consideration any new information since the reports were initially prepared, thinking about their enrollment growth, the fee increase proposals that you had from a couple of them, and that sort of thing. So we did work with them, looked at, went over kind of the sources of information that are going into the report, making sure all the campuses were considering the same accounts and revenue sources, so talking about gift revenues, endowment spending distributions, their direct athletic revenues and expenses, but also some indirect campus support, and just going through to make sure everybody was taking into consideration the same information and putting that together. We also spent some time, I included in the cover memo for you, a summary of the UNR and UNLV state appropriation for intercollegiate athletics, because I know there was some question about the difference between the two and the increase. So just wanted you to be able to see kind of the main categories of expenses that are covered by those appropriations and how they were the same or different over the past 5-year period. I didn't include here the 25 and 26. Those budgets, as closed in the current legislative cycle, follow the trend of FY24. Well, actually, I guess FY25's current biennium. 26 is under the one just closed, but they follow the same trend. So I think I mentioned in the memo there was some variability that occurred over the period of the COVID years when budgets were being, when the campuses were handling budget adjustments from their appropriation adjustments, but also managing how they were allocating COVID relief funds to backfill certain expenses and use existing resources for others. The similarity or the stability you see is really in this schedule was from FY20 and FY24, and then you see it again continue in 25 and 26, where the main difference between the two appropriations is in their operation and maintenance category that's based on their specific facility, athletic facilities, and that amount is determined as part of the biennial process with each campus handling their total square footage distribution across their formula budgets and non-formula budgets, and just distributing operation and maintenance expense across them based on their total expenditures in what's called a recharge process on the state appropriations. So that was the work we did. Included in the package for you is each campus athletics report's 10-year schedule, updated, as I mentioned, based on the work that we went through with them, including their projections. And I know representatives from the campus are here to answer any questions you may have on those, so I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll open it up for discussion. Regent Arascata?
CFO Batone, did you just mention that it was due to square footage was the state appropriation difference?
With the main difference in appropriations being operation and maintenance category of expense, and that is based on the campus's operation and maintenance expenses as a whole and the square footage across their formula and non-formula appropriations, yes.
When was the last time square footage was compared or done or completed?
The campus,
is it for athletics or is it for campus?
Chris Fatone, for the record, the campuses update their square footage for all campus space each biennial period as part of the biennial budgeting process. So the allocation to the non-formula appropriation is based on the space in that non-formula appropriation.
So it's the entirety of the campus square footage of the campus buildings and space utilized?
For the campus budgets as a whole, yes, and the appropriation, it's specific to that appropriation. So for athletics, it's specific to athletics. But the process is the same for the campus budget as a whole.
Okay. So it's the campus's responsibility to provide that square footage number to you?
Chris Fatone, yeah, for the record, yes. So the campuses prepare that square footage information and provide it through the biennial budgeting process to us, through to the governor's office and legislative council bureau as part of the annual process, yes.
And that's required yearly or biennial?
Biennially, yes.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Other discussion? Thank you for bringing forward this, these enhanced, revised reports for each of the athletics departments. I know that there were a lot of questions, and I know that it's been it's been a lift for you to make sure that you have comparable information for each of the institutions, and I appreciate each of them coming forward and giving the board the information that we were we desire to see. So, thank you, Regent Brown.
Regent Brown, for the record, I just had a quick clarification for my colleague, Regent Erscata. So what I think it's important to know when you're looking at these numbers as far as square footage is concerned is that, yes, it is the athletic square footage available to all the institutions, but for example, UNLV's square footage, Allegiant Stadium is not included in that, and I do believe, and President Sandoval can correct me, when they get their new stadium, that square footage will not be included. So we will see different allocations from state funding for square footage for athletics in the future.
Thank you, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. Thank you. We appreciate the report. I had a question that I wanted to revisit with you, and it had to do with how institutions are reporting. And my question is there an opportunity to take a look at the way institutions are reporting to make sure that as we're getting the reports, everything in terms of how money is allocated within their various departments and tracked is in uniform, so that everybody's reporting the same way?
Chris Fatone, for the record. Regent Brooks, thanks for the question. I think the answer to the question is each report has, not all reports are prepared the same way. So depending on the report, there's different reports we would need to use to prepare the information being reported to you. What I'm working with my staff on is trying to work on getting to a point where most reports, if not all, that are campus budget reports are based on reports coming out of our financial system, Workday, in such a way that we can run the report centrally, because there is consistency in how our chart structure, our financial reporting structure is created in the system. We are working on standardizing the use of the structure so that all the reports can flow and be prepared centrally, or at least extracted from the system in a central fashion and then shared with the campuses for validation and context before reporting. So we do a mix of that now, where certain items are more easily pulled centrally for validation, but certain other ones are more difficult to do that way and require the campuses to actually provide the information in the first place. And then we work with them to review and validate and understand that information as best we can before presenting it.
Thank you. Regent Brooks again for the record. So just for clarification, there's a process that you're working on, but some of that in terms of consistency specifically with how things are being reported, it sounds like a portion of that has to come, it starts with the institution themselves in terms of how they're delivering information to you. And then once you and your office gets it, then there's a way that you're working to make sure that things are consistent. Is that?
Yes, thank you for that much clearer summary than what I tried to say. I think I would offer that this athletics report is probably one of our more challenging because it is including both direct departmental revenues and expenses and campus support that is not necessarily handled the same way across the institutions. So being able to aggregate this data is one of the more challenging in comparison to your more familiar quarterly or your quarterly exception reports, the annual budget to actuals and that sort of thing. So the more standard budget reports that we're presenting to you are the things that the system's designed to report on more consistently and be able to pull centrally and validate. But this one in particular, because of the nature of it, is one that's more challenging.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. So it sounds like there's some challenges here, but certainly you and your office is on top of trying to enhance the way that reporting gets back to the board through various filters that you're going to deploy to make sure that everything is consistent by the time it gets to the board.
Yeah, yes, I would agree with that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Regent Del Carlo? No? Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that report. We appreciate you bringing that forward again. We'll move on to item number 26, Annual Athletics Report for UNLV. And for this, I will turn it to President Heavey.
Thank you, Interim President Chris Heavey. For the record, delighted today, or happy today, to be back in front of you to report the UNLV, share the UNLV athletics report. As I said at my first meeting, just a few days after becoming officer in charge, this was an area that I wasn't as familiar with, but I've been spending a lot of time working with AD Harper to learn about our athletic programs and their funding and their future. I will just say a few comments of context before handing it over to AD Harper for delivering the report. I think it goes without saying that the athletics environment right now in Division I is extremely turbulent and difficult for almost all D1 institutions to navigate, with the various changing things that have major implications for how we operate. With that being said, really proud of what our student athletes are doing in the classroom and on the field. And we are making sure that we're trying to be in line with the kind of issues that Regent Brooks raised to make sure that we bring our structure of reporting our financials and understanding the ins and outs of all of the details of the reportings in a way that we're fully confident in the data that we provide and that we are building a sustainable pathway forward. And with that, I will hand it over to AD Harper to share the UNLV athletics report. Thank you.
Good morning. Eric Harper, Director of Athletics, for the record. UNLV Athletics has continued with this vision and mission to push a growth mindset to provide the best we can for our student athletes on an everyday basis, on campus and in competition and in the community. As well as Thomas and Mack Senior Center continues to work diligently in a very competitive market to secure multi-year commitments for events looking for a home to host in Las Vegas. TMC was recently turned into the largest temporary Starbucks in the world, with 14,000 attendees per day, Monday through Wednesday of this week. Our primary focus continues to be the student athlete experience and what we can do to enhance their lives daily through our student athlete first mentality. As Dr. Heavey said, the landscape of college athletics has changed dramatically over the last several years, and we continue to try to be as nimble and as fluid as possible in working towards keeping athletics at a high level. At this time at UNLV, some of the most influential community members are committed to supporting our mission and our vision to help our student athletes. It's not traditional support, but they have done it in a very, very strong way to help us be competitive. As Dr. Heavey mentioned a moment ago about the academic success of our student athletes, they've continued to excel in the classroom with a 3.3 cumulative GPA in the spring, second highest ever, 88% graduation rate. 6 of the 17 teams had set GPA records, and 80 of our student athletes went into spring commencement in the spring of 24. Continued a high level of community service, 3,218 hours of community service, worked with the UNLV Food Pantry, as well as Nevada Reading Week. 6 conference titles, historic football season. Women's basketball completed a three-peat in 24 in the regular season and Mountain West Tournament Championships. We had 4 conference players of the year, and we had 2 coaches make Coach of the Year accolades. We continue to have priorities of graduating our leaders, as our student athletes as leaders, win championships and excel in all that they do, the student athlete experience, promote the academic success of our student athletes for career readiness for life after sport, and focus in on their health and wellness. Our student athletes have achieved at a very high level, and I couldn't be more prouder of them. And we want to continue intercollegiate athletics at UNLV, and we must double down on the momentum that we have. The athletic department at Thomas and Mack Center's vision has helped develop an outstanding culture with our student athletes, coaches, and staff, and community members that all want to be a part of. Thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Athletic Director Harper. Open it up for questions and comments. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. First, I want to thank President Hebe, AD Harper, and all the staff that have met with me several times between now and the last quarterly meeting. I know I've been pretty vocal on previous reports, but I have to say that the way in this new style of showing a little bit more transparency and the thought process and opening up line items, I really appreciate this. And I would just say that I look forward to working with you guys and continuing to monitor this. And I also think my colleague said this earlier, but I think there's an opportunity from an NSHE standpoint to create consistency across the system on what we are asking and not just asking our institutions to tell us your story. So that's something that we can do. And that's not just for athletics. That was for reporting. That was for, I've said it for a couple other issues too, right? We've got different types of institutions, you know, and we have to come up with some kind of systematic so we can actually have consistency. But I think for me personally, I really just appreciate all the hard work you guys have put into, and I'm satisfied with these numbers, and I think I have a clearer picture of where you guys are going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Ariscotta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. AD Harper, yes, thank you for a lot of the improvements and the collaboration between all of us. It's been extremely improved, to say the least. One of the items I would just want to focus on is the projected ticket sales. You're impressively stating it's going to skyrocket 65% for over a duration of 5 years, from 7.9 million in ticket sales for 2024 up to a projected 13 million in 2029. Is that specific for football, or is that cumulative between all athletics?
All of athletic. Eric Harper, for the record, that is cumulative for all sports.
Okay. But I think it somewhat corresponds with the marketing, sales, and promotion expenses that you all have stated is going to increase from 3 million to 6.4 million. Is that?
Marketing, promotions, and royalties at this time, Eric Harper, for the record, I'm sorry. Royalties with one of our new apparel contracts now, we're going to be producing more for retail. So, and we're getting more requests as it relates to utilizing the UNLV logo on apparel locally for sales. So that'll help in our royalties.
Okay. I'm going to segue off of what you just mentioned. You mentioned that the notable expense drivers for student athlete insurance, that's also going to be difficult, which we just discussed. But also on one of your footnotes, there's a $400,000 Nike expense contract. Is the University of Nevada, Las Vegas paying Nike?
We have to pay for, Eric Harper, for the record, I'm sorry. We do have to pay for some product as it relates to Nike. We have we just signed a new deal, so we do have some expense with Nike we get some as it relates to comp, and then we get some other as well, but we do have to pay for our Nike apparel.
I was somewhat shocked by that because I was under the understanding when you have a sponsorship from athletic wear, regardless if it's shoes or shirts or sweatshirts, that the majority of it is provided free of charge from the provider.
Eric Harper, for the record, a lot of the apparel companies have started to pull back on as much as they provide and actually charge us for that now. And it's and we do the best we can through things that are not needed. We do a better job of our equipment staff does a great job of utilizing what we have to not over order. And then when we do have things left over, we do have our biannual merchandise sale.
Okay. Thank you. Also, I'm going to just kind of jump around if I may, please. The projected ticket sales, I went over that. On page 28, some of the biggest jumpers for the fiscal year of 26, as I mentioned, the marketing, promotions, and royalties, from that 3.7 to 5.5. You touched upon that it's going to be a $2 million increase, and you somewhat explained it. But the investment income for 2025 is 14.5 million, and in 2026 it's going to decrease by 5 million, because in the previous 3 years it shows a trend between 1.5 and 2 million. I'm just trying to figure out why it's skyrocketing up in 2025 to 4.5 million when it was at a previous balance, a previous trend of 1.5 to 2 million.
So you're looking at FY '25 to FY '26?
Yeah, give me 1 second to go back to it. Okay. Oh, where was I? Page 28. I apologize, I just had it. There we go. There it is.
Yeah.
Did you all find it before me?
Yes. Regent Ariscotti, Elise Bunkowski, interim CFO, UNLV.
Thank
So, is what we did was in prior years, that was the institutional support number of investment income at the 1.5 million.
There it is. Okay.
Yep, and then you'll see in '24, that commitment had actually expired with previous administration. So that's why in '24, they did not get that investment income transfer in. FY '25 is our projection to make sure that we hold the current deficit as is. So that's where we're estimating we'll transfer in 14.5. Moving forward, we're trying to find the right level of institutional support. So is what we're going to do for '26 is $3 million in general improvement fee support, $5 million in investment income, and then $5 million from the transfer in of the Sam Boyd Stadium.
Okay.
So then you'll see, because we don't have that Sam Boyd transfer anymore, it will go back up in '27.
That's what I meant right there. The Sam Boyd transfer. Okay.
Yep. So we're just trying to find the sweet spot of institutional support. So that's our estimates.
And also that Sam Boyd Stadium square footage will also be removed from.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me go back to my notes. And revenue increase. The revenue increase was 24 to 25 was 15 million in the following year. Expenses have still been around 3 million in general improvements, and 5 million investment income, 5 million from Sam Boyd Stadium, 13 million from replacing last year's 15 million. Then going forward, it's 9.5 and 12.5 million. Okay.
Yeah, so total transfers in, we're going to hopefully sustain around 13 million. That's our goal for, so FY '26 is the 13.5, FY '27 is 13.1 roughly, and then it will start to go down based off of the revenue generation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. Let me see if I have one more question. No, but I do have a compliment. Yesterday, the onset of yesterday's meeting, I believe it was agenda item 10.1 was our 10.1 was our minutes from our previous meeting. On page 49 of 75 of that, then officer in charge, Hebe, you made a statement and you said that you'll return with plans in place to close the deficit and commitment to developing a plan showing progress to reduce the deficit. I know you have copious amounts of footnotes throughout this report. There's a lot of footnotes, more footnotes than the report itself. do you all feel that those plans in place will be able to come to fruition? Or do you feel that those are somewhat a hope?
Chair Carvalho, if I just may jump in for a second, Regent Scott, just a caution, for open meeting law purposes, we're on, before you is the approval of the annual athletics report for UNLV, and to the extent it that your question, Regent Scott, relates to this report, I think that's within the scope of this agenda item, but if we go beyond that, I think it would be outside of the scope of this agenda item.
Thank you, Counselor. Let me rephrase the question. There's numerous items on your footnotes that state the ability to assist with the budgetary issues that you all have and the significant deficit. And with those footnotes, there are plans in place in which you stated are going to come to be utilized in a hope that the removal or the reduction of that current budget is going to be set and get it back in the black.
Thank you for the question, Regent Eriscata. Yes, I would say that we have been working very hard to put in place a plan and about how to make sure that we can have a sustainable level of institutional support for our athletic program. As I said in my opening remarks, it's an extraordinarily dynamic environment. And as A.D. Harper reported in the last report, the discussion of this report in March, more than 90% of schools are providing institutional support. It's a very small number of schools who are revenue positive in athletics. And so we think we are on a sustainable trajectory, but it's something that we are evaluating on a continuous basis. And it gets into even the issues of, for example, the conference realignment and the lawsuit that's resulted between the Mountain West and the Pac-12, and the settlement that would come to that, and the revenues that have been committed to UNLV as part of our commitment to stay in the Mountain West Conference. And actually, President Sandoval is even more up to speed on those issues than I am, because he's been part of that story from the beginning. So what I would say in summary is that we're operating in a very volatile and dynamic environment, but we feel good about the trajectory that we're on, and we will evaluate it on a continuous basis to make sure that we have a sustainable plan. And I've also already had multiple conversations with Chancellor McNair about these issues, and I think he'll be a great support, bringing his expertise to help us make sure that we're maximizing all revenue opportunities that are available to us, including philanthropy and our ticket sales. Obviously, Las Vegas is a dynamic environment, an exciting place to be in the sports world, but a competitive one as well. So generally feeling good about the path that we're on, but monitoring it very closely.
Thank you. And as a side note, I'd like to commend and thank the open transparency and the new team that's in set, because that's extremely helpful for the entire board and for those in the audience today, especially when finances are highly scrutinized and reflected upon the board and the institute itself, to make sure that we are fully transparent. Thank you.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you. Just thank you for this report. Thank you for the transparency. We've obviously had conversations, but I would be remiss if I didn't put on the record that there is a significant deficit here, and I'm excited to hear that just what we talked about, reconnecting with some of those donors, just some great ideas moving forward, fundraising especially, making that more robust. And I know a lot of donors are excited to get back behind UNLV, and I'm excited to see kind of get back to that space. So thank you for this, and I support you all, and I look forward to us moving forward and getting UNLV athletics in a better space. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
Thanks so much, Chair. And I want to echo a lot of the similar sentiments that when we brought up the conversation of this report at the last quarterly, there was a lot of unknowns. And I think there was a lot of hesitation for us to really be able to support something where we really didn't know what we were reading, right? And I think that I now have much more information thanks to the leadership that UNLV has put forth and really being able to understand how things are going to change. I think that there remains a need for us to support athletics. I think we must remain steadfast in being able to prepare for what the future of athletics will look like in the future, but we also needed this level of accountability to really trust. And I think that one of the things that I had mentioned to President Heavey and his staff is that we need to take accountability and ownership so that we can really move forward. And I think that we're seeing steps in the right direction. I do hope that we can work on the deficit that continues to exist, but I also know that we must continue to invest at this level to ensure that, taking into account that Las Vegas is going to be the sports capital of the nation, that we must have a team that can match that. And I think that it's a great privilege of the setup that we have at UNLV and what UNLV has done to really put athletics at the forefront and UNLV on the map of Las Vegas, right? And I think that there was never that concerted effort in the past. It was UNLV in Las Vegas, and now I think there's truly a marriage, and I think that's thanks to your leadership in the athletics department. So thank you all, and I look forward to continuing to work with all of you.
Thank you. Regent Arascata.
One last statement, not a question. On one of the footnotes on page 5, on 25B, it's an interesting perspective stated that the ICA is committed to review budgets and expenses and reducing operational costs that are potentially controllable. And although UNLV Athletic continues to be, let's talk about the white elephant in the room, still $30 million in debt. There are plans and efforts that are going to be undertaken in hopes to get and to rise UNLV to get it back in the black and out of the red. But still, that's the albatross of that 30 million is still hovering over the head of UNLV athletics. So keep us posted on those donors, on the ticket sales, because we don't want to come back and have an event that we did last presentation that was not good.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. I wanted to say I really appreciate the way that the numbers are coming forward to the board in today's presentation. I was, like some other colleagues, critical of the way things were presented to us at our last meeting, and this is vastly different. And I recognize that while we're still dealing with a significant deficit, there is a plan moving forward that seems to be a consolidation of different things and different offices and folks working together to really make sure that this, over a course of time, gets resolved. I wanted to offer that while, it sounds like there's going to be substantial institutional funding that goes to support the athletic program based on where we are now, that there is a significant value in that. From my experience, and listen, I grew up in the era of Tark the Shark, and the Running Rebels were the best thing in town, and frankly, the only thing in town at that time. And what I found really interesting was having the opportunity to be at the Scarlet and Gray Awards for all of the student athletes. There were probably 500 student athletes in that room with lots of other folks from the athletic office, mentors to the students. And what I really enjoyed was nobody knew who I was in terms of my position on the Board of Regents as a regent. And the conversations that I had with folks when I asked, what are you here for? What do you do? What does it look? There's a tremendous amount of support that's given to those student athletes that I don't think is echoed enough in terms of the way the athletic department works in coordination with the student athletes to set them up for success well after they leave the institution. That's what I found extraordinarily interesting, because I know folks who do that at a professional level for like the NFL or the NBA. I didn't know that goes on at UNLV for those student athletes. And that's why I say there is a tremendous amount of value of things that happen at that institution, particularly with athletics. So it's great to see that there's a plan and things are going to move forward for the betterment of the campus. So again, I appreciate all the hard work that you've been doing, A.D. Harper, and all of the work that you've done, President Heavey, to get this back on track. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question. Perhaps it might have better aligned with the previous agenda item, but I think I can just ask UNLV here now, especially given the fact that we've already talked about the wild, wild west that is college athletics right now. With the House settling and NIL ramping up, how will we be able to see this on future reports, that reporting on here?
Eric Harper for the record. Currently, our NIL still sits with our collective, and that is basically off campus. We have not brought it on campus at this point in time. We are still evaluating that, and it's going to take some time. There's projected right now a 51 white paper Q&A coming from the NCAA soon to have some better structure to see how this is going to move forward. So waiting on that as well, in addition to just working with our campus and others to see how this moves forward for UNLV. But right now, NIL has continued to stay off campus.
And the that money that UNLV needs to put into the account, so to speak, for that settlement.
The rev share.
Right. Will
Yes.
that be on here?
That eventually that will hit this
Okay.
document, and obviously in that settlement, it's a cap of 20.5 million. We will not be at that cap of 20.5 million, obviously, but we will look at that and work that within our budget to make sure that we can handle that. And if we can't, we won't move forward with it.
Okay. I do just want to insist that we continue to have transparency in all aspects of athletics moving forward in our reporting as these new requirements and ways of going to business start to occur. So thank you.
Yes.
This is for possible action, so I will, I see that Regent Boylan would like to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Director Harper. The last time we heard all these numbers and things, I guarantee you I was just so lost. I was like, forget this. I'm not doing this again. But this time, what I've heard and the remarks from all my colleagues here on the board, it's made a lot of sense to me, and I think this is a great difference to me especially. I'm like, whoa, okay, now things are happening that I can see and clearly. I can see clearly now. That's all, oh, Mama. All right, thank you so much for everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to move to approve
Thank you.
action item 26 of the UNLV athletic report.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Brown and a second from Regent Batista. At this time, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, A.D. Harper.
Thank you.
Next, we will move to the annual evaluation summary for President Brian Sandoval at UNR. But before we do, I will go to Vice Chair Downs for disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, hereby disclose I have a daughter who is a student at UNR. Because the independence and judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you very much. And I see Chancellor Charlton at the podium, so please begin.
All right, thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members of the board. Thank you, and I'm back. This is number 3 of 4. We're almost there. So, as I discussed earlier, this also is an annual evaluation that covers a little bit more in time, as President Sandoval submitted his self-evaluation for his periodic evaluation in October of 23. And so you heard his periodic evaluation actually at this very meeting last year. And so just to give a quick overview of the status of institutional performance. Under President Sandoval's leadership, he continues to strongly perform in key operational and strategic areas of focus, including making very aggressive strides towards the implementation of the Wolfpack Rising strategic plan and supporting not just regionally, nationally, but also global research and development initiatives. As he strives for UNR to help the students to reach their full potential, and he is a great collaborator and has partnerships all across the state of Nevada. President Sandoval has effectively addressed and exceeded all of the prior recommendations that were provided in the periodic evaluation. And that included areas of advancing faculty achievement in academia and research, engaging with faculty to better gain an understanding of expertise and seek input for completion, implementation of the strategic plan and vision of the university, and increasing faculty and staff engagement and cooperation in innovation. He and his senior leadership team continue to strive to increase employee morale and have done great strides. I think he attends every single event on campus, and you see lots of visibility there. His commitment to shared governance is noteworthy, and as the president advocates for funding across the different platforms, a lot of that focus is to support faculty, academic freedom, growth in grants and contracts, and is steadfast in his commitment to enrich the lives of all of the diverse students, faculty, and staff at UNR. I also wanted to add that in his institutional metrics and corresponding targets area, the president, under his leadership, has implemented a very formal shared governance approach to implementation of the Wolfpack Rising strategic plan, and has done that with a focus on establishing a strategic enablement office, steering committees, and working groups across the institution. I think everyone has an opportunity to participate. Also, during his annual evaluation, we discussed at length some of the great innovation and highlights that he is making on programming as it pertains to the Lake Tahoe campus, and it's been exciting, and I know he's excited as well, and we'll probably share that with the board also. A lot of work has been done by UNR in looking at data and also how they measured the demographics, doing forward-facing dashboards, and obviously we have some challenges with our old historic systems and legacy systems across NSHE, and so a great focus has been underway at UNR to strengthen that. For the president's evaluation goals, there are two sections as well for him, personal goals as well as professional goals. The president included, and he has been very involved at the national level, serving in board leadership for not just the NC2A, the National Collegiate Athletic Association, but also is a key member of the Association of Public Land Grant Universities. He also is going to continue his engagement and development with his senior leadership team, and he has done a great job. As many of you know, he announces when he's got a new member of his leadership team, and he has done that through national searches and bringing in some of the top quality to UNR. And so he does engage that development of the senior leadership through recurring meetings, retreats, and problem-solving efforts. And he also is going to continue his engagement with the board to highlight events and bring the board into UNR, into all the activities that they have. For professional goals for 25-26, he's going to provide leadership to UNR and also adjusting to the new realities and the challenges that particularly our research institutions are facing with federal funding. He has set a very lofty goal to increase student enrollment by 5% for this coming fall. From last fall, supporting UNR athletics in both strategic fiscal planning, facility opportunities, and partnerships, all in support of the student athletes. And then finally, the fourth goal is to continue to enhance and support the faculty, the staff, and the students through aggressive fundraising and grants and contracts. So with that, I would request that the board accept this report, and I'm available for any questions, as is President Sandoval.
Thank you very much. So I will open it up to discussion from Regents.
Motion for approval.
Thank you, Regent Arascata, for that motion. Is second from Regent Del Carlo. So I will open it up for discussion. Regent Del Carlo, did you have something? Okay. And Regent Boylan then.
Certainly. It's just a real pleasure where I live, that we now have that wonderful Lake Tahoe campus, and what President Sandoval and his team have done. It's just been transformational for my community. We have a community that doesn't have a whole lot of resources as far as from Washoe County, and this has become like the center of our town. We're in Las Vegas every year at UNLV for our December meeting, but they turned the campus into like Candyland Village, and it's the kickoff for Christmas. And I get so many compliments, and everybody says, "Where are you?" I go, "Well, I'm in Las Vegas at the meeting," but it's just great. He recently had a community meeting, and it was one of those days where we had a freak late spring snowstorm, and he came up in the snowstorm. The turnout wasn't as great as it could have been, but our community was so impressed with the plans for the campus, and at some point, maybe under new business, everybody's got to hear what's going on up there. It's just incredible that we have this resource, and I really thank you, and I know it was your because of being the former governor and the relationships you have, that the Sierra Nevada University brought that to you when you became the president in 2020. So that was just tremendous, and that's the kind of, you're a transformational leader, you're highly respected. I just can't say enough. I'm so proud to be an alum here, and thank you for my banner. It was really, and thank you for my later graduation date. It seemed like I seem much younger now, but it's just a pleasure, and thank you for your hospitality here. You just, I'd say, continue to do all you're doing, because if you haven't been to UNR graduation, you have to go, because we come out and we're marching, he's leading the charge, but you should see the students and the parents that break out of line to come over and shake his hand and say hi to him, because he knows everybody. And the students cheer him when we're in the graduation ceremony. I mean, it's incredible, the love for you. So thank you so much, President Sandoval. It's a pleasure to approve this and move on.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thanks, Chair. All the good things that Interim Chancellor, she's leaving and saying such good things about President Sandoval. I couldn't agree more. And I was saying, hey, he and I don't agree on a couple of big things, but I met him this morning and I looked at his tie and he explained, you guys have got to check out that tie. Yeah. And just because of his tie, I'm all in favor of him now. President Sandoval, thank you so much. Yeah, she's checking it out already. Thank you so much for everything you do. I've heard it from students and parents too, the ones that live in Vegas, but they send them up here. And I'm like, okay, great. He's a good man. I've known him for a while. So thank you so much for everything. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just a few comments here. I think it's incredible to have you and your leadership, President Sandoval. I joke that there are few people that embody Nevada as much as you do, but I would also say you're in competition with Regent Goycochea. I don't know if there's anybody more Nevada than him, but it is a true pleasure to have you and an honor, and just the way that you move around these different spaces that have really given more clarity to the legislature as to what we do, right? And there's a sense of respect behind that, and I know that you know that well, but I also want to commend your communication style and really being steadfast in knowing what the University of Nevada, Reno is, and knowing that you are here to serve students. And every time I read your communication, it's about that. It could be a negative issue happening, but you at the forefront put students first, and I think that's incredibly important. So I want to thank you for your years of service, and just related, obviously, to your evaluation, and thank you for continuing to put students, even when there is uncertainty, and having them feel that they are still part of the Wolfpack family. I think it's great.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo my colleagues. You embody what it means to be a part of the Wolfpack, and even just the fact that you have graduated from this institution and are now the president. I know President Dinelli can say the same, and that in itself, it shows your commitment and your passion for this institution, that you come back, and we're very lucky to have you, and thank you, and I wholeheartedly support you. Thank you. So at this time, we have a motion and a second, so I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll go to item number 28, Student Fee Balance Report for UNLV. And for this, I will go to Interim President Heavey.
Thank you, Chair. Interim President Heavey, for the record. We're here today to present a student balance fee report update. I'll say at the outset that I apologize on behalf of the institution for not having earned your trust in this space to have to bring this item back repeatedly. But I will say that we are working very hard to make sure that we're managing these fees appropriately and meeting your expectations as communicated quite clearly over the last several meetings. Just to set this in context, I do want to say that this is a complex space. As you've noted in the report, there's over 240 different accounts. We collect about $140 million per year across all of these accounts. And the order of priority of how we think about these things is first to make sure that we spend every dollar effectively. The second is to make sure that we spend the dollars in accord to the approved fee use by the Board of Regents, which is often quite narrow. And then the third is to try to manage the balances in accord with the policy of being below 100% and ideally much closer to 20, 30% carryover balance. And with that, we are making incremental progress, but it is a complex space to operate in because of those three different constraints and because of the dispersion of these accounts across the university. So the report that I want to commend our interim CFO, Elise Bunkowski, for preparing, and also mention our acting provost, Kate Corrigan, for her active involvement in this space, hopefully provides more transparency and identifies the particular fee accounts that are responsible, particularly the four that are responsible for a large percentage of the balance that was concerning to the board. We do believe that we will make progress this year in terms of the closing, ideally being about $75 million closing. And ultimately, our target is to get down into the more $50 million to $60 million range. We do want to say that we expect these numbers will continue to be large. And even at this point, I am not promising, I cannot promise, that the balance will actually close at $75 million at the end of the fiscal year because we have a lot of expenditures that are still outstanding. We've been pressing on the people who manage these accounts to move forward rapidly in bringing their balances into alignment with board expectations. But there's a lot of outstanding expenses that if they don't close before the end of this year, I could be back before you with another closing balance that isn't that different than what you saw from the last fiscal year. But I will commit that in the next fiscal year 26, we will absolutely be much lower into the $60 million space. And one of the other questions that have been asked is when did these spend down plans start? And what I'll say about that in transparency is that the starting dates for our spend down plans varies a lot. Some of these larger accounts we've had an eye on for more than a year, and particularly the distance education fee has a very detailed spend down plan that started more than a year before this issue was in front of the board in December. But some of these other accounts have kind of risen on our radar more recently, and so those spend down plans are newer. And I will say that the one we had a fair amount of discussion at a recent meeting was the School of Dental Medicine, 2 large fee accounts, and those we continue to worry may close above 100% this year. The management had ambitious plans to do some spending, but a lot of it involved capital projects, and those are difficult to start. To quote former President Obama, he said there's no such thing as a shovel-ready project, and in the Nevada system of higher education, there's no such thing as quick spending of capital projects. So we are moving forward as quickly as we can with those projects, but we are have the possibility that those two of the four concerning accounts will also end up near 100% at the end of this fiscal year. But again, we want to emphasize that our first priority is to make sure we spend these dollars well, and our second priority is to make sure that we spend these dollars in accord with the limitations. And some of the questions that have been asked previously about the fungibility of these funds to allow them to be expended more quickly, these funds are really restricted, highly restricted into the specific accounts and the specific approved uses, and so we can't move them between accounts. And what we will commit to is if we have accounts that we don't believe will be able to be below 100% closing at the end of fiscal year 26, we will reduce collections in those accounts in the fall of 25 and if necessary in the spring of 26 to make sure that we have all accounts closing below 100% unless there's a specific reason why it needs to be above 100% for such as a capital expenditure or equipment that needs to be saved up for, et cetera. So if you have additional questions, CFO Bunkowski and I would be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, President. I'll open it up to Regents. Regent Ariscada.
Just a quick, easy question. What are the student fee balances of what you have and the categories in which the fees are going to be applied to? Was it discussed with your student leadership?
Yes. I'll let CFO Bunkowski, she had that detailed conversation with them, so.
Regent Ariscada, Lisa Bunkowski, interim CFO of UNLV. Yes, we have been speaking to student leadership at length about this and having conversation. We are also committed for the dental school. We're going to survey their students to make sure they are comfortable with those capital projects moving forward, or if they would choose the fee reduction. So we are working with student leadership. I've also committed that we will give them the closing numbers per the board policy that comes forward to the students, and we need to have conversation with them of any accounts that are over 100%. So I've committed to them that we will also have those detailed conversations when we close and continue to keep them up to date.
Wonderful to hear of that collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Okay, I have a question, Provost Heavey. You said when, what did I say? Provost? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, it was so many years. President Heavey, I apologize. You talked about the spend and criteria by the Board of Regents is narrow. So could you expand on that? And because, you know, we haven't looked at policy, we don't look at it till something comes up, really. I don't, since I've been a regent, we've never done a complete policy review, which is certainly needed, but, and whatever you would be saying would be, it'd have to be, all the institutions would want it too. I mean, maybe that's something we need to look at so you have a little more flexibility. I don't know, can you just, thank you, explain it?
Yes, thank you for that question, Regent Del Carlo. Yes, so each fee, when it comes forward for approval at the board at a December meeting, has a specific description of exactly what the fee will be spent for. And those descriptions are carried forward. And so when we're looking at each account, we are comparing any proposed expenditure to the approved language. And so literally 240 fees, 240 different sets of approved expenditures. And they are typically quite specific about what the fees can be used for. And so it would be a useful discussion about whether or not the board would be willing to allow some greater flexibility in cases in which fee balance is raised to be too high. But I would leave that the system office to come to an ultimate determination. But, you know, just to emphasize, our CFO and the offices that manage this do track very closely the details of what was approved as allowable expenses for each of the 240 accounts.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from Regents? Thank you for bringing this forward again. I appreciate that you've taken the time to really learn about this and also share new ways of doing this with your university community, making sure that each of the schools is using the funds correctly and doing that within a timely manner. And I think that we understand that sometimes that does take a while, but this will continue to be on our radar. But I do appreciate you making that presentation. I will go to Regent Goodman.
I apologize, Chair Carvalho, that was rude while you were speaking. I did want to say that I think it's evident that, there was a lot of attention and a lot of pressure put on this. And what I have to say is your communication that you've given us over the past several months has been a game changer. We have been extremely focused, laser focused on some of these items, athletics, student fees, but in particular right now for this item, student fees, we think that they need to be spent on the students at the time when they spend them. We've had that discussion, and just your communication has been really, like I said, a game changer. So thank you for that, and I look forward to continuing that level of communication moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will move on to item number 29, financial aid update for CSN. And for this, I will go to President Bill Kibler.
Good morning, Chair and Regents. Bill Kibler, CSN President for the record. I'm going to share my time. I'm going to start, and then I will turn the ball over to my colleague, Dr. Juan Avalos, our Vice President for Student Affairs, about midway through, knowing that some of you all have joined the board since we originally began discussing this issue. I'll provide just a little background and context, as well as then about how we get to where we are today, and then some other updates that just occurred last week. In the spring of 2024, CSN was victimized by an enrollment fraud scheme that we refer to as ghost students. Where fraudulent enrollees engage in a scheme that leads to inflated enrollment numbers and abuse of the federal financial aid system. Essentially, their goal is through falsified identification to get into our admission system and then get access to financial aid dollars and then disappear. It's become clear that these occurrences that have taken place show that these systems, even across the nation, target community colleges uniquely, and especially or any other kinds of institutions that have open access registration systems. And again, as I mentioned, by applying for financial aid and then through stealing identities. CSN, of course, was a target a lot because of our size. We're a very large two-year institution, and we're an open access institution. So that victimization occurred in the spring of 2024. By the fall of 2024, CSN had taken action to mitigate additional fraudulent activities through several means by requiring enhanced student security measures, including but not limited to several items. I'll just summarize a few this morning in order to try to prevent additional ghost student fraud from occurring going forward. And we've been successful doing that. Our numbers very quickly returned back to as they were before the spring of 2024. We are engaging in identity verification efforts at the time of enrollment. We moved our $20 application fee to the very front of the process rather than further in. Engaged in additional safeguards to administratively withdraw students as appropriate. We delayed financial aid disbursement dates further back into the process to assure we'd done robust identity verification and confirmation that those students were in fact enrolled and attending class at our institution before dispersing aid, as well as going through efforts with the cooperation of all of our faculty of class participation identification, or verification, by those faculty members. And so to further address fraud prevention strategies, CSN engaged a company called College Aid Services in February of 25. They're an external financial aid consulting firm, and received a robust report from them that had a set of 36 different recommendations. Following the significant financial loss to CSN and the related costs associated with that, we decided to adopt all 36 of those recommendations. So you're going to hear an update on those here in just a few minutes. But then just this last week, on June the 6th, to put some of this into context, because we get this question every now and then, was CSN unique in this regard? And I think and some of you may probably saw this release, the answer is no. This was a scheme that was taking place across the country, victimizing, again, primarily community colleges all across the nation. And so the U.S. Department of Education put out a statement this last week. And part of this said that student aid data indicates that the rate of fraud through stolen identities, particularly involving technologically advanced fraud rings, has reached a level that imperils the federal student assistance programs under Title IV of the Higher Education Act. The COVID-19 pandemic led many institutions to move classes online. We all know that, and CSN was one of those. At the same time that was going on, the federal government removed verification safeguards and diverted resources from fraud prevention toward the loan forgiveness programs. A quote from U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon was that when rampant fraud is taking aid away from eligible students, disrupting the operations of colleges and ripping off taxpayers, we have a responsibility to act. The significance of the announcement of the Department of Ed is that as of this fall, the U.S. Department of Education will implement a permanent screening process for each FAFSA applicant to enhance FSA's ability to immediately stop identity fraud on behalf of colleges and universities, meaning they're setting up an identity verification system at the FAFSA level before it even gets to the institutions, which is very welcome move on the part of the federal government. The statement further said just this past week they had identified almost 150,000 suspect identities in the current FAFSA form system that they had. And so they released a few other data points that indicated what we've said before, that this was a nationwide problem, issue. They cited some data from the California community college system that shows a very large percentage of community college applications in the last calendar year were fraudulent, resulting in millions lost in federal and state aid. One particular community college district they focused on, 10,000 of their 26,000 applications were fraudulent. So very significant. They gave other data in the state of Minnesota. And then the concluding statement was, media reports have outlined how institutions nationwide are increasingly burdened with fake applications which pose a cybersecurity threat and inconvenience financial administrators and recruiters. So that'll provide some context. I'll ask Dr. Avalos to give you an updated report on where we are with the implementation of these 36 recommendations that we're putting in place to try to assure. And by the way, these things will go on forever. This is not we'll do this for a couple of years, we won't have to do this anymore. We fully expect that all of these measures that Dr. Avalos will outline, CSN will engage in those from now on and forevermore, because we don't expect the fraudulent activity to stop. So, Dr. Avalos.
Good morning, Dr. Juan Avalos for the record. All of the items that Dr. Kibler identified as initial protective measures were measures that CSN took on its own. Our teams got together, looked at the vulnerabilities, and took immediate action. So all of that was us and our team using our best knowledge to mitigate. He mentioned the contracting of a consultant to come in, and so they were part of that strategy. We felt good about the measures we took, but we felt it was important to have a third party come in, take a look at our process, upstream, downstream, and then provide suggestions, recommendations. And as mentioned by Dr. Kibler, they provided 36 recommendations. And based on Dr. Kibler's leadership, CSN agreed to do all 36. no exceptions. I want to thank our people on the ground who have done the heavy lift. As mentioned in March, we had just received the report, and we're beginning that work of additional implementation of layers. And so the recommendations range from, some recommendations are aimed at strengthening compliance with financial aid, and some recommendations are specific to ghost student mitigation. And so we started that work, that additional work, in March. By the time we turned in the agenda item for this meeting, about a month ago, we had successfully completed 20% of those 36 recommendations. I'm happy to report that just a short month later, we're at 75% implementation. So 27 of the 36 have been fully implemented. And we look to implement the vast majority before the summer is over. There are a couple that are going to take a little longer because the recommendations is a little more substantial. So for example, one of the recommendations was to fully engage our IT department in this process and integrate a number of our systems, PeopleSoft, Gray Matter, cybersecurity. So that is a bigger lift. So that's one that will continue through the fall. But we feel very good about where we were at the end of spring. We were acknowledged by the consulting firm that CSN took swift and successful action, but most of what we did was people intensive and sort of short-term focused. So a lot of their recommendations were more long game and automation. So so we feel very good where we're at. Like I said, 27 of the 36 have been successfully completed. We continue on that process and look forward to coming back saying that we're 100% implemented. I'd be willing to answer any questions you have. If you want me to be more granular, I can be. It's up to what you would like to hear.
Madam Chair.
I'll go to Vice Chair Downs and then Regent Boylan.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you thank you, Chair Carvalho. Thank you for this report and the update. I was so surprised when I first learned about all this and how it's grown, and I've just seen articles coming up more and more frequently about the use of AI to enroll and get student loans even. So, I mean, that was one of my questions. A large part of this that was the liability for CSN was the Pell Grant, correct? But did you have any issues with student loans also being taken out that then got rescinded?
We have I don't know if, Chris, if you have the breakdown of the liability, because it came in a number of factors. Some was Pell related, some was money reimbursed to fraudulent students, and some was revenue that was unrealized. Not sure if Chris has some of those numbers in
Okay.
terms of the loans piece.
That's fine. I guess part of my other question is how many of these ghost students were just fictitious individuals versus identity theft victims?
We believe that almost all of them were identity theft victims. It was kind of hard to tell, to differentiate them as they were coming through, because we've always had, every institution always has some percentage of students who are actual people that are using their data and are defrauding. But those numbers are way smaller than what we saw in the spring. So the high uptick was of individuals that were utilizing other people's identity, which is why a lot of the identity verification strategies are about taking portions of that data and trying to match them with outside sources. So does the name match the phone number, match the email, match the social security number? Are they all connected? And they bring back sort of a fraudulent, likelihood of being fraudulent score. And so the federal government will begin to do that with FAFSAs, which we applaud. One of the recommendations was to engage in a third-party vendor where they could formally include that identity verification directly into our application process, so that as an application comes in, real-time identity verification, and you don't even accept them unless they've come through that, which is another large protection for us. And that particular piece will be fully implemented here on July 8th.
Okay. Thank you. appreciate the information. It's a good job working through this whole challenging situation.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for all this information and the work you're doing, and thanks especially to Dr. Kibler. I have a wee little question just on what you said. I'm a simple man, and where's Arascata? He didn't say anything. Okay. So I'm a simple man, especially in math, and you mentioned something about $20, and anything higher than $20 is above my pay scale. I leave it to all the other brains on the board. They're really good. So what was that about $20 you were moving down the line or up the line? I quite
We all,
missed it.
Bill Kibler, CSN President for the record, we already had a $20 application fee.
Uh-huh.
We didn't charge that like at the very beginning of our process when we first engaged with the student.
Oh,
It was further in. We've now moved the actual expectation of the student paying that fee to the front end. Here's the reality, though, that we experienced pretty quickly. I remember our scenarios, we looked at this. So even some of these fraudulent students were paying that fee because we quickly discovered they're using it with stolen credit cards. So just the fact that they were paying that fee at the beginning was certainly not an indicator that we still weren't dealing with a fraudster. That's why all of these other methodologies to identify we thought the moving the fee to the front would be a little more effective. Their goal is to get money from us, not give us money.
All right.
That wasn't as that one little piece wasn't as effective as we thought because they were simply using a stolen credit card to pay that fee. And so therefore, it's still in place, but that's only one of, as you've heard, dozens of things we're doing now.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, it sounds just a wee bit, but they'll be using something weird to get that also. 'Cause
Certainly, yes.
they're fraudsters and they've thought one step ahead of us.
Right.
But I appreciate that explanation, and thanks for everything you've done.
Yes, sir.
And your team. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, from my experience, an investment of $20 of fraudulent money in order to get a lot more down the line is worth it to some of these people.
Right.
So that doesn't surprise me. I was concerned when I saw the completion rate on this report, but I am so glad to hear that so much has happened in, like you said, Dr. Avalos, in 1 month. I thought, well, maybe we'll see a lot of growth during the summer. So I'm very pleased to see this, and I agree that this is not a one and done thing. You've got to stay ahead of this, as we all know, and once you find out about something, that becomes part of your checks and balances. So I appreciate your focus on this. Obviously, it was a major hit to CSN and as it is to so many around the country. Thank you for your work in addressing this as quickly as possible. And I know that there's a lot more technology out there to help fight this, and we need to continue to try as best we can to get ahead of it. I know that President Alexander at TMCC has talked about using AI to address some of this, and so I'm sure that that's on your radar as well. So
Well, it will clearly be a game of one-upmanship.
definitely.
As we get more sophisticated in our preventive measures, it's clear that the fraudsters get more sophisticated in their attempts to get in. So we will be playing this game
Forever.
perhaps forever. Yes.
Yes. Okay, Regent Goodman.
I would like to make the obvious observation that identification is valuable. When you are able to ID that someone is someone, I think it's obviously very helpful, especially if we're talking about 26,000 and 10,000 of them were not valid IDs. I think it makes a case for identification. I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. This amount, is it covered by insurance, the amount, or is this going to have to come out of your operating budget over time or whatever? It's like $4 million, right?
Well, Chris English can give you the exact breakdown. The total loss to CSN was about $7.4 million. But that was not, some of that was unrealized income. You know, students that we thought had already registered and you dispersed aid, so you anticipate that they're going to be enrolled and pay fees, et cetera, and that never happened. So that was part of it. And part of it was actual Title IV funds that were issued to students that we did, and we have already returned that to the federal government. And so it's a combination of those things in terms of what the total loss was to the institution, which is a loss on our books. No, we haven't had any insurance cover that for us, so that will come out of our operating. I mean, that's a loss on our books, yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. Chris English for the record. I'm the Senior Associate Vice President of Budget Services at CSN. And this is a complex issue, and it's broken down in several categories. But Regent Del Carlo, to answer your question, we did pursue insurance claims in both the cybersecurity space and the criminal space, and we were ineligible for both. The focus was if there's fraud inside the institution, then it would have qualified. This wasn't believed to be an inside actor to generate this fraud. It wasn't like we leaked information. It wasn't a criminal complaint in that sense. But we did pursue both of those through NSHE counsel and legal, NSHE counsel and the insurance department there. Unfortunately, we're ineligible. But several of these categories, like Dr. Kibler said, we had booked these registration fees thinking that they were real students, and we realized late in the fiscal year that they were not. So the way state budget management works, we've spent that money, but we realized we're going to have to make an adjustment before the end of the year. So the operating expenses associated with those dollars had to be paid for from other funds because we didn't actually have them on the state side. So that's one category. Another category are the financial aid refunds, and that was 1.6 million that was money out the door because the way Pell Grants and other student aid works, if the cost is more than the registration fee itself, a refund check is then sent to the fraudster. So that's a loss we incurred right off the top, and that number was 1.6 million. But the remainder are a variety of categories that are on our books as a negative balance, essentially.
Thank you for the clarification. And so that's that fine print in your insurance policies. And I would just say, as the business officers and stuff get together, I know what President Alexander talked about the AI that they're looking into. I hope you're all talking to each other about this stuff, because I agree. We're going to live with this forever. I mean, it's for everything we do, they're like almost 2 steps ahead of us all the time. I mean, we all face it every day in our credit cards and everything else. So thank you for your complete report. I appreciate that, President Kibler.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. It's just my Machiavellian mind here, but did you find any connection to any employees at CSN? Is that a question I could ask, or?
No, sir, we did not.
You didn't
Matter of fact, as Dr. Avalos pointed out, when we brought in this highly regarded financial aid consulting firm, they verified that our people did all the right things in response to this. There was not any evidence of any irresponsible action, fraudulent action, nobody attending or doing their job or whatever, that was not the case. So they affirmed what we were doing were the right things. They added to that by saying there's more you can do. And as Dr. Avalos mentioned, one of the greatest values is they helped us identify some pathways to taking what, the initial action, preventive actions we took were very people intensive. Paperwork and people attending to these things and making sure that was done. We now have a pathway that was assisted by this financial aid consultant to automate those systems, so therefore it's not quite so people intensive going forward and more sustainable over time. But no, there was no evidence that we had any inappropriate, inattentive, or fraudulent activity on the part of any employee within CSN.
That's great, and I like that Dr. Alexander's working in AI because I enjoy AI. I work in that a wee bit. And the main people who can do this are people who know the ins and outs of it. It has to be someone, and I'm not saying it is with us, it has to be someone who knows what they're doing and how it works, that can come up with this great scheme. And I'm glad you guys are on top of it, you gentlemen and women, whoever's in your team, great job. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation today and the transparency.
Very welcome. Thank you.
We will move to item number 30, which is institutional performance metrics for CSN. And before I turn it over to President Kibler, I do want to say that we have 30 minutes for this item, and then my plan is to go to lunch after that. So just so everybody knows. That's right. So President Kibler, whenever you're ready.
So I'm the last thing standing between you and lunch.
That's right.
Bill Kibler, CSN President. For the record, Chair Carvalho, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor McNair, and colleagues, I'm pleased to provide the College of Southern Nevada's metrics report. The CSN team always enjoys putting this presentation together and would like to thank so many people behind the scenes that help make this all happen for me. I'm just the mouthpiece, I guess you might say, for this exceptional report, I believe. Before I get started in showcasing some of the metrics data, I want to note on many of the slides, you'll see a QR code. If you're curious about what those are, they're typically associated with the picture that you see on that slide. So if you want to know a little bit more about what was happening, who that is, or whatever, that's what those QR codes were for. They will reveal some things about some really good stories about CSN and help exemplify the positive impact that CSN has had on our students and in the communities that we serve. Who we are first. Let's begin with a description of our CSN students, our profile for the 23-24 academic year. CSN served more than 45,000 students during that year, including 40,000 4-credit students over that year. 1 of 5 were self-reported first-generation students. 1 of 3 received Pell Grant funding. 2/3 of our students attend part-time. And a phenomenon we'll explore later in this report, 15% were high school students. You'll also note that CSN's demographic makeup closely resembles our primary service region, which is Clark County. Next, I'd like to provide a snapshot of our staffing breakdown for this past year. Our full-time equivalent number of employees is just over 1,000 employees, with over 2/3 of them being teaching faculty. Our source of employee funding is almost 90% state funding, as you can see, with about 10% coming via self-supporting sources and grants. And if you'll look to the right, the academic faculty are entirely funded by state dollars. Fall enrollment. Yeah, you're right from that picture. That was a cold day in Las Vegas. Our fall enrollment over the last 10 years can be split primarily into 2 categories, pre and post-COVID. Like most community colleges nationwide, CSN experienced a dip in enrollment during the pandemic that has persisted. Since then, however, enrollment has generally been flat over the last 3 years. CSN does consider enrollment as one of the top strategic priorities, continues to engage with the leadership team to address strategic enrollment opportunities. As I mentioned in my report yesterday, that enrollment is one of the areas of significant recommendations to our new president coming in. And so I suspect you will see some significant movement in that regard as we re-strategize how to focus on enrollment going forward. Enrollment by race and ethnicity. This slide showcases our enrollment. This is fall of 2024 by race and ethnicity for that fall semester. You can see the racial and ethnic makeup of our student body. As I noted earlier, it resembles Clark County very closely in terms of that makeup. And as you all know, CSN is a minority-serving institution and a Hispanic-serving institution. This data also shows that we're a majority-minority institution as well, with Hispanic segment of our population being the largest group of students we have. Here's our annual enrollment distribution by Pell Grant status over the last 10 years. Generally, our Pell Grant student population has remained fairly consistent over those years, even through the pandemic. We believe the number of students who may be eligible for Pell Grants could be higher, and so we're having strategic discussions among our financial aid folks and others on developing new methods to encourage more students to apply for Pell Grants. And happy to share the next couple of slides regarding CSN's efforts to support and grow access and success of our dual enrollment programming. As you can see, our dual enrollment student population has grown significantly over the last decade. We have nearly doubled our enrollment in this area. There was a dip in our dual enrollment numbers last year, however, and we expect another dip, slight dip in that during the next reporting year based on the data we've looked at so far. One of the reasons for the decline at CSN is due to the expansion of dual enrollment programming in Clark County offered by other NSHE institutions. CSN has lost high school partners that we have partnered with for years to other institutions who have to come in and offering the same kinds of programs, particularly in the concurrent enrollment model. So this slide shows the breakdown of our dual enrollment students by type of dual enrollment program at CSN. The dark blue represents concurrent enrollment. Those are high school teachers credentialed to teach CSN classes at their high school to their high school students during the day. The yellow represents our CTE, articulated credit high school students. The light blue represents our dual credit students, which are high school students who come to CSN's campuses to earn college credit while still in high school. Our CSN high schools is a good example of students in this category. You'll note that CTE and dual credit student populations have continued to rise, while the concurrent enrollment student population has recently fallen since 2022. This is where the dip in overall population I referenced in the previous slide comes from. CSN remains committed to continuing to increase access to Clark County high school students to engage in dual enrollment programming. We've been in this space since 1996 and look forward to continuing to expand our concurrent enrollment programming with a particular focus on career and technical workforce programs. Continuing with dual enrollment, about a decade ago, dual enrollment students made up only about 4% of CSN's overall student population. Today, despite the decline that we had last year, that number is now around 14%, with an increase of 10% in the last 10 years. One of the most important metrics in dual enrollment space is to look to whether dual enrolled high school students continue in their higher education journey following high school graduation. You can see that since 2018, almost 13,000 concurrent high school students completed their classes as part of CSN's programs. The vast majority, 72% of those, enroll in a college or university after high school. Most of those who do enroll in college after high school choose an NSHE institution. So that's great news. Since 2018, over 9,000 CSN concurrent enrollment students who enrolled at a higher education institution following high school graduation, the majority of them, 5,159, continued with CSN for their college education. And once finished at CSN, as you can see on the chart, just under half of those, about 5,200 students, transferred to either UNLV, NSU, or UNR. So our dual enrollment programs are indeed not only providing early access to a higher education, but the vast majority of those students continue their higher education after high school. Let's talk about CSN student persistence. This slide compares first-time in college, full-time, and part-time students. As you can see, full-time students are far more likely to persist and in fall to fall compared to part-time students, and that's reflected in this chart. There have been some modest gains in the rate of persistence for part-time students, and CSN has some more targeting work to do in this area, and we plan to do that. We expect persistence rates to rise even higher in the coming years as we continue to work on retention strategies targeting those students. Graduation rates and transfer rates at 150% of time, which means 3 years for an associate degree. Please note that these figures on this come from IPEDS, so they only represent students who are in the IPEDS cohort. And those are first-time, full-time college students in their first year of attendance. So for CSN, the IPEDS cohort only represents about 3,100 of our students for the 24-25 year. Nevertheless, the 3-year graduation rate has steadily grown over the last decade. It's still not good enough, but it's grown now to 19%. The transfer rate has generally been flat over those periods of years. The number of first-time college students in the cohort has increased in the last 3 years, despite the overall enrollment decline. So CSN will continue to focus on our first-year experience and early college momentum to develop and retain the first-time in college cohort. On the previous slide, the success measure was a combination of graduation rate and transfer out rate. This slide now shows you the breakdown between those two, again using that 150% time frame, and again only represents first-time, full-time student cohort. So a closer look at graduation rates shows the consistent rise despite COVID. This graph shows the 3-year, again, IPEDS graduation rate for the overall student population compared to the rate for just our African American student population. You can see our African American student graduation rate has tripled over the last 10 years. However, our first-time, full-time African American students generally graduate at a lower rate than the overall student population. The gap has been shrinking in recent years, as you can see. However, as CSN continues to invest in strategies aimed at student success, particularly for underserved communities, not just African American students, others as well, but this particular graph focused on those. Reducing these gaps in student success outcomes continues to be a major tenet of our strategic plan at CSN. And this graph shows IPEDS completers. So again, these are the IPEDS number, which is only a small portion of our student body. Look at this chart looks at the number of completers that CSN has awarded over the last 10 years. The graph shows the number of unique students who have completed a degree or a certificate from CSN, as well as the total number of degrees and certificates conferred during those years. Across all award types, there has been steady growth in completers, but for the COVID disruption that affected that right in the middle of that. You'll note the number of degrees and certificates awarded has grown more than the number of students earning them. This is intentional, as we have been promoting stackable credentials where students are earning and being awarded more than one credential when they finish. These are outcomes measures associated with award and enrollment status 8 years after entry by Pell status. So there's two cohorts of students represented in this slide. You'll notice those that came in to CSN in the 2011-2012 academic year and those that came in the 2016-2017, 5 years later. One notable data point that you can miss if you don't pay attention to those numbers, the Pell Grant recipients were more successful than their Pell counterparts in the earlier group. If you look at the second year listings, we have eliminated that gap in success, 52% for both groups. So that's a positive outcome. One of the major mission points for CSN is the alignment between educational pathways and the workforce. This slide shows the number of completions in fields of some of our region's most in-demand industry sectors to include manufacturing, teacher education, computing and information technology, nursing, and business. The largest increases were seen in CIT and nursing. We've increased our offerings in CIT, especially specifically cybersecurity in response to local industry demands. Manufacturing is one of our newest fields of study, and it will continue to grow as more manufacturing companies move in to Southern Nevada. We pride ourselves at CSN with connecting with business and industry to make sure that our students' future employers have a voice in our curriculum. This helps create graduates who are indeed workforce ready. Our apprenticeship partnership is another point of pride here. As I mentioned in the last slide, CSN frequently partners with local businesses and industry to assure that we are meeting their ever-changing needs. One way that we do this is through our Division of Workforce and Economic Development's apprenticeship programs, where we have partnered with 19 trade unions in Southern Nevada. As you can see with this graph, CSN's apprenticeship student enrollment continues to grow. We are up to nearly 2,500 apprenticeships at CSN in the 23-24 academic year. And we're grateful for our partnerships with the trade unions and look forward to continuing the growth trajectory in this space. One of the many points of pride for CSN is our prison education program. CSN's partnered with the Nevada Department of Corrections, and we celebrate providing CSN access inside 5 different state correctional facilities located in Southern Nevada. As you can see in this graph, our prison education program has enjoyed steady enrollment growth and student completions, again with the COVID year exception that you'll note, when some of them were actually shut down entirely during that time. The green line graph on there showcases the course success rate consistently in the mid to high 90% rate. Our programs offered leads to real jobs for inmates after completion. Regent Del Carlo mentioned the high degree of success of anywhere from 0 to very low percentage of recidivism rates of those who receive this kind of educational either degrees or credentials before they leave. So I'm excited to also announce that CSN is just days away from receiving formal notice that our prison education students will soon be eligible to apply to Pell Grants. That will be a game changer in increasing access to even more students in those programs. Research. Now, engaging in research is not CSN's primary mission point, but it is something that we support as appropriate. Our faculty and staff do engage in funding research every year. So you can see in this last fiscal year, CSN brought in more than $500,000 in total research funding. This encompassed 6 projects involving 100 student researchers and included agencies such as NASA, the Nevada Division of Forestry, and the National Science Foundation. So we're proud of that. Our faculty and our students are engaged in that. Intercollegiate athletics has experienced significant growth at CSN over the last 10 years. Athletics is another one of our points of pride. We celebrate our students, athletes, in baseball, softball, men's and women's basketball, men's and women's soccer, and cross country for their success on the field and the courts, as well as in the classroom. Just a few highlights. The CSN Coyotes baseball team has long known success, and this year was no different. In addition to Coach Nick Garitano being named the SWAC Coach of the Year, just this last season, not the one that just finished, but last year they finished 5th place in the JUCO College Baseball World Series. So, and they made it to the playoffs again just this past year. We had 29 student athletes that were named NJCAA All-Americans and 64 that were named to the All Southwest Athletic Conference athletic team. So they performed very well in the classroom in addition to in competition. And then don't miss the small type at the bottom of the slide. Our student athletes contributed over 4,800 hours of community service during this past year. So they're giving back to their community in addition to performing in the classroom, in addition to making us proud in athletic competition. We're proud of our athletes and the coaching and support staff that go the extra mile to assure their success. I want to highlight a bit about our CSN Foundation activities. Donations to CSN through the foundation have grown significantly, including an anonymous donation during our 50th anniversary celebration last year that included a $250,000 gift in student scholarships. That's why you see that significant bump up. We're back down a little this year, but still on a growth trend. Over the last 5 fiscal years, CSN Foundation has tripled the number of scholarships that were awarded to students, going from 191 in the 2019-2000 academic year to over 600, valued at just under a total of $1 million in 23-24. Overall, we've been able to increase the number of scholarships, leading to student completions thanks to our generous donors. This is a slide that focuses on our accreditation with the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. Our current 7-year accreditation cycle began in 2023. This coming October, the Northwest Accreditation Evaluators will visit our campus for our mid-cycle review. We've just wrapped up our mid-cycle self-study and submitting that to the commission in just a couple of weeks. We continue to make progress in improving in the areas surrounding the 4 recommendations we received from the Northwest Commission during our last visit. One of them's been completely fulfilled. The other 3 were making significant progress and are on course with those. Finally, the last area I'd like to highlight is a small sampling of some of our student success programs. There's a lot of data on this, but a few things I'd like to point out on this slide. Our students in our CSN TRIO program have an 88% persistence rate. They have a 69% graduation rate and an average GPA of 3.13. If we could only duplicate that across the entire institution. But the kind of focus from our staff and all of that in student support services is amazing, and the success then shows that. Our Sankufa English Initiative focuses on English 101 and English 102 and on topics dedicated to Black authors and culture. Students who choose this program, by the way, it's open to all students, it's not just focused on African American students, achieve a 10% higher success rate in English 101 and a 13% higher success rate in English 102 compared to non-Sankofa English course sections. And finally, CSN's made significant progress in increasing the student to advisor ratio at our institution. As you know, that quality and the regular advising goes a long way to promote greater student success. Before the focus in this area, the CSN student to advisor ratio used to be an abysmal at more than 1,100 students per advisor. A number of years ago, we have successfully brought that ratio down almost to the target of 350 to 1. And note that the retention rate for students who meet with advisors is quite high and continues to improve, so the quality and access to student advising continue to be a very high priority for CSN. And that concludes my metrics report. I would be delighted to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, President Kibler. I'll open it up to Regents for any comments, discussion. Lunch isn't supposed to be ready for 10 more minutes, so I need.
I finished early just for you.
Okay, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks, for the record, thank you very much for the presentation.
Sure.
It's fantastic to see the growth and the progress that CSN is making, particularly throughout the years. It's really, particularly in Southern Nevada, one of the staple education places that folks can get to, whether they're just coming out of high school or they're an adult learner. And that speaks a lot to the access that's being provided to folks who really want to gain some footholds with higher education. And certainly, just as a regent, I appreciate the things you've done on that campus over the course of the last year. And the folks who work there, I think, are unique in terms of the institution itself, in that they are, my experience with folks who work there, they're extremely passionate about what they do. Not that folks at other institutions aren't. It's just a little bit different at CSN, and it's something that I've always appreciated as a regent. So again, thank you for the presentation.
Bill Kibler, for the record again. Well, I can affirm that when I got there just a year ago, one of the things I was most struck by was how much the faculty, the staff, the students as well, love CSN. They're passionate about it. It made it working there this last year a real joy. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. I want to echo actually what my colleague just said. I think Southern Nevada is one of those uniquely special institutions for Southern Nevada that uplifts so many first-time families. And I think the accreditation part where somebody can come and get a certificate and it uplifts, their work potential, and it's really special. I know wearing my work hat, I work with CSN quite often. You work with new incoming businesses to stand up their training in 5 to 7 weeks, which is unheard of. And that is a major selling point for many of these companies who are impressed by not just the quality and caliber of students that come through, but the quickness and the professionalism. And, your staff has been working hard for years, but I have really noticed a new energy coming from that campus over the last 11 and a half months. And a lot of that, obviously, we know that the leader of any institution is going to set a tone and it's going to create a culture. And you have set a high bar for Dr. Klebenstein, but I know you're going to leave him in good hands, and I just want to say thank you. And thank you for, giving us these metrics and showing kind of the growth and trajectory, because it is important. If we don't get it right from a community college standpoint, then this system isn't going to get it right. And so you're really just creating a good foundation for so many people in this state to matriculate into something better and just get access to more. So I just want to say thank you.
Well, I appreciate those comments, but I can tell you, unique place when you're a president, because you get to take credit for all kinds of things that you might or might not have had anything to do with. And so behind me are just really thousands of great faculty, great staff, and great students that actually help me look good every day, but are helping make CSN look good. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I also want to say thank you so much for the work you've done the last 11 and a half months. And thank you for breaking the mold that you can't come from outside Nevada and be successful because we're so unique.
Yeah.
I've watched CSN for the last 9+ years, and when I started on the board, a 7% graduation rate was horrible, in my opinion. It's not even fair to the taxpayers, because that's really, your slide showed you. So you're up to 19%. Okay, my first question, they had a good bump from 7 to 9, then 9 to 12 was great, 12 to 15, then I know we had COVID, but then at 16, 17, 18, 19, and I do appreciate you telling the new president, and he's listening, so Dr. Klippenstein, that's really a huge focus. There's so much potential for students in your area. So keep up the good work on that one. And I want to see another 3-point
Well, I was about to say,
increment.
19% is not good enough.
It's not good enough.
So we have to make more progress.
And I probably should know how much the average for a community college is, but I don't. But it could be a lot
It's better
higher.
than that. Right.
And I really appreciate that CSN has worked on that advisor to ratio. This board really believes that's the best practice at 350 to 1.
Yep.
So I know you were at 1,100 way before you, but you're getting close to that. And it's the commitment of the resources that you decide as the president where to put them. And that's so important because these kids can't take classes they don't need, that can't transfer, that aren't helping with that stackable degree. That's wasteful for them and for us. So thank you for that. And another part that CSN has really excelled at, and I'm saying this to all the CSN folks here, when I first came on the board, you were really close to losing your accreditation. Things were not good at all. And you really, really have improved. And you got some glowing comments from the Northwest Commission, so I really appreciate that. And my last comment's going to be on your prison program. I don't know if I've already said it, but I went to the McClure prison graduation.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't stop crying, honestly. It, it just shows you the leader at the top, which we met with the warden. Regent McGrath was there, plus Regent Goodman. I had never been into the women's prison, and you could just see the atmosphere. You walk in, I mean, like walk around. You walk in, you could just see the culture change because they had flowers that they'd made out of like paper, and they had these drapes kind of hanging down and some ivy. I mean, it was nice. It was a welcoming environment. I was so impressed that CSN offers more than just cosmetology. We talked about that to some of the prisoners when they only had cosmetology. And that would be like me saying, okay, men's prison, all we've got is barbershop for you. It's like, really? So they now have culinary, which is awesome. And I've kind of wondered how you do that without using knives, but in prison, I don't know. But what I loved is you had 18 women get HVAC certified degrees.
That's right. That's right.
Oh my gosh, they need that here in Vegas so much, HVAC. So you took the institution, you listened to everybody, you made some great changes. We're really going to miss you, and I did try really hard to keep you. I really did. I was looking for doctors and everything you needed, and gosh, maybe you could live in the north. But anyway, thank you just so much for what you've done, and we are going to miss you, but good luck in your new position.
Thank you. Well, when you mentioned the national graduation rate, I came up with something, and I don't know. We'll probably have to have our subject matter experts verify, but according to what I came up with, it's 26.6% at 150%, according to IPED's data. But
that sounds
that's
about right.
Just quick.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to share a really quick story about a friend of mine who I've known since junior high. We both lived, they were next door neighbors with me when my dad was in the Air Force, and we lived at Nellis. And I've known him forever, and just as things go, he now lives in Boulder City as well, with where I live. And he decided to go back to school, went through the HVAC program at CSN, and graduated this May. Was really surprised to see him walk across the stage, but gave him a great big hug. He was also one of your straight A students that went to your went to that celebration before. But he's somebody that decided a little bit later in life to change his direction, and he's doing very well and is very pleased with the outcome at CSN. So thank you for that from somebody who I personally know. That's a great story of what CSN does.
It's a great story, and it's why we're here.
Yeah. And thank you so much for your presentation. I love the QR codes. I spent much more time than I needed to just reading about the stories that you have behind those, and that was a really great touch, and I really appreciated that. So thank you so much for your presentation today, and congratulations to CSN. Although we got more work to do, but you know that, and
That's right.
we're well on our way. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. At this time, we will break for lunch for a half hour, I think. Let me double check that before I say so. 12:35, we'll come back. So 12:35 from lunch. Okay, we are back. We're on to item number 31, which is the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan for GBC. And for this, I'll go to President Dinelli.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, and Chancellor McNair. It is my pleasure to be here today to present our Great Basin College strategic plan. I have told many of you it's really timely for us. Our previous strategic plan was ending in 2025, and it's timely because the NSHE system also has a new strategic plan. And one of the things that I truly believe in is that in order for us to reach our system goals, one way to do that is together. So you are going to see a lot of things that mirror the strategic plan for the system. So valuing what we have in common and our differences allow us to innovate and to accomplish our goals together. We do this by fostering a college climate of mutual trust, tolerance, informed discourse, and having a culture where everyone can explore new ideas and perspectives. Our driving purpose to change lives comes from when we work together in a friendly and supportive way. Additionally, Great Basin College enriches people's lives by providing student-centered post-secondary education with high standards and expectations, by providing outstanding academic programs, smaller class sizes, and excellent faculty who really care about their students. Because of that, GBC offers an expanding range of both traditional and academic programs and career education to meet our workforce needs. Great Basin College embraces the opportunities and its role in shaping the future, with the vision of an even greater impact. Drawing on nearly 60 years of history and success as high-quality education institution, GBC has developed a bold strategic plan centered around four key themes. This is access, student success, workforce development, and culture and community. We are GBC. Our mission reflects who we are. I always say it's easy to say, it's easy to remember, and we really do transform lives through education. And our vision is a complement to this mission, and we prepare students for global workforce. Great Basin College embodies our mission and vision guided by our values: collaboration. We believe we are better when we work together with our industry partners, education, and community stakeholders. Innovation, we embrace advances in technology and use data to make informed decisions and listen to our students, faculty, staff, stakeholders, and we are looking for trends and new practices. Belonging, we strive to cultivate a college climate where all individuals feel valued, respected, and empowered to share ideas. And learning, we enhance students' lives by upholding high academic standards, supporting faculty and staff, while offering lifelong learning and academic programs in workforce training and continuing education. And lastly, integrity. We believe in having trusted and inspired approaches to leadership and teaching through authenticity, humility, and transparency. In 1967, 10 local businessmen began planning a community college in rural Nevada. This was called the Elko Community College, and it operated out of Elko High School. They had 367 students and 30 classes. Since the college opened its doors, education, culture, and related economic needs of this multi-county outreach area have been met through skill certificates and training, workforce development, associate and baccalaureate degrees, as well as transferring students to university. The main campus is located in Elko, with additional centers located in Ely, Pahrump, and Winnemucca. GBC also has online education, which enables our students to learn through distance. The dedicated faculty, staff, and administration at Great Basin College meet the needs of our students, business industries, and the state of Nevada by providing robust instruction for careers in evolving workplaces. We provide a flexible mixture of degrees, certificates, and workforce training in all of our communities. We try to be innovative, and we are committed to our working environment. GBC serves students enrolled in online classes, not only at our multiple campuses, but also across this great vast world. Central to our mission and our core themes that guide every endeavor, we are dedicated to enhancing the student experience by providing a supportive and enriching environment where every individual feels inspired to excel. From innovative programs to comprehensive support services, we are committed to ensuring that students have the tools they need to succeed. Workforce development is the cornerstone of our mission because we understand the critical role that education plays in preparing individuals for success in today's rapidly evolving market. Our 2025 to 2030 strategic plan has those 4 themes: access, student success, workforce development, and culture and community. You will see the alignment of our strategic goals and the pillars of NSHE throughout, along with the KPIs and the NSHE metrics. In Objective 1, Theme 1, Access, reflects our commitment to increasing GBC's baseline of enrollment by 3% annually to reach a goal of 4,000 students by year 5. To support this effort, we have established key performance indicators that will ensure us and how we monitor our progress each year. Highlighting areas of success and identifying challenges require immediate attention. While we acknowledge that this is an ambitious target, especially in light of the national enrollment trends, we believe this is both necessary and achievable to ensure GBC continues to play a vital role in Nevada's workforce. The demographic profile of rural Nevada, together with the specific demographics of Great Basin College, are presented in this table and provide valuable insights that inform the development and the direction of our strategic plan. In particular, this data is critical in shaping our approach to Theme 1 and Access, as they will help us to identify gaps, opportunities, and priorities to ensure that higher education is accessible, equitable, and responsive to the diverse needs of our communities that we serve across this region. As we work to expand our enrollment, we are actively exploring ways to enhance dual credit opportunities for high school students and implement alternate scheduling options for traditional and non-traditional students within our already strong and in-demand programs. For instance, while 78% of our students currently attend some courses online, many of our CTE programs are only accessible to full-time students attending daytime classes. One of our key objectives is to develop flexible format pathways for certificates and degrees by offering alternate schedules. This is a prime example in our plan as you look at our electrical program in a hybrid format. Students will complete lectures and assignments online and attend hands-on lab sessions in the evenings and on Fridays. Another objective with Theme 1 is access to provide high-quality support services, engaging in proactive outreach to our prospective students who have shown interest, as well as those nearing degree completion who may only need the encouragement or an opportunity to finish. Additionally, with our 3-year rolling FAFSA completion rate at 60%, we aim to steadily increase the percentage each year through targeted initiatives and support. For Theme 2, we have student success, and it is very much in line with the NSHE similar pillar. Our key performance indicators are designed to help us monitor the data that highlight both areas of success and those requiring greater focus to improve student retention. For instance, while our part-time student retention rate is 45%, significantly exceeding both regional rates at 37% and national rates at 23% of the benchmark, our full-time retention rate is 37%. This lags behind the regional rate at 57% and the national rate of 48%. Acknowledging that IPEDS data does not reflect that most current years, we also track internal fall-to-fall retention rates for both full-time and part-time students to ensure more timely and actionable insights. Encouragingly, our data has shown that we are making steady progress with an average of our fall-to-fall retention rate at 53% over the past 3 years, or full-time students remaining actively stable, and our part-time retention rates with a 3-year rolling average of 42%. To maintain alignment with NSHE and to continue tracking data that has been meaningful to GBC over the past 3 years, our student success theme includes a comprehensive set of key performance indicators. Student success is multifaceted and requires ongoing, consistent monitoring in several areas. One measure of student success that GBC takes pride in is the feedback that we get from our graduate surveys, which consistently show that students are satisfied or very satisfied with the quality of their programs, the effectiveness of their instruction and the delivery methods, and the instructor's expertise in their areas and subject matter. For Objective 5, the final objective in the student success theme, it emphasizes and enhancing our support services to students. We plan to continue tracking data to expand on the foundation established in our previous 3-year strategic plan. Great Basin College continues to excel in workforce development. The focus of Theme 3. We aim to pursue a strategic growth plan in this area to ensure we consistently supply well-prepared, high-quality graduates to meet the needs of our industry partners. For Objective 6, encompassing degrees, certifications, reskilling, upskilling opportunities for our students. As mentioned earlier, we are committed to offering programs that accommodate both those unable to participate in traditional schedules. Additionally, we will focus on identifying and streamlining credit for prior learning, this process across all of our programs, while expanding non-credit workforce development offerings. Currently, GBC offers 26 programs listed on the OWIN, High Demand Occupation Report. We plan to build on this and strengthen our strategic efforts centered around that credit for prior learning, flexible schedules, and non-credit bearing opportunities. While we currently have several industry and stakeholder advisory groups integrated within our programs, our objective is to engage these groups more intentionally. By enhancing the structure and the purpose of these meetings, we aim to increase the completion rate of our employer surveys and gather more meaningful and accountable feedback. Finally, for Theme 4, we have community and culture. And it's important for us and all of our campuses that are located in several unique rural communities. We strive to be a trusted community partner. The culture at GBC is deeply important to us. Our faculty and staff are valued members not only of our institution, but also of our broader communities that we serve. Our campuses are envisioned as a vibrant, well-utilized space for learning, celebrations, and community wellness. When students graduate from GBC, we want them to remain engaged in our alumni and our community network. As an institution, we are committed to providing faculty and staff with the access of professional development opportunities. Furthermore, GBC embraces the culture of distance learning and continues to evolve from interactive video to fully online classes and our platform of Zoom, with an eye toward of whatever future modalities we will be engaged in. Our technology plan must stay current with our strategic plan, and we recognize this, and we recognize that we need to have the support in order to continue that forward. Theme 4 represents a vital opportunity for GBC to showcase who we are and demonstrate together that we can build a brighter future, not only for ourselves, but for generations to come. And as I quickly conclude our strategic plan, I also just want to recognize the faculty, staff, and the administration that participated in putting this together. A strategic plan is all encompassing. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort trying to get everybody together, and there was a huge comparison between what we did before, how we wanted to carry this forward in the future, and we actually put this to the test to see if we had all of the gaps filled and if there were any holes. And that took a lot of time and effort. So I just want to recognize all those that were involved in our strategic plan. And on that, we request your support to embark in our fall 2025 with our strategic plan, which is ready to be fully implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dinelli. I'll open it up for Regents for any discussion. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I remember the first time I came to Elko and you showed me around. I didn't get a rental car because they were closed and I was stranded, and she saved me.
Let that all be a lesson to you.
Yes, I think the taxi driver's back though, right? Is that right? Okay, the one taxi is back in town. Anyways, that's not the point of this. But what I'm saying is, even before you were president, I could tell just walking around on campus, people really respected you. And now that you are at the helm, I mean, we hear it from folks on your campus. We've seen it with our own eyes, and this presentation also just shows us that GBC is on its way. It matters so much to those communities. You are in several parts of our state that need that. And I remember the first time I went to the commencement in Pahrump, I think you had, I think 26 graduates, but that room had 300 people in it.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking, 8, 12 people per graduate. It was really special. And I know as a graduate of GBC, you know that more than anyone, but I just want to say thank you for your institution being everything to everyone all at once. And it really matters. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you so much. This is a really well thought out plan. I can see that there was hours and hours of work behind that, because we're getting ready to update our strategic plan for ACCT this summer. It's a lot of work, and you've made such a huge impact on this campus from the day you took over. And the fact that your faculty senate chair, I know a letter was shared with me with your praises. I don't know if the whole board got to see that, but I did get a copy of it, and that's a really huge compliment when they compliment you too. And you've really been a game changer for your school, and it's really great to see it, because I think that you guys were kind of in somewhat of a lull, and it is all about leadership, and you're certainly providing that. So thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. You do have a question, you said?
No, I don't have any
Okay,
questions.
okay. I want to also say thank you for this detailed strategic plan. I think it takes into consideration so many aspects of your institution. I really appreciate the idea of culture and community and really embracing that as well. And your time as president has been just extraordinary, and so congratulations for that. And bringing this forward at this time is great for you and great for GBC. Also, because it aligns with the system's strategic plan, and that worked out well too. So thank you for that. Are there any other comments from Regents? This is for possible action. So,
I'd like to.
Motion to approve.
okay, I have a motion from Regent Brown.
Second.
Thank you, Regent Goodman, for that second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 32, Annual Evaluation Summary, Interim President Amber Dinelli at GBC. And for this, I will go to Chancellor Charlton. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Regents. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and members of the board. The fourth time's the charm. So, so it is my pleasure to get to provide to you the first annual evaluation summary for Interim President Amber Dinelli of Great Basin College. And so with that, as we all know, she took the helm. She actually sat at the table, this very table, last year at this meeting as President Helens kind of stepped out the door to begin her long-anticipated retirement. So in that time, she has truly, as she has said, ignited the fire at Great Basin College. And so in her first year, you can see how full it has been. During her time as president, she has focused on key action-oriented activities, developing this new strategic plan, stabilizing the leadership of the institution, engaging with community in just an incredible way, because it's not just a community, it is multiple communities spread out over a long geographic size. She's increased communication with internal and external stakeholders, including all of you as members of the board, as well as really engaged with the system office as well. Some of the key highlights that she has focused on has really been student access and success, and Great Basin has increased enrollment 16.6% in fall of 2024 over the prior year, increasing retention rates of both part-time and full-time students, and she has facilitated just extensive, comprehensive engagement with the campus and again, the broader community, having college meetings, town hall presentations, again, in every single community in which Great Basin represents. She actually got a lot of kudos as well when she presented to GoEd on the NORCAP program, and that has been wildly successful as well. Great Basin also completes a mission fulfillment report, and I think it's actually a great example of a dashboard or a scorecard to measure the different progress that they're making in all of these strategic areas. She has also, with that scorecard, has achieved 93% of their mission fulfillment goals. And a lot of times for institutions, success is actually measured by about 80%. You can continue that improvement, but again, mostly those are stretch goals. And so she has established personal goals and professional goals as well. As a person who's coming into her first year as a president, one of her personal goals is to really participate in executive leadership opportunities. She's registering for the American Association of Community Colleges President's Academy Summer Institute. She's going to also continue her campus presence and engagement, setting a minimum of 3 times per semester to do those town halls and to engage with faculty, staff, students, and the community. Third, she is prioritizing her reflective leadership and strategic goal alignment, setting aside time, and I think this is very important because you can certainly get lost in the day-to-day and all the responsibilities, but setting aside time for strategic reflection, leadership journaling, and really focusing on how the institution can move forward strategically and in support of the community. And again, she too will be engaging with the boards very systematically so that you too can get to know Great Basin just as she does. Professionally, especially since you have now approved the strategic plan, she is ready to launch and operationalize this strategic plan. Second, she's also engaging in an institutional budget book, which is going to help all of the institution to know the ins and outs of the budget that exist at GBC, and something that did not exist when she came in to the helm. And then third, she's going to also lead the selection and planning for a new customer relationship management system, a CRM as we call it in our work, which is very important. She walked into this role with one that did not implement with our system and was not able to be fully deployed, and so she had to scratch that and start from the ground up. And then finally, she's also going to strengthen cross-functional communication and planning structures throughout the institution with all areas. I would also add that she is engaged with every one of your institutions, and I think she's got a little bit of help coming from everyone, and she is very proud of that. As someone, and I know that I got to attend graduation with Vice Chair Downs, Amber truly, truly embodies Great Basin. From her entire family being at graduation to her even making her dad cry when she told a story. And when she looked at those graduates and she said, "I was you," not that long ago. So with that, I am ready for any questions, and so is President Dinelli. Oh, and I request you accept the report, please.
Thank you, thank you. I'll open it up to the Regents for any discussion on President Dinelli's annual evaluation summary. Yes, Regent Brown.
Regent Brown for the record. I think I just said this in item 31, but I do just want to echo that I have really enjoyed getting to know you since I've been on the board, and especially this last 11 and a half months when you've been at the helm. So I would move to approve item 32, the annual evaluation for interim president Amber Dinelli.
Thank you. I have a motion from Regent Brown and a second from Regent Del Carlo. Any other discussion? I just want to say thank you to President Dinelli. Just as I mentioned earlier with President Sandoval, your story resonates with your students, and we love those stories that come full circle from being a student to being the leader of the institution. I just love that. So thank you for your dedication to GBC. It seems like you have a tremendous amount of support in Elko and at GBC. So thank you for that. So at this time, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Next is item number 23, potential partnerships with the City of Las Vegas and the City of North Las Vegas. Before I turn it over to President Pollard, I wanted to give the opportunity to Regent Brager if she would like to make a disclosure.
Thank you, and I will say it's item 33, and at this time, I will not make a formal disclosure, but I will state when it comes back, I will. For now, I will say I have a business relationship with Dr. Spiritos, and when it does come back, hopefully in July, from what I hear about this, I would make that formal disclosure at that time for the vote. Thank you so much, President Carvalho, Chair Carvalho.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it to President Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Darian Pollard, for the record, President, Nevada State University. I'm here today to talk with you about two potential partnerships that Nevada State has been working on for the last year. In fact, Regents, hopefully you will have recalled my first introduction to this topic with you all was in September of 24 when I talked about conversations with the City of Las Vegas, and then November of 24, conversations with the City of North Las Vegas. We have been in deep dialogue with them, and most importantly, this is an opportunity where I am asking the board for your feedback, your thoughts on this, and as I've tried to suggest in this last slide, co-create with us. So if I can move on, let's see if I can make this work. I'm hitting the big green button, correct? All right. Or not? Maybe you can help me until the smarter people come up here. Thank you. With that, the purpose of today's presentation is for me and members of my team to provide a status update on the potential partnerships with these two municipalities, invite collaboration prior to us bringing forth an action item for your consideration, and then show due diligence in how we have scoped the environment in order to prepare for these partnerships. Throughout this, I ask for you all as board members to be thinking about three things. One, general feedback that you would ask of us in this space. What questions do you still have in such a way that we would bring that back to you? And more importantly, thank you, what other data might you want to see? Important to us is that we always lead from a place of our mission. Nevada State is leading the way in working to provide affordable degrees and enhancing opportunities for members of our community, really to drive upward economic mobility. We know this because in two different spaces we have been successful. I shared with you earlier in my report to you this month that the 2024 Social Mobility Index ranked Nevada State 34th in the country of 1,205 institutions, where our bachelor's degree earners from our institution make more on average in Nevada during their first year when compared to other universities. This is, we know, in large parts because of the very clear commitments around workforce development programs that we have. But more importantly, if you look at our Carnegie classification, we were ranked, or at least classified as professions-based baccalaureate institution with high access and medium earnings. This places us in the 1% of institutions across this country, and we're very pleased about that in this new Carnegie classification. So we're updating you this month about this particular project, and then more importantly, looking forward to your feedback. I want to share with you just a decision-making framework that my team uses when we are evaluating projects. I'm not going to take you through literally a diagram that we kind of use to this, but it's important if you look at these attributes. We're considering things from alignment and importance to our impact, the politics, the finances, partners. Do we have capacity? Is this aligned with our mission? And if we do this very well, will we be able to dedicate the strategy and focus necessary to accomplish this? So with this in mind, as I'd like to think that fairly savvy leaders are, we ask smarter colleagues to come and do the heavy lifting from time to time. So in this presentation, I've asked members of my executive team to come forward, and they will present to you a project summary and then take you forward not only through mission implications, but then also the financial models that we have identified for that. With this, I'm very proud, I think you have met her already, to bring Dr. Sarah Fry, who's my provost and vice president, to this, Dr. Amber Lopez Lassiter, the chief of staff. You will also hear later Dr. Gloria Walker, who is our chief fiscal officer and vice president for finance business operations. Oh, look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Fry for the record. I will start by telling you about our City of Las Vegas project. This is particularly focused on a new facility in the medical district. With that facility, we hope to be creating a juvenile allied health education center and clinic. That space would be focused on 4 degree offerings in speech-language pathology, educational psychology, nutrition and kinesiology, with a particular focus on the pediatric care. In addition to offering classes, labs, and other types of educational opportunities in the space, we also hope to provide clinics for the community so that parents can bring in their kids for these services, which will be provided largely by our students under the supervision of their clinical faculty. This is posed to be positioned in the Las Vegas Medical District, opening as soon as spring of 2026. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Amber Lopez Lassiter, for the record. And I'm really excited to share with you more about the City of North Las Vegas project. This prospective partnership will provide a unique opportunity to expand access to higher education, drive workforce training and development in one of the fastest growing and most underserved areas of our state. We're designing and programming this site to serve as an extension of the main Nevada State campus, a place where students can access academic programs, career-aligned workforce credentials, as well as student support services right there in their own backyard. Our North Las Vegas site will go beyond just the classrooms. It'll be an all-inclusive student access hub offering recruitment, academic advising, financial aid, tutoring, career services, all in one place.
To dive a little more deeply into the City of Las Vegas Medical District project, this is one that we were approached by the city. They asked us, if you had space in the medical district, would you have a program that you would like to put forward? And that's where we came forward with this idea of the juvenile allied health focus. That would provide critical education that we know is a high workforce need in that area. And it also would provide clinical services that we hear repeatedly from parents and in our relationships with CCSD that are lacking. So that was kind of the origin of that project. To provide a little bit more detail, that space would include traditional classrooms, plus laboratory space for a new nutrition program that we have under development, and a new kinesiology simulation center, which is also a new major under development. We have a thriving speech-language pathology clinic here on our campus in Henderson. This would expand services to that area. We also have a brand new psychoeducational mental health clinic that we launched this year on our campus. This again would provide a second location for services in our community. We also would have a kinesiology and a nutrition clinic at that site. We know from parents, many students with particular diagnoses have intersectional needs between some of these services. A single diagnosis may need speech-language services, kinesiology services, et cetera. So we were excited to be able to offer that both clinical services, but also the educational training so the students get that intersectionality of those fields. We also plan to have a handful of faculty and staff offices. We'll be offering the complete degrees for those programs in our undergraduate side, and also our graduate degree program that the EDS in school psychology would be offered at that place. We're really excited about this kind of opportunity to meld the educational and the clinical experiences for those true experiential learning, where the students can get placements both in the NSU clinics that we have on site and the adjacent medical district practices that the city has already been facilitating partnerships and relationships with.
So for the City of North Las Vegas project, we're envisioning a 30,000 square foot, 3-story facility that will blend innovation, instruction, and access all under one roof. The facility would be programmed to include traditional classrooms as well as the high-tech teleconferencing rooms that would enable students to connect with their peers and colleagues on campus. We'd also are having fully equipped computer labs designed for modern, hybrid, and remote learners. And ideally, we'd also offer quiet student study space, tutoring services, and online course hubs. A one-stop enrollment academic support center ensures students can apply, register, and receive advising all under one roof, again, right there in their backyard. An online learning access point and collaborative learning zones will empower peer-to-peer support and group study. We'll offer core curriculum courses, full degrees, 2+2 transfer pathways, and continuing education options. So whether you're starting your degree or you're returning and upskilling and going back into education, you could look at degrees that we'd offer, including education, criminal justice, business, and I heard as recent as this morning, discussions around digital media. Community event rooms that could host academic symposiums and local meetings. But keep in mind, this site is a catalyst and is also a model for how higher education can embed itself in the heart of a community on the rise. So I actually think I covered this in right here. So let's. Oh, there we go. Thank you for bearing with me here. So what you see here is a visualization of how our students are dispersed. So clearly you can see that in addition to down in that Henderson area, our students are really all across Southern Nevada, with a good number of them being right there in that city of North Las Vegas, as well as what we're looking at for the medical district. Having these satellite locations would address a key component and barrier around transportation, and also allow students to go straight to campus that's right there. In terms of the community needs, our communities, both Las Vegas and North Las Vegas, are facing urgent, unmet needs that have a demand, and they really need our response. So across critical measures, we know that child and youth well-being in Nevada ranks near the bottom nationally. So 47th in child well-being, 51st in youth mental health, 41st in childhood obesity. So obviously, we all know these aren't just statistics, these are experiences of families. The Las Vegas Medical District continues to grow and diversify, but it needs a qualified, mission-aligned workforce, and that's really where Nevada State comes in. The proposed programs we're designing to fill those workforce pipelines are very intentional. In our degree offerings, like I mentioned, we have that coordination between CSN and UNLV. In North Las Vegas, we see one of the region's most significant opportunities for educational and economic uplift. 1 in 5 adults over 25 holds a bachelor's degree, and there is especially high demand for educators in early childhood. So again, this isn't just about filling classrooms, it's about building a stronger, healthier, and more resilient future, starting in Southern Nevada. So you can see here, I referenced transportation as being a barrier. We get reports from our students. Regrettably, with the current public transportation that's available, it could take upwards of 2 hours just to get from that North Las Vegas area all the way down to campus. And by having a physical presence in this area, we can reduce those commute times significantly. So this allows us to leverage the nearby public transportation system. And you can see right here on these graphics, the different bus stops that are available. Also keep in mind that City of North Las Vegas is it's very close to Nellis Air Force Base, which positions us to serve military personnel and families, many who reside right there in that area. So these types of partnerships, in my opinion, are the future. It's going to take multiple entities to come together. So in this circumstance, both cities have stepped up with meaningful commitment, which signal alignment, urgency, and shared purpose. The City of Las Vegas is covering 100% of the rent for the first 2 years and 50% for the following 3, which is a critical financial bridge as we stand up operations. They have also committed $1.5 million for staffing subsidy over the first 3 years, plus $50,000 in annual grant funding. And just as importantly, obviously, having that type of partnership opens the doors to other conversations with healthcare providers. On the City of North Las Vegas side, they are prepared to provide a sublease to provide funding at 100% of rent for the first 5 years, with the institution to repay after a solid enrollment is built. And again, the same sort of concept to build a runway for us to have a sustainable model. As you can see, they're working alongside us to make this a viable option, and also will open doors to connect with employers directly. On the community partner side, we know true community impact is rooted in collaboration. So these partnerships are created to align scalable pathways for student success and regional impact. As I mentioned, we're working closely with UNLV to ensure alignment and transferability. UNLV's kinesiology faculty has been fabulous in helping us shape the design of our new degree program and provide input on our space needs. And we are building kinesiology and nutrition degree programs that create a direct pipeline into UNLV's graduate programs, giving our students a seamless path to advancement. Our collaboration with CSN is focused on coordination, and we're identifying how our degree programs can complement CSN's offerings, especially right there at their Cheyenne campus, and expand choice and opportunity for students right there. The North Las Vegas Library District is providing space for instruction and recruitment as early as this fall, so we're really excited about that, which gives us vital community touch points. And we have already secured philanthropic gifts, including one from Nevada Energy, and bless you, and another from anonymous donor. That signals, obviously, confidence in this vision, and these partnerships are central to our strategy. In terms of increasing capacity, the Juvenile Allied Health Education Center will be a cornerstone for our health workforce strategy. At full scale, this site could serve more than 500 students across 60 courses each term, and it will house 4 dedicated health clinics capable of serving 250 patients each week, providing hands-on training for our students while meeting real community need. And on the City of North Las Vegas side, you can see the potential to serve up to 2,500 students with over 240 courses per term. Again, these graphics just spell out what the ramp up looks like. The financial component of this partnership is structured to be sustainable. So Nevada State will receive revenues based on student headcount and courses taking, ensuring that the campus supports itself throughout increased enrollment. So as you can see over that 10-year projection, starting with 45 students with the City of Las Vegas project and ramping up to 250 students, and with City of North Las Vegas, broader scale, looking to start with 400 students and moving up to 650. Now I'm going to turn it over to the fabulous Dr. Walker to walk you through the financial structure. Yeah, actually, you don't have to think.
I don't have to do that, do I?
Yeah.
All righty.
I got you.
Good afternoon. I'm Gloria Walker, serving the capacity of Vice President of Finance and Business Operation here at Nevada State University. Thank you for having us, and thank you for allowing us to present this to you. As you can see on the financial report, we have actually estimated what that cost would be. We know that anytime that we go into an institution or in a place, that we have to make sure that it's financially sustainable. As you can see on the projector, we anticipate enrollment with the City of Las Vegas of starting with like 45 students to start off with that. As my colleagues have just mentioned, we have gotten gifts to actually help us with the financial side of that. As you can see on that slide, we have about $50,000 in gifts that are coming in. We have clinical income that's coming in, as well as staffing subsidies to supplement the staffing that we're going to have there. From the expense side of that, you can see in the first year that we're actually getting a gift for actually the rent of that building. The first 2 years, as a matter of fact, and starting the third year, the vendor is going to also, a landlord, I should say, also is going to fund 50% of the rent for the next 2 years. It's not until about year 6 that we started having the full cost of the rent as it relates to that. And that rent is like 15,000 square feet. At, let me see, $3.50 a square feet, which comes out to $52,000 a month, $630,000 a year. That's far in advance at year 7. So we have ample opportunity to make sure that we continue to increase our enrollment. We continue to offer the classes that are specialized here at the City of Las Vegas, and then we have the cost to actually do the work that needs to be done. As you look at the faculty rate, things of that nature, those all are parallel to the number of students that we're going to have in those classrooms there. So as it relates to I'm sorry. I'm looking for the button. Okay, thank you so much. As it relates to the North Las Vegas, similar situation in terms of the financing part of that. And thanks to the legislative session that just closed, we didn't anticipate getting Senate Bill 498 to actually fund $2.5 million for the North Las Vegas campus. Any of y'all that was involved in that, we greatly appreciate your effort, walking the halls of legislature to make sure that we got those dollars coming so we can start that campus a lot sooner than we anticipated. But as you look at the financial side of that, you can see that we're anticipating about 400 students starting that campus. As my colleagues mentioned earlier, we're starting the library. We're hoping to ramp that up. But with us having the $2.5 million, it gives an ample amount of time to actually grow that enrollment a lot faster. As noted in the slide on the expense side of that, we actually have a good partner in this, in that you don't see any rental rates in the first 5 years. That's because the City of North Las Vegas are actually going to fund that first 5 years of rent for us. They have an opportunity or economic grant that's going to be able to do that, and we may have to negotiate maybe a payback of that, but also they have put up like $14 million that we can divide between the tenant improvement for the building, because this is a newly constructed building, as well as the rent over those 5 years. As we anticipate from an instructional cost perspective, what we're looking at is about starting with 11 professors teaching 8 courses at $8,500 per course. That's how we back into what our instructional cost is going to be. And we'll grow that grow those numbers of instructors that are out there as our enrollment grows. So everything else is staffing, what's it going to take for that building in particular, the head count there, and then the other furnitures and fixtures that comes with going into a new building. I leave this opportunity. If you have any questions as it relates to the financial projections of these two buildings.
So for these next slides, I'm going to run through very quickly. I think you'll find the numbers speak for themselves. So obviously, solid enrollment dating back to 2015 and moving forward. I know many of you are familiar with some of these stats, but from enrollment to our signature median class size of 25 to our robust diversity, our 50% first-gen students, we take a tremendous amount of pride in that. This 80% of Nevada State alumni who are employed in Nevada, this is an incredibly important statistic because our students, they graduate and they stay here. So they really are the economic engine behind the workforce, and we feel strongly that both of these projects will contribute greatly in that contribution. And now I'll turn it over to Madam President.
Thank you, Darian Pollard for the record. So what we're looking at here, and again, is to solicit your feedback as a board to these concepts. Our intent is to hopefully, depending on your feedback, bring back to your July special meeting, pending the approval of the chair, to bring forth any interlocal agreements and/or lease agreements for consideration at your July meeting for both the City of North Las Vegas and the City of Las Vegas. And before we would do that, it's our intent now to solicit feedback from you as a board. Again, going back to the questions at the top that I posed to you, questions you may have of us, other data that you would like to see, or general feedback. I would just also end on that point that any praise, certainly I would love to see that for my team. The critique or hard questions I'm happy to receive. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Regent Boylan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is great stuff, and I told you when you get to these big numbers above 20 and all, I'm lost. But I do have a question for Dr. Amber. On one of her slides where it says mental health for juveniles or something, and it says we are 51st. What happened? Did we acquire Canada or something, or what 51st out of what?
That includes Washington, D.C. So when the statistics are put together, it's the 50 states plus Washington, D.C. So I think the take-home message there is that we're dead last, and we've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that's,
Yes.
I'm like, hey, even below 50, this is awesome. We've just got Greenland or Canada or something. What happened now? So you're just including that.
Correct.
See, 20 to 50 I can handle. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yes, not a problem.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Regent Del Carlo.
I think this is fantastic in a couple of different ways. Instead of where your location is, I have said this before, I didn't even know where Nevada State College at the time was when I became a regent. When I was running for office, I had to look it up on the map. And a lot of people in the state don't even know you were there. But the mission of your university now is a state mission. So you could be, and hope you will be someday, and Dr. Pollard needs to stay and keep staying so you can be in every corner of the state. But what I loved about this is that these two communities came to you. I said to you when we had our phone chat, there's so many hours of work behind this. I mean, we're seeing that in this slideshow. But I can't imagine the amount of meetings you guys have done. I know, Amber, you're shaking your head. There's just a ton of meetings. So I'm so impressed that they came to you and that you recognize, I think one of the hardest things is the mobility and transportation down in your traffic clogged area that continues to grow and your location. So you're coming to the customer, and that's so important. And then you're going to have this with other private development, build the building, you're going to do the rent. I appreciate the rent lowering for the first years till you get off the ground. I see nothing but growth, huge growth here, because you don't have to have your university to be at your campus. It can be anywhere. So this is really great. And thank you for taking care of the juveniles. That's our future. Those are our future students. They're our future citizens in Nevada, our future workforce. I've got to see what else I wrote down. This is really a game changer. I mean, it's just, I'm really proud of you guys. And I know under Dr. Pollard's leadership, this is, if you can dream it, you can do it. And this was dreamed when the college or the university was passed at the legislature. That was the dream. I expect you to be other places. I know you have an agreement with WNC. We had one of your faculty come for graduation. I think it's the 2+2, and they have it at TMCC. I mean, this is the value of, I know Del Urquiagua had a different word for it. I just call it systemness. This is the value of having a system. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We're working it together. You're working to make sure that everything transfers. Nobody should ever be in our system, lose credit because another of our sister institutions didn't accept it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a beautiful presentation. I can't wait to have you come back and get it approved because you guys are off and running. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a queue going. Next is Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Chair. Well, first of all, wow. I oftentimes talk to local elected officials, and they always want to find ways to have partnerships. It's always something that gets too complicated one way or another. And it feels like this came very, very quickly. And I think it really speaks to the efforts, that you've all had in your own leadership roles and really bringing this together. I'm particularly proud to know that the City of North Las Vegas project falls in my district. And when I look at the population that I represent, a lot of them are underskilled. And this is such an important solution, right? And just speaking of collaboration alone, the collaboration of getting two different municipalities and bringing back something that not only surprises me, but it really shows that they are willing to invest with us. They're wanting to invest in their own communities, and they see that ROI. And I really appreciate the fact that you started the presentation with the population that you all serve and just how much better they do after they come out of Nevada State University, and wanting to share that with the rest of the municipality. So, kind of echoing what Regent LaCarlo said, it's mission of Nevada State University to be all over it. And I really look forward and am so proud to be such a small part of that major growth. So I really want to attribute that to all of your leadership, and really look forward to be able to bring this back to my constituents to show them that higher education is spreading even more, and we want you to be there. And I think seeing that investment from all those levels of government is just vital. So thank you all.
Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I think it's really telling that we had the two economic development directors here. We had Terry Sheridan from North Las Vegas and Dina Babsky from the City of Las Vegas. And the fact that both of the economic development departments are thinking about higher ed as they're planning out their municipality growth and trajectory is a huge win for NSHE. And I'm really grateful that Nevada State made sure that education was part of that. I also want to acknowledge that we heard from both Mayor Berkeley and Mayor Goins Brown, making sure that their support was also here. And I think that's important. This isn't something that we are trying to get somebody to pay attention to us with. They want us. You guys are the right solutions, and now you're together. And I think this is a no-brainer and a great benefit for our community. And as our state university, you're doing exactly what you need to do, which is going into communities with gaps and filling them. So thank you.
Regent Ariscotta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this would go to Provost Fry. What curriculums will need to be constructed to fulfill the education goals of these sites?
The only new curriculum is the kinesiology major and the nutrition major. Those are both new majors for us. They're currently under development. We've been partnering closely with UNLV, who has majors in these areas, so that we're sure to complement and extend their offerings to the population of students that we serve.
And my second question, possibly just an observation. I was talking to my local Google's map to my left, and the topography, the area which you all are covering geographically is pretty robust. Approximately what is the population, approximate population of that triangle, if you'd like to call it? Is that a Google? What do you say?
I don't know the overall population, but as we made those projection numbers for our enrollment, we really looked carefully at the number of students with AA degrees who weren't going on
That's what it was.
to get bachelor's degrees. We also looked at the high school graduates who weren't going on to college to kind of help us project our enrollment numbers and the kind of unserved population we thought we could reach. We also looked at students who had applied to Nevada State but didn't end up coming to us as kind of an indicator of students who might be interested in our education, but for other barriers weren't able to access our campus. So I don't know the overall numbers, but I can tell you all those numbers that went into those calculations.
Sounded good. Thank you.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you. These are both great projects, but particularly as the health sciences chair, I just really love what you're doing in the medical district. I love the collaboration with the city of Las Vegas. And I actually toured the building that you're supposed to be going into, and it's wonderful. So I'm glad you're bringing it back in July and that we can get it moving for you ASAP. So very exciting.
Thank you. I had a few questions as well. You mentioned that the city of North Las Vegas is advancing this project. Can you tell us what stage that project is at right now, the Gateway Village
Sure.
project?
So currently, and it's right there on, when you're on the 95 North and you exit at Las Vegas Boulevard in Lake Mead, it's just dirt. So they've been working with Agora as the primary developer there. And I know that they have made considerable headway in securing what the mixed use components of the other, reimagined downtown area is going to look like, but that they're really anxious for Nevada State to be that core anchor. I can certainly get a better timeline, and as we bring it back for action, for consideration, provide the timeline to you.
That would be great. So would you say Nevada State is going to be the anchor? So is that going to be one of the earliest tenants of?
Yes, so I imagine on the groundbreaking side, because it's new construction, a 3-story, 30,000 square foot building, that'll be one of the initial projects that's up and running. And I know that this is also something that the mayor is very anxious to advance.
Yes.
And they have been fantastic. To give you a sense, Regent Del Carlo, on the timeline, the initial renderings that we have for this project have Nevada State College on it. And so we've been at it for a while, but we're finally getting to the point where we're picking up some good traction.
Great. I do have some other questions on the two budgets. So on the North Las Vegas budget, I very much appreciate the, okay, now I just lost him. The rent that is going to be, we're going to forego the rent for the first few years, but then the rent starts on year 6, and we do see a bit of a dip in revenues with expenses. I don't know if that is, I don't know if there are any other sources of revenues that can come in before that time that maybe we can help with that rent. Just a suggestion there, since that is that it is a large rent payment annually. But I'm very thankful for it, and I'm very much in support of the project. And then on the Las Vegas project, I did notice that the clinic income was essentially stabilized from year 6 through year 10. I was hoping to see a more aggressive forecast, but I give you an opportunity to speak to that.
Sure, Darian Pollard for the record. And one of the things that my chief fiscal officer is extremely conservative, as most chief fiscal officers are. And two things we did in there. One, we wanted to have a very thoughtful and minimalist to the extent we can, not knowing how this is going to project itself out. But the biggest factor that all of us are waiting to see is the issue of the Medicaid. We know that the Medicaid legislation and the budget that's going to come forth from the federal level is most likely going to have dramatic impact on our state. And our state, as you all talked about yesterday, will most likely have to take up a special session to address that. So we don't know what that's going to look like in the long term, so we thought to be very minimalist in that. The other thing is that because we have such wonderful partners with our colleagues, there might be ways that we might be able to come together and look at ways in which billing might be done more effectively. But as you all have been grappling with, whether the dental school and the medical schools, we know there's a lot to be learned here. So we went with a minimal amount with hope that we can surprise you at a different point. It's a great question, and thank you for that.
Thank you, and I appreciate the conservative approach to that. That's probably very wise. It looks like Regent Brager would like to make a comment.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Susan Breger for the record. I did get a message from Dr. Spiritos, and if anyone would like to view that building, the Las Vegas part of this, that he would be happy to set up any of those tours for anyone.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, thank you for your presentation. We look forward to hearing the next phase of it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to summarize so I can make sure I'm understanding correctly. We will be moving forward based on the feedback we've heard here with either the MOU or interlocal agreements to bring back hopefully to your July meeting, pending the timeline and approval by the chair. Secondly, we will also bring in our documents some greater clarity around the timeline for the North Las Vegas facility population projections. I think it's a fair assessment for us to do that.
Very good. And Dr. Pollard.
Excuse me?
Regent Brager, I think
Oh, you have to mute.
you should be muted.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That's okay. And then we'll also be very thoughtful around the clinic revenue. Thank you all, and I just want to thank this team. The recognition that it has taken a long point to get to this. They have done it, and fortunately, I think that they've done a very good job. So thank you all very much.
We agree. Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 34, proposed implementation of fees assessed on tuition and fee payments made by credit card. And for this, I will turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Chris Vitone.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Vitone for the record again. Thanks for the opportunity to present this item for you. I'll start by just a reminder that this is for information only. You've heard a lot of public comment about a concern about assessing a credit card fee on payments, and I can assure you I'm very aware of the concerns, and I've always been aware that there would be a concern should the system or campuses choose to implement a credit card fee on tuition and fee payments. And that's actually why we put this together and wanted to bring it to you to discuss it. I think you likely also know, I mentioned it in the briefing materials, but it's highly common for higher ed institutions that accept credit cards as a method of payment for tuition and fees to assess a fee on those payments. In our case, NSHE implemented credit card fee payments long before I joined the system, has never assessed fees on those charges. However, that's just not the norm. So when anyone new comes into our campuses on the business side, one of the first suggestions they make when we're talking about how to improve our budgets or cover expenses, expand the opportunity to allocate resources, one of the first suggestions they make is, why don't we implement a credit card fee? Everyone does that. So it's something I think I've heard numerous times. I've been with the system, as you know, for about 19 years, and this is a topic that surfaces routinely as I mentioned, when campuses are looking for how to provide more opportunity to allocate resources, reduce their expense budget. And so we've talked about it often. Business officers have been discussing it. We do have business partners. So in your student information system, with all the campuses use the same student information system, PeopleSoft, to bill and collect on those student account payments. The payments are actually processed by another partner. That partner's TouchNet, that was awarded as a system contract as well. And TouchNet's one of the service providers you might have noticed on the information I included in your materials, that is one of the routine providers higher ed institutions use to collect payments and implement this credit card fee. So this suggestion is all just very much in the norm in terms of how our peer institutions handle credit card payments. I know there was a lot of information in the briefing paper. I highlight a few things, I guess. The total cost in calendar year 2024 for the system for accepting card payments was about $4.4 million. And the vast majority of that is associated with credit card payments. That credit cards and debit cards are processed through the same process, but the fees associated with them are very different. And you know the difference in how your debit card works versus your credit card in terms of the funds being drawn from your account on the debit card versus being put on account for payment later on the credit card, and the fees on the debit card are much lower. When you implement a credit card fee, the campuses would immediately save that $4.4 million. What we don't know is whether that means you would still keep seeing the same level of credit card payments or not. Because I think the expectation is you have a change in behavior also, because while I know it's the case that not everyone has a choice for how to make that payment, and you will not eliminate credit card payments. Not all students will have other options, but where students are using credit cards as a convenience because we aren't assessing a fee, there will be an ability to make a payment and not incur any fee. We currently have that ability. It's an electronic check payment, which works essentially the same as a debit card payment, but it's just a one-off transaction, not requiring a card. I think the other thing I wanted to highlight, I know I mentioned this in the briefing paper, when I've talked with folks before about the concern about students being charged an additional fee, one of the things I keep in mind is that this isn't a separately assessed fee today. It's covered by the tuition and fees you're collecting. So it really is being covered by the fees more broadly. It's not separately charged, but the campuses are incurring it. So a way of looking at it is that everyone's paying this fee through their tuition and fees. So when you're looking at how you may have to increase fees or what can be covered by the inflation adjustment that is part of your predictable pricing program, these fees are part of that expense, and essentially then all students are paying it. So if while there's concern for students who would be directly charged in the event they're making a credit card payment, I also have concerns with students who are covering their entire bill through their financial assistance. If they're receiving Pell, if they're drawing loans and using those payments, those federal aid benefits to entirely pay their bill, they're not using a credit card, but their fees are covering everyone else's credit card fees because those fees are being absorbed in the campus budgets. So I think the hope for me in implementing a fee like this is that those who are able to use another payment method would choose that method. The campuses save the full $4.4 million, but the credit card companies don't keep collecting that $4.4 million either because there's less credit card use altogether in the process. With that, I wanted to say in our conversations with the business officers, they understood this would be a difficult decision. This would be a big change for the system. I don't think that on campuses where credit card fees have been in place, anyone ever questions the practice. It's part of the norm in most institutions. Having not done it and changing it would be a big change for us to undertake, and that's why we wanted to talk about it here and hear your feedback. In terms of timing, I think the I know it'll take time we'll want to come back and talk about this again, but the campuses aren't anticipating trying to rush this process. So I think the absolute earliest you'd be in a position to be considering this could be as soon as this January, but probably even coming back or giving it more time, looking into potentially as late as the start of next fiscal year. So I wanted to stop there, and I know you may have some questions. I'd like to answer them.
I'll open up to Regents. Regent Boylan?
Thank you, ma'am. Again, I'll go back down to the 3% you're saying is the fee on the credit cards. So depending upon if it goes higher or goes lower, that'll be charged to the students. If it goes higher, then we'll charge them, say, 5% if it's 5%. And if it comes down to 1%, then we'll only charge them 1%. So it's like a floating fee. Help me there.
Regent Boylan, Chris Fatone, thanks, Regent Boylan, for the question. The way the implementation of the fee works, we would do this through our service provider, and it's that set 2.95%. The rate doesn't fluctuate on the payment. There are different rates that are assessed by the interchange, but so Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover charge the fees, and their fees are different depending on the type of card it is. So like global reward cards are very high rate, high merchant fee rates, whereas other cards can be lower. Our experience as a system through our merchant provider, we're incurring in the neighborhood of 2.6% on credit cards, but that's an average. It's not. That's an average. The exact card you use determines the rate that we are charged, and so it's not possible to say exactly what the real rate would be.
Okay.
But in this, the way this would work if we implemented it, the rate is set at 2.95%.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. It's a set rate that you're going to charge the students. I had a lengthy talk with the two chancellors, and they're both here today, and they helped me understand a lot of it. So how do we help students, let's say especially the foreign students, the graduate students, can we look for a solution? They're going to be charged that. So can we help them in some other way? Is there some other way to take money from Peter and give it to Paul kind of thing to cover those fees? Because it's not really a fee of the university. Not all students are going to pay it. It's not a 2.96% increase in fees. It's just for those who use the card, right?
Chris Fatone again for the record. So yes, the way this would work, the fee would only be assessed on a credit card payment. So any other payment, not any other payment. The other financial aid is applied directly, so that does not incur any fee.
Okay.
Essentially, the two ways you'd have to pay a fee through the student system would be an electronic check, which would have no fee, or a card payment, whether it's debit or credit, would still be subject to the 2.95%. My assumption is if I was going to use a debit card, I would convert to an electronic check because they're essentially the same way of making a payment, one with no fee, one with a fee.
I got that, yeah.
For an international student, if an international student is currently having to transfer funds from convert funds and transfer it to make a payment, there are services that we could contract with that some campuses may already be contracted with that can also provide a service to transfer the funds and convert the funds. Those services aren't without cost, though. That's, transferring, making an international transfer, currency conversion are transactions that carry cost. So there are services that can help with that are geared towards student payments, but they're not without a charge also. So.
Right. No, I get that. That's right. Is there a way that we can come up with some ideas and have it printed or sent by email to all the students who have been, it's extra work, I know, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get to a solution to help the students. That's what I'm trying to do here. And I don't want to increase your work or anybody else's, but if we have to help the students or take out money from some other fund to help students who have to pay by credit card. Is that even legal or possible?
Chris Fatone for the record again. So I think part of the reason we're here for information and planning some time, should we move forward toward a proposal to implement, is to make sure that we're preparing for adequate and robust communication with the students and direction. And making sure they're aware of all their alternatives. I know we heard a little bit about potentially students that don't have a choice on making credit card payments. If if students are actually making their credit card payments and carrying balances on those cards, comparing credit card versus student loan, if those are alternatives that haven't been examined, I think those are the kind of things that I'd certainly want to know more about. I know that also this is very high-level information. I think that we'll want to come back with more, be able to provide a little bit more, detailed view of kind of how payments are made and how they're distributed in terms of different formats. And wanting to understand how many students' bills are fully covered through financial aid, because those students, again, are really covering this cost for everyone else. And to what degree students' balances are being paid by credit card, at what level. I know there was some discussion about could the charge be a flat rate rather than a percentage, and certainly you see some institutions do approach it that way. In our case, the data for calendar year 24, again, a debit card transaction is 82 cents on average. A credit card transaction was $37 on average.
Ooh, wow.
So that's and again, because the choices students may make in making the payment would change when a fee gets imposed. It's harder to predict what the average cost will be because you don't know the number of transactions when you make a change. So we have historical data, but that data is based on not charging fees. So the known is the percentage. The percentage is based on those interchange rates. And again, the service providers that we use to take payments have been doing this for a long time. So setting that rate at 2.95% is based on their very long history of collecting payments that way.
Thank you, sir. It's outstanding. And I know we'll educate the students about what's best for them. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's funny, this is an issue that when I was a student, we had brought up and had always been against, credit card fees. So it is interesting now on this side that it's being brought up again. So I see this in two ways. Particularly, it's a business expense, right? This is what I would consider the cost of doing business. I run an association and we absorb the cost, and it is a lot. I do recognize that. But in doing my colleague next to me, he was bringing up the fees and all the institutions. So I do want to give a quick shout out, and I'll digress for a quick second. UNLV does have a calculator where, you put 15 credits and it includes all the fees and all that. All this to say that for a semester, fall 2025 semester with 15 credits, that is $5,346.55. What is being discussed here is on top of that, and I don't know the behaviors that students have, right? If some of it's being covered in one way and then they're only paid for one class. But if we're just talking about this alone, this would add an additional $157 as a fee, which, as we know, the institutions are absorbing it, but this is now going to be passed on to the student. And so I kind of question this, and again, trying to look at this as the cost, one, the cost of doing business, but two, the pushing this, and it becomes an additional fee for the student, where as we're hearing what some of the students who came up earlier today were saying, is that they're already struggling, right? When they are considering using a credit card payment, it's because they're wanting to pursue their education and maybe struggling in one way or another, right? So it's a struggle for me to feel that we're adding this actual additional fee on top of that, when it's been our practice that we haven't. I know that we talk about, we don't know where the student situation might be, can they pay it off, whatever. But I also am thinking about them as an end user at that point in time where obviously they're seeking higher education, right? They want to be part of that solution and they feel that this is the way to do so. I also see that there are, I wanted to ask specifically what the sort of low-cost alternatives would be here to to the student, right? We're saying even if they use a debit card, that there's a fee associated to it. What, other than doing the e-check, which I think does make sense, and I think there could be an opportunity to better educate in that way so that it's a win-win. But what are the lower alternatives? Because to me, it's either that 2.9% fee or no fee at all. I think low-cost alternative is, what is the in-between?
Chris Fatone for the record again. I don't want to make it seem like there's many alternatives. Currently, students settle their bill through a credit card, debit card, or e-check. And those options remain the same. The e-check will not have a cost associated with it.
So the low-cost alternative is the
Electronic
one
check.
the one that the institution would take a hit on, right? So it's not particularly a win-win. It's more of a win to the institute, which isn't a bad thing, of course, but it's not for the student.
Again, we're not introducing new methods of payment, and those are the methods. So we're collecting payments off the student accounts, and we're still collecting them the same way through the same system. It's just that we would be imposing the fee on the credit card payments to cover the merchant services. And the only reason there's not a distinction between debit and credit card is because those process through the same channel, and they're settled based on the card type by the merchant bank, but the system can't distinguish or separate in terms of whether it's a debit card or credit card for paying the fee, because they process the same.
Okay, so and just as an example here then, so if I do use my credit card, right, and would there be changes to the system in itself to say, if this were to be implemented, hey, by the way, you can save the $157 if you e-check, which is equivalent to using a debit card, right? Is that kind of in the process? Can the system distinguish it in that way so that if somebody is in that situation where maybe they do have enough money in their checking account, that they could do the e-check without having to add that additional burden?
Chris Fatone for the record again. So what will happen in the system is that they'll be alerted that a fee is being added for using a debit card or credit, for using a card to make the payment, and having the option to then cancel that payment and pay with the e-check to avoid the charge. It'll be apparent that a charge is being added. I don't know if that's answering your question. And again, our campuses provide some guides for how to make payments today, and that information would obviously be updated and highlighting the different methods of payment and where a fee will be assessed to try to help folks make it the choice to use the e-check to avoid the fee. The system does, demonstrate that a fee is being added when that method of payment's being used.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm also trying to understand the limitation of the system itself, right? The things it can and can't do, et cetera. So makes sense. I personally am not supportive of this. Again, going back to hearing the students in my time as a student, I put myself again in those shoes and wanting to, if I'm trying to pursue higher education, and just it's always for a student, they're always saying it's one more thing, one more thing, one more thing. This to me just adds that one more barrier to it. And I see this as the cost of doing business and something that we've been able to bear with so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So I had never heard before, so this is an education for me, that there's fees that are associated with using a debit card.
Chris Fatone for the record, yes.
Is it the same rate as a credit card?
Not at all. The debit cards are the regulations that limit the fees charged on debit cards because they do directly draw the funds from your account. It doesn't carry the same risk that a credit card payment does for the banks. There's been changes in that happened many years ago that keep those rates down. The cost per transaction on the debit card is about 82 cents. I had referenced that as a percentage in my materials. That was actually a typo. Okay. It's 82 cents per transaction. That's just our average. The actual percentage on that is like 0.1% of the transaction compared to the 2.5 or 2.6% on credit card transactions.
But if this were to go through, then the fee for using a debit card is the same as using a credit card?
And again, that's only because of the way in which the system processes the payment. The system isn't distinguishing credit versus debit. The back-end process is. And so the fee gets assessed because it's a card transaction going through that same channel of payment. The expectation is that if I'm using a debit card, I'll make an e-check payment instead, because I'm using a debit card means I have the funds in my account.
Yeah.
And I would just transfer them that way instead.
Okay. And we don't have any fees associated with e-checks, though, that's what you said.
So the system pays for an e-check transaction, but again, that's a nominal charge in comparison to credit card. That cost is about 25 cents a transaction.
Okay, thank you.
Regent Ariscotta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the items I'm reading right now is on item number 4, which is top of page 4, the impetus why now. It's that currently the institutions will be able to redirect these funds to support their operating budget. So, CFO Vatan, third paragraph, page 1, the institutions are absorbing $4.4 million in merchant services and fee expenses. Is that cumulative or is that per campus?
Chris Fatone for the record, that's system-wide
Okay.
for calendar year '24.
So out of the 7 campuses that provide direct education with students in classroom, we're looking at approximately a $628,000 hit per campus. I'm just making that.
Chris Fatone for the record. To break that down for you, UNLV for calendar year '24, it was $1,827,000. For UNLV, it was $1,755,000. And then the next highest is CSN was $466,000. And I can give you the rest, but so the 4.4 million is total, and obviously it distributes based on where the fees are being collected and where they're being paid by credit card at generally around the same percentage for those distribution.
I don't have a question. I was just confirming what you're trying to say. Thank you.
I just have a few questions. First, Regent Ariscotta did mention it, that this is essentially an operating expense. And so I have a hard time, I understand what you're saying, that that these fees are absorbed by all students. And you could say, well, it's just a cost of doing business, or it's a cost that everybody shares, and I get that. But if we do this, there's not going to be any discounts to other students. Nothing's going to happen if we start imposing these fees on those students who don't use a credit card. So I just caution that I understand the idea that this is absorbed by the institution, so it's absorbed by all students, but it's not going to change anything for those students who don't use a credit card. So I just want to make that clear, or a debit card. But I did want to offer, I don't know, this 2.95% fee is charged by the credit card processor. So is there a way that we can, that the institutions can lower that price, or no? Like, can we start with a 1% fee just to see where it goes? Is that something that the credit card processor can do, or can we? I don't see how we can do it, because we won't know until they pay how they're going to pay. So I don't know how the institutions could take that on themselves. But would the credit card processor do that?
Chris Fatone for the record. That's not something we've explored. Again, I'm looking at how other institutions do this, and that's not the norm. They're not going to absorb the cost. So the way this works with the service provider, in the contract that we have, they just then take the responsibility for the payments and pass through the gross amount of the charges instead of incurring those or passing through those costs. I think in that scenario, we would just be being asked to pay the difference or pay that plus a service fee. So it's not something we've explored, but it's certainly something we can look at before we come back.
Okay, I think that would be interesting to maybe consider, because as you said, there's a behavior component to this as well, that if you do assess a fee, that perhaps there'll be less credit cards that are used. And so maybe this, if we can do this incrementally, maybe that could help. But I don't know, I would be curious if we could do that. If you could find out about that, that would be helpful. My other point is that based on the other WICHE institutions that you provided us here, most of the community colleges are not doing it at all. And so I obviously, I think that since we're one system, I think we shouldn't separate our 4 years from our community colleges, but there again is another argument for at least thinking this through and either doing it in small increments if we can, or thinking of it in some other way, because while it does look like it's for the most part industry practice, so to speak, for four-year institutions, it doesn't necessarily appear to be the case with our community colleges. So again, just caution, and we really do need to take this slowly and consider all possible options. My last question is, if a student has some financial aid but then has to pay the balance, does financial aid wouldn't cover these fees, correct?
Chris Fatone for the record. Financial aid would not cover the fee only because this would only apply to a balance that remains due from the student after their aid's applied.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And then lastly, I think it says it in the briefing paper, but I just wanted to verify as well that right now this is just for tuition and fees. This isn't for other charges such as, what's that? Well, transcripts is a good one, but also, parking or residence halls or meal plans or things like that.
Chris Fatone for the record. So residence halls and meal plans are collected through the student account, and so this would apply to any fee that's assessed through the student account. So where housing and meal plans are coming through the student account, it would apply the same. Excuse me. But for other services that are collected elsewhere on campus that run through their own business system, those are separate merchants and handled separately. So this proposal is focused just on those charges that are currently being assessed and collected through the student information system.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from Regents? Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I just wanted to, just for clarification, if a debit card is run at a particular point of purchase, like a bookstore, does that still generate the same fee as a credit card?
Chris Fatone for the record. For that bookstore that is not our campuses, they're merchants also, and they would be subject to the same regulations on debit card fees, or they're using the same acquirers that are processing those transactions, and would have similar experience in the difference in rates between debit and credit, if that's your question. I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
Yep. I appreciate that, and maybe I asked this the wrong way, because the assumption that I was quickly making was, when you were talking about a fee for a debit card would be the same as a fee for a credit card if someone's using it, I was thinking that, is that dependent on point of purchase? I was under the impression that if you're going on campus to UNLV and you're going into the bookstore to buy your books and you use a debit card, it's the way you were explaining is it's all one system. I get that if there's a Starbucks or a Taco Bell there, that's their own they've got their own merchant accounts, but anything that would be tied to the institution, I thought would be part of the entire, back-end system where those merchant fees would apply.
Okay, Chris Fatone for the record. So, no, again, this is focused on just those items that are billed through our student information system, which is where the student registers for courses, and that registration leads to their fees being applied to their student account and collected for payment. I believe all of our campus bookstores at this point are actually third-party relationship contracts now. So Barnes & Noble is actually the point of sale for that transaction. But even using other examples, the parking office runs its own application that handles permit sales and collects for those charges as well. And so each of those business units may have a separate system that would receive payments, and those, we talk about business model. Generally those sales are priced with a business model mindset where it includes the cost to collect those payments and assumes they'll be paid by credit card. I think the reason most higher ed institutions assess fees on credit cards is because originally most higher ed institutions wouldn't allow credit card payments, and so as a way of making that option available, they were willing to do so, but only if they passed the fee along. Whereas again, we did not in that case, but I think that's the reason that it was a more common practice in higher ed on tuition and fee payments specifically, not all the ancillary charges that may happen just on a day-to-day basis around campus. Yeah.
Thank you for answering that. The merchant fees themselves, I would offer that those can be negotiated, and I appreciate the fact that you said you'll take a look into that, because maybe that wasn't a step that was looked at previous to the conversation that we're having. But just in my own experience, I know that it's something that can be negotiated, and so I would think with the amount of monies that a particular merchant account would be making off of the institutions that we have throughout the state, there would be some flexibility in what their points would be outside of what the points would be for Visa, MasterCard, American Express, because they're hitting those merchant accounts with their percentage as well, and then the merchant account is adding on top of that, and that's being transferred over to the consumer.
Chris Fatone for the record. So I didn't mean to imply that NSHE hasn't negotiated credit card rates or our credit card contract. We did a solicitation for a merchant partner 2019, 2020 timeframe. We have very competitive rates. What no one is negotiating or can negotiate is what Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and American Express charge. Those are what they are. They're the interchange rates, and there is no merchant provider that we can contract with that can negotiate those, and that represents the vast majority of that $4.4 million. So our rates are very favorable, and we are at that 2.5, 2.6%. These service providers that we're working with get similarly good rates because of the volume that they do have. The difference between our rate and that 2.95 is because they are providing a service and want to ensure they cover the rate and can run that business. So,
thank you. Appreciate your time.
And again, to clarify, I took the question more as, is there a way to balance covering some of the fee and passing through some of the fee as a way of getting to the 1%, because it would not be possible to cover credit card fees at 1%. Under that, there is no credit card interchange rate that low.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I worked in this industry after I retired from my first job, and at the time, the only industry that could even pass that fee on was like a Ticketmaster. But the industry's completely changed. And I think as consumers, every one of us in this room now goes into businesses, and you have to decide if you want to use a credit card and pay the fee, or if you just want to pay cash, or the old-fashioned way, write a check, or that's why Venmos come, or you use the debit card. But you did a good explanation, because it's a complex industry, and those of us that have these reward cards, because we all want our airline points, we pay the highest rates. But we have to remember, this is a convenience. And it's up to you if you want to pay the rate if you're being charged. I know I booked a cruise and they added I could get a discount on my cruise if I paid without a credit card. I got 3.3% off the cruise, or I could have, used a card. So we are going to be faced with this. I hate to keep passing stuff on to students, but it's a convenience first and foremost. And 4.4 million is a lot of money. And if you do come back with this, I would request that you break it down by institution. And I'd like to find out a little bit more about community colleges, because we have 1,400 members in our association, to see what they are doing. I know there was a few there, because that doesn't look like it's the norm. And it's just, I always told the merchants, in those days, it was a cost of doing business, and you'd have to absorb that, because Chair Carvalho made a good point. So are we ever going to then say, if you use a credit card, you're going to pay that 2 point whatever fee, but if you don't use the credit card, then you get the discount? I mean, so there's a lot to it. Thank you.
Well, I've got a lot of people. I'll go to President Heavey, and then Regent Arascata, and then Regent Fernandez. No? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Just very briefly, I do think, there are students in a position for whom it's not a convenience, and for their students in a position for whom it is a convenience. And one thing we could contemplate is having a small fee, like 1%, that would potentially reduce the students who could easily cover it through a check transfer to dissuade people. It would lower the number of credit card transactions we would then have to process. It would save us money, but impose less burden on the students. It wouldn't cover the full cost for those who did the transaction, but it would be a way of changing the behavior a little bit, potentially.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
It's so funny because colleague and I here, we're talking about this because we are talking about a behavior, right? And it is, because now we're seeing businesses that will do the e-check, right, which is ACH, the 1% discount or whatever. So I really appreciate you, President Heavey, because you as a psychologist by trade are thinking about the behavior and how you can dissuade. And I think that's a really great alternative if that is how we move forward. But will you just, Mr. Vitone, would you mind breaking down for me, how are these institutions already paying and absorbing these fees exactly? And are all the institutions, doing it the same way? Or are CSN doing it, taking out some other account to cover that? Because, ultimately, so obviously we do need to make, to the argument here is that we're trying to make sort of tuition whole. So how are you covering those fees now?
Chris Fatone for the record. I think I'd probably have to ask the institutions if your question is whether they're using their fees collected, or a portion is getting charged against their state operating account because fees are collected there also. So generally, you're collecting fees, and those fees are being discounted by this credit card fee because that's how they have to pay for them. It's a reduction in the net proceeds from collecting the fee payments.
Yes, so that is kind of how our institutions backfilling it, right? So if something costs $1,500 and after fees it's $1,480, right? That $20 difference is still there's a cost that needs to be attributed there. How is that? I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, like backfilled to make that $1,500 whole after those fees are processed.
Chris Fatone again for the record, and I don't know if any will want to volunteer to come up and confirm, but generally they'll have to either only distribute the $1,485 because they're not collecting the $1,500, or they'll distribute the $1,500 and then charge back $15 and aggregate that centrally to cover the $15. So see if Mr. Klinger wants to offer how UNR handles that.
Chair, for the record, members of the board, for the record, Andrew Klinger, Vice President, Administration and Finance at the University of Nevada, Reno. So at our institution, what we do is we actually use late fees to cover at least part of it. Late fees don't cover all of it. but we do use late fees to offset some of it. And then investment income is the other source that we use to cover it.
Okay, I think that, oh, yes, I'm sorry, President Dalby.
So I just wanted to throw in too on the discussion for our school, it's about $30,000 to $40,000 a year because we have lower fees. But, excuse me, but also I think what retailers are doing, and again, not being an expert in retail, but they're charging something. And then if you don't pay with a credit card, they're discounting that amount, but we don't have a way to move the price point because the price point's fixed. And so like you said, if it's, I think Mr. Baton had it correct, like we just take in the money that we have, and if it's a credit card fee off that, then that's just a wash and cost of us doing business, but we can't mark up. Some of the work that the foundations do, if you see it, if you give a gift, it says, giving $100, would you like to make it $103.50 to cover the fee, so 100% of your gift goes in, but we can't do that with tuition because it's fixed.
Thank you. I thought that was probably the case, but I would love to explore every possibility so that we don't have to just pass this completely on to our students. I know that we've heard that this can be a hardship for some of them, and I think we are open to looking at different options if they are available to us. So. Okay, I think at this point, I would like to take a very quick, and I mean it, a very quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back. Item number 35, amended and restated bylaws and articles of incorporation, the UNLV Research Foundation. And for this, I will go to Interim President Chris Heavey.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, members of the board. Interim President Chris Heavey for the record. We're here today asking for two related items, this item and the next item, the amended and restated bylaws of articles of incorporation for the UNLV Research Foundation. And as I'll explain, it's directly related to the next item as well. And before I start, I want to thank Chair Carvalho and Chancellor Charlton for their foresight and asking us to do this work, and to recognize Mike Wixom and Elda Sidhu, who led this effort, which was an incredibly heavy lift. But broadly, what's at work here is that there was a recognition that the Research Foundation had been created for the purpose of shielding intellectual property from premature disclosure so that it could be commercialized. But ultimately, it was understood that the Research Foundation sort of morphed into also managing large real estate transactions. And because we have some large potential transactions that will happen at the Harry Reid Research and Technology Park, there was an recognition of the need to take a new look at the management structure so that the board would be more comfortable with how the Research Foundation was operating in the real estate space versus the real estate versus the intellectual property space. And so Mike Wixom and Elda Sidhu went to work in collaboration with the attorneys for the UNLV Research Foundation. And I want to particularly commend Mr. Joe Dagger, who you may recall was working with us at UNLV for many years with former President Miena and others. So what we have before you here is the new bylaws that have been written by Mike Wixom and Elda Sidhu that will, what we basically characterize as clean up this structure and give the board appropriate levels of insight and oversight into the activities of the Research Foundation when it's doing real estate transactions, and this new foundation, the Innovation Foundation, that will be particularly focused on intellectual property and the development of intellectual property that comes out of the university. And so if you have any questions, I'm going to defer those all to the legal minds behind me, the president of the Research Foundation, Zach Miles, and Mike Wixom is here as well, and Elda and Joe Dagger from the Research Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Heavey. Are there any questions? Yes, Regent Goodman.
As you know, I've been very involved in this, and I'm grateful that we figured it out. And I just want to thank you for, and thank Mike, Elda. I've worked closely with them, and all I can say is that it is now something that we can be proud of. So thank you very much for making it a priority as well, President Hebe. I really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for your guidance on this.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I do have one item that I was trying to clean up what I wanted to say, but on this, I just want to say, it's a very minor request that in some of the areas of these documents, it says chairperson, some parts it says chairman. I would ask that they all be cleaned up to say chairperson. I know that probably seems minor and pedantic, but I would ask that. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Regent Goodman?
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second that motion.
Thank you. So, motion from Regent Goodman and a second from Regent Brown. Seeing no other discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. So we'll do the same for item number 36, bylaws and articles of incorporation for the UNLV Innovation Foundation. And again, President Chris Hebe.
Thank you. So yes, this is the second part of this effort to create more appropriate structures to house the respective assets of these two foundations. And so again, thank you to all who are involved in doing this work.
Any questions or comments about this? Regent Goodman?
I move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Regent Goodman and a second from Regent Brown. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And really want to thank Mike Wixom and Eldest Sadhu, as they did incredibly hard work to get this done in this time frame. So thanks for everyone.
Thank you. And I would echo that. I know this was a heavy lift, so I appreciate all the work.
And thank you, Zach.
Okay. Item number 37, election of officers. In accordance with the bylaws of the Board of Regents, the board will conduct an election of officers. This election will be for a one-year term commencing July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. The chair election will be conducted first, followed by the vice chair election. Nominations will be accepted from the floor and do not require a second. A regent who nominates a candidate for chair or vice chair may briefly speak in favor of the nomination. Speakers must exercise caution to avoid personal criticisms. Self-nominations are not disallowed under Robert's Rules of Order. After all nominations are received, I will ask for a roll call vote. If more than one person is nominated for the position, members will be asked to state the name of the person they are voting for. I will now open the floor to nominations for chair. Regent Boylan. Oh, is that, I thought that's who you were pointing to. Oh, my apologies.
But-
Wow, thank you.
Doesn't anyone want to run for chair? What happened?
I didn't understand the hand gesture.
Sorry, I was
Regent Brown,
I was
my
being
apologies.
ambiguous. I would like to nominate Chair Amy Carvalho. Chair Carvalho has demonstrated exceptional leadership during one of the most pivotal and complex times in our higher education system. Over the past year and a half, she has not only helped us navigate new and emerging challenges, she has also made significant progress in addressing longstanding systematic issues that have held our board back for too long. Through thoughtful leadership and smart strategic planning, she has brought our board together, fostering collaboration, elevating our standards, and keeping us focused on our shared mission. As we face continued changes in higher education, both statewide and nationally, consistency and leadership is more important than ever. We need a chair who understands the nuances of our system, who can provide steady guidance, who can help us onboard and support our new chancellor in understanding the values and expectations of this board. It is for these reasons I proudly nominate Chair Carvalho for reelection. She has earned our trust and respect, and she's the right leader to help move NSHE forward.
Thank you. So Regent Brown has nominated Regent Carvalho. Are there any additional nominations for chair?
Madam Chair, just so we do have a race and it's not a freight train, I would nominate Regent Brooks.
Thank you. So Regent Gokachia has nominated Regent Brooks. Are there any other nominations for chair? So at this time, nominations are closed. Carrie, can you please take a roll call vote?
Regent Fernandez.
My vote is for Regent Carvalho.
Regent Goycochea.
Brooks.
Regent Goodman.
Brooks.
Regent McGrath.
Brooks.
Regent Ariscada.
Brooks.
Regent Batista.
Carvalho.
Regent Boylan.
Brooks.
Regent Brager.
Brooks.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Regent Brager?
It was Brooks.
Thank you. Regent Brooks.
Myself.
Regent Brown.
Chair Carvalho.
Chair Carvalho.
Carvalho.
Regent Del Carlo. Vice Chair Downs.
I have great respect for both these people, but at this time I'm going to vote for Brooks. Thank you.
Regent Brooks is chair-elect.
Thank you. At this time, I will open up the floor for nominations for vice chair.
This is Regent Brager, and sorry that I'm not there. May I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'd like to make a nomination for Regent Goodman.
So Regent Brager has nominated Regent Goodman. Are there any additional nominations for vice chair? Seeing none, I declare that nominations are now closed. So at this time, we will take a roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Goycochea.
Goodman.
Regent Goodman.
Goodman.
Regent McGrath.
Goodman.
Regent Ariscada.
Goodman.
Regent Batista. Regent Boylan.
Goodman.
Regent Brager.
Goodman.
Regent Brooks.
Goodman.
Regent Brown.
Goodman.
Chair Carvalho.
Goodman.
Regent Del Carlo. Vice Chair Downs.
Goodman.
Regent Fernandez.
Goodman.
Regent Goodman is Vice Chair-elect.
Thank you and congratulations.
My condolences to you both.
At this time, we will move to committee reports, but before we do, I believe we need to pull item number.
I think we can do it if we just do them all. I just need to do a disclosure for the item that was under 43.
Okay, I would like to take items number 38 through 46. Those are all of the committee reports that we have. So items 38 through 46 together in one motion. But before we do, I would ask Regent or Vice Chair Downs to give his disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So this is specifically in reference to the dual enrollment policy that was passed under the ARSA committee. So number 43, pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of the Nevada System of Higher Education. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. So at this time, I will open the floor to discussion or a motion to approve those committee reports.
Regent Brooks, for the record, motion to approve.
So I have a motion from Regent Brooks and a second from Regent Del Carlo. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We'll move to new business, number 47. I'll open the floor for new business. Vice Chair Downs?
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So I have two new business items I'd like to bring forward. One is, I want to say that give commendation to Chair Del Carlo of ARSA for the work with the dual enrollment so thank you so much. I'd like to strengthen a little further, and also to the staff that work with her, strengthen a little further, just so we can make sure we have rigor and integrity with those classes. I'd like to see that happen. But the other thing I'd like to see is possibly a reexamination of our presidential evaluation process, because it seems to be as much work just about for an annual as it is for a periodic, and perhaps an annual could be more, look at the progress report, or the periodic as the big thing, as a whole big package. So maybe there's a way, because I feel like it seems like there's too much work involved that deviates from their mission as a president. So if there's a way we can make this process go a lot easier and less impactful, just check on how things are going. Is it progressing in the right direction? And then they do the periodic, which is the big deal. So I'd like to see that come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Other new business. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. I'd like to know or bring on to the agenda the bylaws of each institution and the last time it was updated and what the plan would be to update them in the future. And also with our new chancellor, we at some point have got to have our own manual reviewed. There's got to be, we had to carve out some budget for that. So I would say bylaws would be one. And we talked about when Provost Heavey was up reviewing the policy on the student fees and what they can be used for, and if we can add any flexibility to anything there, since they're so narrow. And I wrote down Handbook Title 4, Chapter 3, Section 50, but I forget what the rest of that was for. It was yesterday, one of our policies. So anyway. And at some point, we'd love to have a Lake Tahoe campus update in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other new business? Regent Brown.
I would like to bring a discussion item to this board to talk about co-branding our cooperative extension so it represents all of our land grant institutions.
Thank you. Regent McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take a look at a review of tenured professors, as we heard about in the public comment and a few times this meeting and prior meetings. So if we could take a look at a policy or procedure to periodically review tenured professors.
Regent Ariscata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I'd like to propose a future review of the sale or exchange of property for the Nevada System of Higher Education System Administration building on the corner of Enterprise and Evans Avenue. As a employee of the VA hospital of 2 decades, I know that that is an extremely busy route. And I'm sure that the Army Corps of Engineers or whomever designs the VA hospital on the University of Nevada, Reno property will have an egress area. But for any of the employees attempting to get in or out of the system administration building, that will be an arduous task. And I would like to see a future looked into through the business offices or Mr. Miller through the facilities and real estate holdings of the University of Nevada to assess the Nevada System of Higher Education building. for possible sale or land exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other new business, I'll close that item. Before we go to public comment, I do just want to give some thank yous. First to President Sandoval for hosting us. The past few days have been lovely, and we really do appreciate your hospitality. Thank you. I'd also like to say thank you to Aubrey Flores and Austin Brown and Emily Rodriguez, the JCSU partners, Drew Johnson, James Cho, and all of the student workers who were here, I think at maybe 6 in the morning, and we're here till very late at night. So thank you so much to everybody who directed us and made sure we went to the right places. From audio visual, Claudio Osinaga, Ben Labrador, Martin Santos, Joseph Domingo, Eric Hernandez, Mark Rosenberg, and James Unfried. SCS, Gargasal, Paul Gilbert de Oca, Jessica Grau, and Brian Anzalone. From catering, took very good care of us with food, thank you. Lacey Barella, Nate Kite, Kathy Bowden, and Carol Lux. Security, University Police Services, thank you so much. At our video sites, Holly Herrera and Eleanor O'Donnell. I also want to say thank you to our board staff, Winter and Carrie, thank you so much. And especially warm thank you to Angela. This is her last quarterly meeting. She is retiring in August after 30 years of dedicated service to the state, with 26 to the Board of Regents office. And she's going on to school, so that's something that's very exciting for all of us. And I believe Carrie might have some remarks and something special for you, Angela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Angela has been at the core of the board office team for almost 3 decades. Her record of dedicated service is impressive, but what makes Angela so special is how deeply she cares for her system and institutional colleagues and the regents that she has served. We are inspired by Angela's decision to pursue her dream of becoming a nurse and look forward to following her progress as she embraces her inner lizard and starts classes at TMCC this fall. I had a little bit more to say, but I'm going to interrupt my prepared remarks to share with everyone that when Angela started this job, 2 days prior, she had her daughter Lexi. Lexi's right behind you. And Lexi is a visual representation of all the years that Angela has served this board. Lexi is an NSHE baby. Thank you for coming, Lexi. So with your future schooling in mind, Angela, Winter and I have a few gifts for you. Oh, husband Dave is here. Angela, Winter and I have a few gifts for you, and I want to thank President Dinelli for the inspiration. These are for your nursing journey and to thank you for your service. We have everything: stethoscopes, compression socks, pen lights. I mean, Amber really hooked us up. So we thank you so much, Angela, and we're really going to miss you.
did try to think about what I was going to say. It really has been a journey. I've been through a lot of regents, a lot of meetings. I think of all the quarterlies and the special meetings. And the special meetings have gotten to be a lot more. Only missed one quarterly meeting because I ended up in the hospital. And one special meeting because I went on a cruise. But thank you for everything. Scott Wasserman took really good care of his staff, and he made me a professional employee, and it enabled me to put my children through college. He told me the other night, you would have figured it out no matter if I had done it or not, and we would have, but it made it a lot easier to get my kids through college. And I wish my son was here, but he's down in Las Vegas with our new granddaughter that was born last Friday. So I'm going to be going to see her pretty soon. Carrie and Winter, words can't express, because only you two know how hard the job is. So thank you to everybody, to all of the regents. I'm going to go be a nurse.
Thanks, Angela. Item number 48, public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
None at GBC at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in the system office in Las Vegas?
None at this time, thank you.
Is there any public comment here at the University of Nevada, Reno? Please come forward, state and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Regents. My name is Isabel Hatch, ISABELLEHATCH for the record, and I'm the Assistant Director of Government Affairs for the Associated Students of the University of Nevada. The association reaffirms its dedication to inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, as all students, regardless of religion, race, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or gender identity, are safe to live and learn on this campus. The association's commitment to these ideals and the students that they represent is why we feel the need to hold this body to the same standard. Each and every student should feel safe and heard on every NSHE campus, and isolating LGBTQ+ students in a public meeting contradicts that mission. As we expressed in public comment this morning, ASUN proudly supports the Task Force on Power-Based Violence. Their data reports on page 105, table 49, that LGBTQ+ students are 13% more likely to receive unwanted sexual advances, gestures, or jokes than their heterosexual peers. All power-based violence is inexcusable, and we cannot afford to villainize minority students who are, in fact, more likely to be victimized. The task force's climate survey does this necessary work to provide our institutions with the data required to best utilize and improve our resources. Students in need of support are encouraged to contact University Counseling Resources and Nevada Cares, both located on this campus. All survivors of power-based violence should be recognized, supported, and heard. Fear-mongering and the exacerbation of harmful rhetoric should not be. The Associated Students of the University of Nevada reaffirms our diligent commitment to advocating for all of our students, and the association hopes to see the Board of Regents dedicate itself to the same standard moving forward. Until we reconvene in September, go Pack.
CSN Student Body President Sovereign Rain Hone, last name Hone for the record. I am addressing agenda item number 34. I would like to state my disapproval of this possible fee. There are already so many fees included in the balance that students have to pay, some that go without being utilized by the student altogether. Not all students are receiving financial aid, grants, or scholarships. It may seem like the percentage is small and will not affect students, but this fee would significantly affect students and even possibly lower admission rates. A few things I would like the board to consider is the disproportionate impact. Low-income students who may rely on credit cards to bridge financial gaps are disproportionately affected. This could create friction in the relationship between students and the institutions, especially if they feel penalized for using a common payment method. This can also create equity and accessibility issues due to the barrier to financial flexibility. Credit cards may be the only option for students without access to loans, parental support, or stable banking. So this fee would significantly affect them. Also, one group I haven't heard spoken of during deliberation is our international students, who often rely heavily on credit cards due to limited access to U.S. banking services. The fee becomes an extra burden on an already costly process. A fee might deter students from setting up automated monthly credit card payments, which often improve on-time collections. Lastly, I feel this undermines financial wellness efforts. Many institutions promote financial literacy and wellness. Adding a fee may conflict with those initiatives, so I ask the board to please consider these points when you vote on this item in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric York, Faculty Senate Chair, Western Nevada College. This is not a statement for or against also agenda item 34. I'd like to thank Mr. Viton for the excellent explanation this afternoon. I would, in the interest of clarity, ask that if this does come up for a vote, that it be expressed as a percentage fee on the use of any card. All of the information says credit cards. And it was only during the explanation and discussion that it became clear that this would be applied to any card. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller with the number ending with 2632, press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board. Seems like they're not muting. That's all the public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we got done a little early. Yay.
Good job.
So at this time, I will adjourn the meeting at 3:20.